no está. Es un free. Ponte en la casa. Ponte en la casa está. Nu știu să mă învlog pe aici, la joculețul meu favorit. Bine, chiar. Avem și voi ceva. Mamă, dar cât timp mult suntem full în clan? Ca să întâmplare tot 50 de persoane, se pune? Cosbine engleză. Bună, neapta, Cosbine, neapta. Martă, 49, mă. Că 49 din 50. O să mai dăm afară din ăsta, mă, în cartea, e prea mult. În plan. Chiar dăm afară. Așa, că știu cum. Da? Acum asta, să vedem care n-are activitate aici. Care n-are activitate. Bă, deși n-apare mult cu donația, pentru că sunt pe ăsta. Am înțeles. Ia să vedem, să terminat aici? Cât mai am? 34 secunde. Deci am aflat ceva frumos. Dar ce doi nu ia? E ăsta? 2 ore. Am făcut aici. 800.000. Tare. 6 ore. 420.000. Deci n-avem. Aoleu. M-a aruncat cu niște ta. Stai că vreau să 60, nu? Ok. Avem mult. 2 ori. Hai să fac 2 ori. Ne referim 2 secunde. Te pup, Dragoș. Salut, Marius. Te pup, por la treabă acolo. L-am spart pe ăsta. Mi-a dat un șem. 400... Mamă, 450 de scenă să moară asta. Mor. 2 ore, 10 ore, 8 ore. E bine, e bine, e bine. Bună dimineața, bună dimineața la cafea. Faceți un atac aici, azi faceți un atac câți bani avem aici, să nu se ne depășească. 600, 5, ok, când să să nu depășească. Mamă, dar ăsta ce-i cu ăsta? Ce s-a întâmplat cu ăsta? Deci are un volan aici. Nu ne mai avem. Dacă luăm din partea asta, o luăm pe bine. Să băgăm șterite de aici. Nu ducem dragonii de partea asta. Nu strigați, am reușit să-i curăm mulți bani. E bine, e bine, e bine. Nu avem tot. Urât. De ce mai punem noi acum să morească? Cum mai punem noi să morească? Pune regina. Cât 2 zile, 9 ori. Nu-i bine. Începe liga de 20 de ore. Da, m-am mutat. Salut, dragă, ce să faci? Uite, de dimineață pe aici la o cafea. M-am mutat de cezare. Deci sistemul în cameră aici. Sau vedem dacă o alegem asta sau rămâne asta. Se pare că am micuța asta de aici. Nu vine pe placul meu. Să mă cer cu nevastă mea, că să-mi dea camera mare. Asta e. Să ne certăm. Să ne impunem părerea de bărbat. Să ne batem mai bine. Ne batem și după aia. Îl spargem niște oale, niște tigăi pe perieți acolo. Ne facem supărat. Nu e frumoasă camera asta. A picat Roblox-ul? Pe bune? Adică nu se mai poate juca Roblox? Nu se mai pot mai Roblox. Ce-au făcut ăștia? Ce s-a întâmplat? Că zic că s-aude cu ecou în cameră, că camera e aproape goală. Am decât monitoarele cu birou. Nu mai va pica Roblox. Ce s-a întâmplat? Ce-au făcut ăia? Aiurea, rău de tot. Se jucau o grămadă de copii se jucau pe bune. Deci jocul ăla era de... Se jucau, aveam o grămadă de prieteni care aveau pe acolo. Exact. Nu s-a făcut bani din jocul ăla și de aia. Să vadă. Era gratis jocul, nu dacă nu mă înșel. Dacă era gratis, îți dai seama. Probabil n-a avut posibilități. Dacă era chiar așa de jocul ăla, de aveam mulți prieteni care jucau Roblox. Ciudat. Adică n-a ciudat. Asta e în poveștile cu gaming. Că, vreau să spun, n-am văzut niciodată un joc așa care să fie jucat dintr-o dată de mult, pe cadă chiar așa de repede. Da, adică na. Nu pot să mă păsesc. Pe seama, veneră nepoții, făceau bani. Aia e. Ce să-i faci? În grămadă de bani nu făceau, dar na, asta e. Ce zi faci? Păcat, el, că zic că păcat că se jucă foarte multă lume, să zic asta, încât ce faci. Dar a prins jocul ăla puțin la... Așa, dar... Tot așa mi se pare chiar ciudat cum a dispărut jocul ăsta așa dintr-o dată. Era destul de jucat, nu... dar nu trebuia să spun ăsta. În fine, a fost... Avea un joc care era cam la fel. N-am mai jucat cu aia. M-au acolo băieții pe acolo ca să jucăm împreună. că vin să jucăm, am intrat, am instalat totul, când intram fiecare se ducea, făcea ce vrea, ăla acolo, nu era să ne jucăm toți împreună. Oricare a mai fost alături de mine a fost, cum îl cheamă, Alin Sturcean, mai mereu asta de mine, mai câțiva de răcori, dar eu speram să ne jucăm împreună acolo, să facem ceva frumos pe alea. N-am intrat, intram degeaba, adică tot singur de jucat. Mai bine intram pe ăla, cum zice, pe normal. Jucam singur. Eu sunt tăine, nu poți să mai faci roleplay, te ceartă între ei acolo, e... Nu să fie. Nu-i pentru mine jocul ăla. Pentru mine jocul ăla e mort, pentru că nu se mai joacă împreună, sunt puțini care facă roleplay. Așa că ce să-i mai faci la jocul ăla? Fiecare juca cum vrea. Păi nu știu, deci depinde și de server, dar aveți că peste tot sunt așa, stai, nu, am văzut peste tot. Am văzut peste tot că era la asta. Peste tot ăștia, stai mici, am văzut și la prieteni de-ai mei care joacă și facă server. Tot așa, nu o să schimbă nimic. În România, 5M-ul e mort. N-ai nicio treabă cu jocul ăla. Mi-a dat cerere de KTI. Mi-a dat cerere de prietenie unul rus, Dima. Nu stau. Ce plan are? Ăsta nu e normal la cap. Caută-mă rus, să-mi dai mie cerere de prietenie. Tot pe asta de că nu-i normal la cap în capul ăsta. Care te spune? Ia să vedem. Ia sunt aici. Mi-au dat și mie, cât mai un minut. Că facem un atac acum un minut. După, ok, am uitat să fac... Doar am atacat mai înainte. În 21 de ore. E bine. Facem un atac cam un minut. Tu ce mă duci, mă, Cezărică? Care mai e viața ta? Ce jocuri te mai joci? Bază-mă, te pup. Ce faci, mă, tată, mă? Care, mă, eu? Ce, mă, am venit bază pe la noi, mă, pe bune, mă? Crească, boss. Ce faci, mă, frate, mă? Lași pe venit vecinii, vin vecini acasă aici la italian să moară tanta dacă nu zici. Bă, l-auzi, nu că l-auzi dreacă, dacă e mort. Când vorbesc ăștia să moară tanta, deci că... Deci eu de aici l-aud ca m-ar fi vorbit cu el, nu e că... Salut, bubule! Ce faci, mă, bubule, mă? Ce dracu, ai pus fața aia în față? Unde dracu trebuie să mă uit așa la monitor? Ai tastatura invers, bubule! Mamă. Hai că am făcut și primul file în prima ziua de astăzi. Primul file, mă arătam să merg și pula mea să-mi fac. Plus mult. Mai dau o dată pe de-a mea. Poftă mare. Bagă acolo, la ăla. Da, m-a jucat tot zon, bă, bubule, bă. Ăștia nu pot să facă nimic. Să-și bagi joc, așa că... Până nu o să facă nimic pe jocul ăla, eu... Nu o să mai vezi așa, o să mai vezi rar. Deci, poate să joc cu voi așa, da. Să fac live-uri pe Warzone. Faci pula mea. De Warzone, nu mai bun de nimic. Fi început, mă, un meci. În PGL. Ia să vedem. Să comentăm și noi meciul ăla, frumos. Se pare că sunt online ăștia de la PGL. Ia să vedem. Face Clan cu Copenhagen Flames. O să fi început ăsta. Meciul. Parcă era că începe la 12:30. Vezi? E 12:44. La mea. Face reclamă ca al Call of Duty Vanguard. Asta că nici Vanguard nu a fost. Bă, ce pus! Bă, voi sunteți nebun la cap.
Was Hooksy just rotating over, and they don't even need to go that far. Nico does. Has it 2 to go for Copenhagen Flames. How dare I doubt them again?
You're just so jacked up on the FaZe Hopium.
Listen, man, it's Twist, okay? He's my boy.
Deci ăștia Face Clan ia bătaie de la Copenhagen, să mă arătam. Nu mai înțeleg nimic din pichemul ăsta de astăzi. Nu mai înțeleg nimic, am mâncat ăștia. Așa de la Copenhagen au rupt. La început i-am nimerit cu 3-0. Că câștig. Dar acum...
He's been great. 25 kills so far in this game.
And we saw the hints of it, right? We did say against G2 he was so good at getting map and getting control. He had huge impact. He just didn't have the kills to go with it. Today,
he's fragging out. He's gone nuts. We kind of saw him building into it early in the game as well. We saw him just being efficient. And even this aggression towards the B bomb site outside of Jaguar between him and Zyphon has been really effective as well. FaZe is staying pretty shallow into the playbook. We've called a B rush. And the Molotov is going to split them. It's going to burn Twist down low. And I think this is maybe just a whimper from FaZe as they go out. This has not been great. HooXi has no backup. He's going to take these fights alone, but he does just continually retreat. Puts Yabi in position with the off to take off the head of Rain. We're looking at a 15-6 scoreline, and Copenhagen Flames continue to impress.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And the problem for this now is if we were going to talk up the storyline of FaZe being a team to watch, and you know, I genuinely thought semifinals.
You're hyped up to that.
Look,
to get them to the semifinals.
The problem was, you go back to the first round, and they had a 16-11, a 16-12, and then a 2-0 against Virtus.pro. Obviously, they were the 3-0 team. And then they had a 16-6 against Evil Geniuses, which is EG. The point is they've had some pretty convincing stories and score lines. As soon as that momentum goes away, this is where a team that hasn't necessarily, like they're riding that high. Now we're starting to see deflation. Now we're going to see what the adversity is.
Yeah, but I think too, if you like, look, this is going to come off maybe a bit mean, but I'm just going to go for it.
I love it when you're mean to me.
Look, the first game that FaZe plays, Rain has like an individual record-setting performance on Dust 2, something mental, like 33 kills in like 21 or 22 rounds.
2.2 rating.
And the next map played, it was like Twist was playing well, and then Kerrigan was an absolute monster, getting like 25 kills if I remember correctly. Like those are victories, and those scorelines come from individual performances that like are very difficult to happen multiple times.
Well, they're getting another individual performance right now. The problem is they have no one else with it. Twist is on 23 kills.
And that's the thing, those individual performances, more often than not with FaZe, at least in my mind, this is what it looks like. One individual performance is great, and the rest is falling a little bit flat.
The ingredients are certainly there. They always have been. That's the frustrating part, I think. As Nikodas is smoked off inside of the cave. Man advantage for FaZe. We saw that aggression, that push. Kerrigan was able to hold his own in the crossfire and got both kills. Nikodas, though, on the deagle. Oh, he's got him dead. No question. Kerrigan had no idea. They're just timing the pushes from the box area so well, and HooXi gets it back in the corner in time. I thought Twist might have saw the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Good time to turn off X-Ray because we couldn't really see where he was looking, and he absolutely did see it and gets the kill. So now it's Nikodas and Yavi. And Yavi, gets a free one. Olaf, they're still trying to clear out Donut from reverse, and now the other op. A double op set up with Rocky. Oh, he nearly got it done, but Yavi gets the kill instead, and it's 16-6. Copenhagen Flames end up in the 2-1 bracket, whereas FaZe now face elimination in their next matchup. It'll be all best of threes moving forward for both teams, but FaZe is going to have the hard route.
Yeah, the nice thing for FaZe is they get to best of threes, which as experienced players, you're like, thank God, I get to play best of three series instead of these best of ones. The problem is there's actually a lot of other teams that are good,
Yes.
they're going to be down there with them, that are also hoping and praying and waiting to get to the best of three stages. But regardless, what a great game from Copenhagen Flames. And the recipe they have on Ancient yesterday against G2, it just played this similar game style, and it worked out great. That aggression outside of the beat bomb site. Roy this time was a stud, and Copenhagen Flames just walk away with an easy one.
Yeah, yes. Easy one in many ways. I think that's fair. It shouldn't have been. It wasn't the start, but once they got economic control in it, and the way that Roy was playing so well was instrumental in that. As we welcome you back to our lovely studio. Sci-fi the Bright City Lights, as we get ready to roll into Stockholm. That's what this is all about. We head there on Wednesday because we start playoffs on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We'll crown a new major, well, potentially a new major champion. I say that very confidently, but we'll crown the next major champion on Sunday. So it's going to be a ton of fun. We've got so much good matchups coming up between now and then. But yeah, FaZe now have a you're right. Best of threes is nice, and I'm glad all the elimination matches are. They should be. That's always the case. But they're still, in that position where confidence is key, and now they're in the bottom side of things where they haven't been yet. They have not faced elimination at any point yet in this tournament.
Yeah, and that's not great. I mean, we'll see what they can do with it. I think, yeah, it's just been, I don't know. FaZe isn't feeling on point for me. I know you want them to get the semifinal. They don't feel great for me at the moment. I'm interested to see where they go from here.
Pick, all right. Maybe I got to switch to Entropic. Maybe that's what I've got to do. I don't know, man. Maybe Richard Lewis might know. We're gonna send it back to the studio with the desk and the boys.
Yes, everything you think you know, you don't know. Copenhagen Flames do it again. And I'm just going to start. We did set it up. You said we had to talk about it, Maniac, that these players obviously had been kind of in the comfort zone of playing in their hotel rooms. Prior to that, obviously playing online. Listen, everyone's playing in LAN conditions here now, and they've just beat FaZe, dominated FaZe on one of their best matches.
Doesn't get any more legit than that.
Mają mecz, da.
Acknowledge how exceptional Copenhagen Copenhagen Flames are playing. And this story in itself is incredible. This team, bunch of rookies together, coming in at the major, now 2-1, one game away technically from making it to the champion stage of the major. It is incredible. Some of these players finding a new breath in their career. Roy is obviously going to be a name we will mention. We have it on our screen. Some other people I haven't even heard before. Yappy, Hooksy, Nicholas, and now suddenly they are schooling phase on Ancient.
Yep. What's just crazy for me is the journey these guys have had, right?
Yeah.
Of course, we can talk about Entropic as well. We'll talk about them later on. They've had a miraculous run from the CIS region. Obviously, although they have names which are kind of known to fans of Counter-Strike. And as Maniac mentioned here, Copenhagen Flames, I won't lie, apart from Roy, I didn't know much about these other players coming in over here. And look at the journey they've had. They had to play the open qualifiers for IEM Fall.
Yeah, I mean,
They won that. They went from that to the closed qualifiers. They won that. Then they had to play IEM Fall on LAN. They won that.
Get the points.
To get the points.
Yeah.
They come to the new challenges stage. You're like, yeah, they're getting out of here. They go 3-0. Was it 3-0?
Yeah.
Yeah, they went 3-0 right there. Now they come over here and everyone's like, they're playing from the hotel rooms. It doesn't really count. And if it's fair, it's a fair argument. Here they are playing in the studio against FaZe. And now they are one best of 3. They have 3 chances, Richard.
Yeah.
And they're one best of 3 away from making it to the playoffs of the biggest major we've had.
I think the thing that's amazing about this Copenhagen Flames story is, for me personally, it really puts it into context. The amount of excuses that are made by players and teams, especially North American teams, let's just call it out. You know, these guys, some of these guys are journeymen. Roy was in that Mad Lions team that absolutely disintegrated around him. He saw, supposedly, all of the best parts of that. Asset stripped, sent off to other teams. A-Core, going to Mouse, all of this. And he's just like, well, what do I do, right? I'm 27. What do I do? Well, I'll tell you what he does. He goes on to become one of the best players at this tournament.
He's a superstar right now. Roy is playing at a superstar level. Ever since they arrived here for the major, they have played 8 maps if you combine the Challenger and the Legend stage, and he's peaking at 1.36
It's insane.
rating.
That
These
doesn't make
are
sense.
the actual exclusive category of superstar. He is playing like a star. He's finding, like I said, a second breath in his career. And there is something I need to mention. I just want to put it out there. When I see a team starting a tournament, starting a game, this is the major, there's a lot of pressure. I'm keeping an eye on how decisive they are. I'm trying to take the temperature of how confident and how decisive, again, they go into duels. You look at Copenhagen Flames in this game, they came to play. There was no doubt, no hesitation. They were out-dueling, out-clutching FaZe, never second themselves. I don't know where the confidence is coming from. They're in like some sort of microcosm where they believe in themselves and they're in this together. It is so great to watch.
Well, the pressure's not on them, right? All the pressure is on FaZe to perform, especially after that capitulation against G2. And here we go, the match MVP. Man, Roy has been a revelation for everyone, and at this point, you have to believe that this guy, you can't even believe, the facts speak for itself. He is a star, and Maniac said he has ascended to the realms of, names we talk about. I still wouldn't call him as simpler as I would yet. They've obviously achieved way more, but he is in contention to be perhaps one of the best players we've had so far in this tournament.
This is what I love about Counter-Strike as well. I mean, like, even if it's made me look like an idiot in the past, I remember saying, multiple times publicly, yeah, 27, it's too old to get good at this game. You cannot teach an old dog new tricks. I know that. Well, I'm completely wrong, because this game has so much depth and complexity to it that even at 27, you can have, like, kind of a late blossoming and end up like this guy, Jax before him, obviously, at G2. There's hope for all us oldies.
Hobbit,
Not me, of
Renaissance,
course,
and
I'm too
Gambit.
old,
You have Hobbit as well.
yeah,
There's
Hobbit,
Zhao,
exactly.
starting a new page.
It's just a fantastic story for them. We go from the good to the bad. We've got to talk about FaZe. They're starting to struggle and stumble a little bit in the Legend stage, Look at the score lines. They got beaten heavily by G2. We said, okay, that's fine. That's a psychological minefield for Carrigan to come through. Copenhagen Flames, really no excuses that players of this tenure and this experience are struggling. That's one of their best maps, Maniac.
I cannot save them, Richard. I would like to try and give you an argument, give you an explanation, an excuse of some sort for FaZe. The truth is there isn't. You're right, they play Ancient at the best of 1. It's supposed to be a middle pack, right? You look at the clutches they lose, and this to me is the one argument we have to mention.
Carrigan.
Just maybe on that one quickly.
Yeah.
But all the 2v2s and 3v3s going in Copenhagen Flames. This is supposed to be the department of the game where the experience, we're at the major, there's a lot on the line, people are going to be shaky a little bit. You make the difference when it's 20 seconds. Olofmeister, Kerrigan, Rain, they'll make the right decisions. Copenhagen Flames make them look like clowns in these clutch situations. All these retakes. How are you getting outclassed by the youngsters, by the rookies? This is something that doesn't sit well for me.
I just want to point about Carrigan, right? Like yesterday, how he seemed to be very quiet. Today as well, like I think the first 7 rounds, he had 14 14 ADR. The opening kills were being gifted. They were being gifted, and it was Copenhagen Flames. They were abusing it. Like Karrigan's playing towards Donut Cube, whatever you want to call it, and we're just going to abuse him. And he was just falling apart there. But here's the thing: 9-6 is the scoreline. Second half, it's a 4 versus 3 man advantage for FaZe. They plant the bomb. Again, in a 4v3, and Copenhagen Flames just come jumping in, gunning around like, ha ha ha, tra la 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 la, easy as you like it. They get the defuse, and they don't even lose a single player. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to do that. I mean, you know, where do FaZe go from here? Because now this is ridiculous. I mean, you talk about ridiculous. What's ridiculous is them going out here. They could have a real hard game next, depending on how these results go, if you look at some of the contenders.
Oh, absolutely, Rich. I mean, we have the Gambit VP game going on. The loser is going to be 1 and 2. We have Vitality, obviously, could be potentially 1 and 2 if they beat EG. There are some serious candidates. I don't know why I'm using NIF. There are some serious candidates in that bracket of 1-2 games. And the problem I have once more, I don't want to pile only on Karrigan because I think there was a team failure. Only Twist was really putting up a fight here. But you have Karrigan who went on from being sort of a hero in a new challenger stage, leading his team to a very easy qualification to the legend stage, playing better individually. We love that. And now he's not finding any success. And I worry, what is the consequence of that in the strat book? What is the consequence of that in the decisions, in the map pool? He is the one responsible for this situation. He's the IGL, and he's in a pit right now. He's in the abyss, and they're going to have to help him pack up again, because I worry for this team.
Yeah. Blair, any final thoughts from you?
Nothing. I think Maniac just nailed everything right there. FaZe are in a bit of a pickle. Like, for them to make it to the next stage, a championship stage, this is a game they should have really won. But then again, like Copenhagen Flames are just clearly the better team. And also, like you pointed out, Twist played at his level. He was playing fantastically. But you're reaching a level of Counter right now where just one player having that star power performance is just not good enough, right? Copenhagen Flames, they're like, screw you. We have Roy. We have a Roy. You have a Twist. We have a Roy, and we're the better team overall.
Yeah. Crazy stuff. Thanks a lot for your thoughts, gentlemen. So there you go, the Copenhagen Flames burning bright here at the PGL Major Stockholm. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back with more action in the Legend Stage Day 2. Make sure you join us.
Coming up next, Team Liquid versus Furia.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm 2021. And if you're a North American Counter-Strike fan, you're about to get a heavy case of deja vu. Because Team Liquid are about to take on Furia, and they pretty much do that every week, it seems. Or they certainly did for a prolonged period of time. I'll start with you here, Maniac. Furia, they're a team that are a little bit, you know, they've been going through some problems. I really love the core. I love the way they play. Finding that fifth has proved to be elusive, and they've come to the major bringing in an academy player to replace Honda, a young lad called Drop. He's not a like-for-like replacement. He's kind of rifling, and, you know, I kind of worry for them at this tournament because, as we've said for other teams, you need to have that experience.
You do, and you were talking about this journey for Furia to find the fifth, and it has been like a never-ending story for them, a never-ending struggle. Ever since Henny left this squad with the double AWP and all the power that it used to bring, they've been on the descent. Like, they've been struggling. They tried with Junior, obviously that didn't pan out. They gave a shot to Honda, that also proved to be insufficient. And now this guy Drop comes in, a player that, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know. I haven't really seen much of him, but it does feel like he's more than just a deadweight. He does feel like he's bringing his skills to the table. I was reading the Art interview on HLTV. Apparently he's also quite active, proactive, he's taking responsibility, which are extremely good signs if you're a rookie just throwing the lines down.
Well, he had a suspension essentially as well at some point because you know, he had a previous ban.
Okay.
And it was the new rules from Valve that enabled him to really start thinking intelligently about maybe I can go and be a pro now. And he was in the Furia Academy side. They brought him in. And, you know, I think it's interesting because it has caused a shift, Blair, in how the team plays. We've seen Keserato picking up that secondary AWP, and I don't know if I like that.
Here's the problem with Furia. Look, I've always been a fan of this team. I love what they bring to I don't know,
the excitement, I guess.
No,
the
not
crazy.
just excitement. It's like when it comes to the buffet of Counter-Strike, it's just so special, right? But because of the style they have, they don't necessarily get these guaranteed, like, more consistent runs, so to speak. I want to touch on Art a little bit. IGL, fantastic guy, lovely guy. We know what he can do in the server. But now with the primary AWPing role, you know, being handled by him as an IGL. Sure, you have Keserato's secondary AWPing. Never a good idea in my opinion because he's such a sick rifler. And Art, in my look, that style he has of just being hyper aggressive and going in just to get that info play. I think, you know, I think that time is gone right now. You need to opponent so early in the round, where even the information you glean from them is just not, the trade isn't good enough. And you're the primary upper, and you're dying this early. I just don't think it's a right formula for the side of Fury.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting that aggressive play style was really pioneered. I mean, he was the guy that was sort of doing it before anyone else was doing it. Obviously, Yakindars now took it to the next level. But, you know, I agree. I think, you know, they have to adapt and evolve if they're going to beat opponents.
It's just a little bit too all or nothing. And that is my issue with Art. You're right to mention it. They bring a different flavor when Furia started having wins and W's in the Counter-Strike realm. It was in a way and a fashion that we didn't really know before. Even other players were talking to me saying, like, we don't know what the hell to do against them. Like, we know they're going to play it like this. We don't know how to handle it. That train now's gone. It's over. That period of time is over. And they had just kept what was working. Activity, but temper it off just a little bit. Have, you know, if I can phrase it like that, have a safety plan. You don't have to compete. This is what we're seeing from Art. What he is doing is working, and you basically play 5v4.
M-am uitat acolo. Mamă, păi e de la cu ea de la URT, mă. Am jucat tu un meci cu ea de la URT. Pe ea de level 1 care sunt acolo. Vai de... Vai. Păi fără cuvinte, mă, mâncați pe spate. Nu mă așa.
Liquid are on paper still a fantastic, amazing roster.
Copii de 12 ani cumpărau, zici că îmi cumpărau, zice că îi cumpărau ca pe public, fiecare cumpăra ce vrea.
I think Grim is such a great find, and you know, and it's just like they have this embarrassment.
Cumpăra ce vrea fiecare. Mă uitam de pe televizor la tine aseară. Când am stat aici pe scaun și nu aveam timp, mă durea spatele. Voi pe scaun de gaming, dar am stat, cred că cel puțin 10 ore. Și m-am dus în pat. M-am dus și m-am uitat în stragerie pe...
It's kind
televizor, am pus
interesting how these two teams in a server right now are going
videoproiector. Mă uitam la tine.
the last bastion for
E bella quella della
non
Logitech, quella che non
CS, and
so.
like you said, like even if you had your EGs
No,
and everyone fall apart, at least
dai,
you
che
like,
ci sei
we have
vediamo
Liquid, we have that
tutti
one
in
team.
care.
They're struggling.
Posso fare.
Speaking about the Brazilians, the most, we had the most the most representation of Brazil in this major, 21 players. We're down to 6. All 6 are in the server as well right now.
Yeah.
So they're not just representing their
Yeah.
team,
No.
but the entirety
Oh,
of America is
yeah.
right now in the server, and both the teams have so much to lose.
How do you feel about the IGL situation over at Team Liquid? Because it's swapped back and forth between tournaments. I saw them, going into the
Bă, la locul întâi nu prea, nu cred că eu la care joacă și el bine. Ar fi frumos să îi zei banii aia. Dar ce, plătești pe locul, parcă erai pe locul 2 când m-am mutat aseară. Erai pe locul 2 când m-am mutat.
No, I agree with you. I personally was not really pleased with the coming and going, like changing formulas. I was under the impression when Fallen came in that it was quite clear he was going to be the IGL. Of course, like he's one of the most veterans. He's won 2 majors in this role. So he was kind of solving the puzzle, solving the mystery. What I do appreciate, what I do acknowledge is that Stewie is a player that needs a voice. We know how he feels the game. We know how his intuition as the action is going on is going to be important. But I feel like Liquid took a very long time to find a synergy between the two. And it seems like they are going in that direction. You read interviews, you hear interviews, it's getting better. But this is almost like the temperature check for this lineup. Is Fallen and Stewie working in together?
Da, că tu joci foarte mult și de aia.
And we can look at the veto now. So Blair, I'll come to you here when we bring it up on screen. Yes, I've said this many times. For me, I know Team Liquid are happy to play Inferno. I do feel like sometimes it's not their friend.
Yeah,
Bă,
but that is the
frumos
nature of
să
the beast, right? In all honesty,
să-i
I
locul
feel
întâi.
looking at the way this one's been
Vezi?
planned out, it makes
Dar
sense.
pare,
Obviously gonna be
mamă,
seeing Ancient
m-aș
gets
bucura
taken
pentru
out,
tine.
decided Liquid are gonna be
Sincer.
supposed to immediately kicked out by Fury.
Marăjana,
You can see
m-aș
it's
bucura
all Banzer.
sincer pentru tine.
Nuke getting taken out. Understandable, you know, in Fury.
Dar nu mai știu ce trebuie să-ți dea. Uite că banează ăsta mapa.
For sure. I'm going to give the slight little edge to Liquid over
Cine
here.
e
I think
Furia
they've looked
cu
very good
Liquid?
on Inferno in the past.
Furia
And
cu
for
Liquid.
Furia, again, that's the thing with Furia. It
Bă,
doesn't
eu
matter
zic că
what the
Furia
map
cu
is,
Liquid
it's
să
hard
joace
control.
un...
If they just head off to
un
a great
Inferno.
start, Yuri gets going, Art's getting his entries, just
Un
opening up the
Inferno.
map single-handedly, they're just going to stomp all over Liquid, or they could just get banged out 16-6.
And you're talking about entries. I do think that the name of the game is going to be the T side of Furia against Liquid's
Inferno
defense.
s-au
Because
dat
that is
doi.
the DNA of Liquid. This is when they were actually
Ce cu
hitting their
Seja.
peak, hitting their stride in the trophies. They had an absolute rock armor defense. You could not get past that. We have seen Furia in this very event kind of break their teeth against Astralis, only winning 5 rounds. I fear for them that they're going to end up in that situation where the defense is just rock solid, you cannot get through, and Art is going to once again end up running into a wall a lot of times.
Yeah, I mean, listen, as I said, there's just nothing. These
Am văzut, era 50, eu cred că 50 de dolari îți dă ție așa, dar
how much of that is going to be
ar fi bine să-ți dai și ceva, un premiu ca să schimbi ceva. Ăleștia,
is that something that comes into play?
e bine și aia.
Actually, considering, I mean, they did play a lot at the
bun
beginning
la
of the year,
premiul la noi, că e de
and
avantaj.
everything, but in the past few months, the past 5-6
Că
months,
cu 50 scade ceva, câteva skill-uri.
which is funny enough.
Dacă stai nu să scade ceva frumos,
So they were also kind of
îl vinzi,
unfortunate
te
that
banii pe el.
As well at the time.
Yeah,
That was the
Gary's
fun time when Gary actually came in, and that was it.
Ai jucat văzut Neymar?
That was
Da,
another
bă.
factor we haven't even been able to sort of fit in to talk
Gary's
about.
not
I
here.
wish we could, but unfortunately, I've been
Limited
told
amount
that
of
it's time for the action.
no.
So all the North American
No, but no.
fans, get ready. It's time for Moses to get out the Wolverine picture. Let's get into the
Păi
action.
Neymar cum, adică noi a fost Neymarul la noi ce? Neymar are level 10.
Jason, it's your
N-ai cum să cazi cu level 10.
Yeah,
la
well,
level 10.
yeah, I have been part of that whole situation going on over there. So, yeah, nice little nostalgia.
Ăla a
Wolverine
fost
picture, you hold
part of this
Cont așa
organization as
de
well. For those of you who don't
făcut
know, Jason actually did coach
fake.
Team Liquid very recently,
Alegi.
which I'm not going to pry your brain on that. I know there's probably some rights of privacy there, and obviously some team information we shouldn't have access to as fans. So that's not why I bring that up, but just for context. So you'll obviously be able to analyze what's going on quite well in this game against a team like Furia, which you'll also know well because North American, you guys would have played against them.
I hated playing against
frequently.
Furia.
Nu e level 2 Neymar, nu ce?
Well, that was
Neymar e
like
level
their peak.
10.
That was like their peak scariness. Was like that online era
Yes.
back in
Neymar
North
e level
America.
10.
He was playing lights out. Art was at like the peak of his game as well.
acolo.
No one had really figured out kind of how to play against this
Și
new
cum
style.
Neymar,
It was
ce?
tough. They were very
Neymar e
frustrating to
level
play
10.
against because there was just always some kind of insanity going on somewhere on the map, and it was very difficult to
Joacă,
read,
nu
very
joacă
difficult
pe
to respond
sistem
to.
normal, joacă
Do Fallen have
cu...
any
Păi nu e
sort of
tipul.
insight into that? Because he hasn't really been a part of.
Mai joacă cu un brazilian,
Play directly under Fallen, whereas a lot of
joacă,
Brazilian players have, or at least been
joacă de obicei,
influenced.
joacă cu
Not
ăsta,
like insight into what
cu,
they like to do or what
cum
they
îl
were
cheamă,
going to do so
de
much.
la
Things
Liquid.
out of the demo that we thought we could exploit, but more of like a insight into like a
Nu,
general
nu e
philosophy
contul lui,
of
mă,
how, like,
de
they
treabă,
thought about the game
nu joacă
and
Neymar,
that kind of a
vezi,
sense.
normal.
You
Rar
know, a
trebuie să joace
framework of
Neymar,
which you could have a
normal.
conversation on how to play against that kind of style.
I feel like the weird thing with the Brazilian scene and that we talk about sort of these rivalries and
Pe Neymar e
places
prins să
playing
joace
10
când,
minutes, because we know that obviously the
când sunt
pros
în
have a
vacanță,
circuit of 10
mai ales
minutes.
vara, dar acum
It's quite
nu
exclusive for
prinde
reasons,
cineva
obviously,
acasă.
even when they're casually
Rar
playing the
prinde.
game, they still want to play at a decent level and have fun with
Joacă cu
what
ăsta,
they
cu
know.
Fallen.
And also
Brazilianul lui,
people that they can trust
Fallen
and all
joacă,
that
să
stuff
știi.
when they're just kind of shooting their mouths off
Yeah.
for fun. So obviously, yeah, they play with themselves. That sounded
Sounded great, actually.
phrasing.
Yeah, phrasing.
All right, so anyway,
What you do is you get a tape recorder,
Yes.
you record yourself, and
Yep.
at the end of the day,
you upload
listen
it
back
to
to
a
it.
very specific website. No, the point is though, but like in Brazil, a lot of these guys have been now removed and playing either in Europe or North America so frequently that some of the newer Brazilian players coming through haven't necessarily been within those 10 mans anymore. So I was wondering even if Fallen had seen much. Obviously, when they come to North America, we know the Brazilians when they're going to play, they're going to message each other first, Portuguese, have some fun.
Africa, vezi, nu
Also,
fac ea.
ads, but there's
Da.
almost more of a distance now.
Drept să spun, nu știu dacă a
And like
fost
not
Neymar,
just distance in
dacă a
terms of,
ridicat Webcam, dar Neymar are
even
cont de
like
level
those
10.
10-man systems that we used to have in North America.
Deci,
It's tough to
level
execute
2
now when you
nu
have,
cred.
you know, teams like Liquid and EG,
N-are cont de level 2 Neymar.
Fury has been
Bun.
living in Europe.
Poate
And
făcut
each
alt
team's
gol,
traveling around, able to
acum
kind
na,
of get that
ce
same
știu.
kind of effective pug system
Dar
going
Neymar n-are
that
cont
is
de
so
level
useful.
2.
And that's part of the reason
Nu
why,
avea.
you know, Europe is a
Eu
very
așa,
stronger,
eu am văzut pe
much
Neymar.
stronger region
Dacă
as you
te
have
uiți
this
la,
kind of, you know,
la
pug system
meciul lui
that
Neymar, el
individuals
n-are
can
level
move up
2.
in, and you play against each other constantly, and you're always getting updated on the small details and the small meta adaptations. Regardless, all that
Like
out
I
the
said,
window,
Furia,
no excuses for either of these teams. 1-1 matchup, Furia Liquid on Inferno. Liquid's going to start on the attacking side. A little bit of a stack in towards Halls. That's K Serato and Yuri defending against that, and here we go. This is going to be a big deal. Swinging, ducking in. It's Yuri for the first kill. They now know the trap is sprung, and there goes K Serato. Good kills from Alige, busting that wide open, and they don't press the issue quite yet. Looking to see if there's going to be a third player follow-up. This is a 3-on-3. Naf's going to try and cut off rotations. That's Drop coming over towards the library with the USP.
So Drop still holds the newest addition to this team, that ever-rotating fifth spots where they've had many
Mamă,
different players in
Elisha,
that
ce
position. Now
rupe
Lee's
riscă
going to
ăsta.
take Drop down. Great shot with the USP. Grim will hold inside of the pit. That will cover off the rotations from the bracket side, but Art is still up above and has that Molotov. That can absolutely push him out of position and be a massive issue, but it's Vinny instead on the floor that gets the shot.
Mamă,
on top.
mamă, mamă.
CZ, now they'll clear, make sure pit's fully gone, but that means they go one at a time.
Băi, că vă fut în gură pe ăsta cu pletorul lui, mă. Dă-mi
As a visual effects supervisor, I am constantly observing nature and the beauty of how light behaves and reacts to the environment.
sus reclama, mă, să
Emotion. You're invested in this, as it's going to be alt middle. The approach.
Bă, și i-au întors ăștia, bă, și erau, cât erau, mă, 2 versus 4, parcă dacă nu mă înșel. Mamă, 2 versus 4, furie. Liquid nu prea se înțelege bine, a? Nu prea se înțelege bine Liquid în echipă ăsta. Aiurea rău de tot. Aiurea rău.
Despite obviously, this is a 1-on-1 match.
Yeah.
They didn't have the most successful day, but they were very good in that position.
Alicia's going to push up with his AK-47, and Furia positioned to defend against this kind of a play. Alicia spots the body over at corner, and he's very wary of his stack. And falling back now as Grim starts to lead the way in towards taking Banana. Stewie as well behind him, and actually the entirety of the Team Liquid team. Alicia watching the flank for the moment. That's a great shot. Vinny going for a peek for information, and he is put down, and that opens the map up a little bit more, opens up so many more possibilities for what Liquid can do. So now Furia is put into a position where they have to make a decision. Smoke down at the B choke point is going to funnel Liquid back towards A. 24 seconds on the clock, and here we go.
Stewie wants to work his way in. Yuri, he's going to be the farmer. He's going to hold that hay. But it's going to be CTs that get 2. Elise will finally drop in. Now they've got the support. Now they've got the position. But Quesarado does well with the SMG to get 1. That allows Drop to come through and clean up the others as they're still trying to find in the corner. 2-0 for Furia.
Just enough resistance to get everyone from Furia over to that bomb site to make sure that Liquid never had breathing room during the hit. That SMG coming in hot late in the round. 2-0 start for Furia. That passes some AK-47s over as well. And actually, I think Liquid is just going to pass a Hero AK over to Stewie 2K. That's Fallen to drop that over to his teammate and saying, Stewie, go get us some kills. Go make sure we can limit the money that they're able to build up. Maybe you get something lucky. Maybe we get something fortunate, and we can actually build off of it.
And he's got the head armor to go with that, obviously, so that will be beneficial against the M4s and the MP9. Not so much the AK, unfortunately. Just to note as well, the last 3 times that they've played each other in this map, the last time, the most frequent, was at Pro League Season 14, and it was 16-4 in favor of Liquid, but that is an outlier. The other 2 were 16-14, and each of them took one of those. So they've played this map very close against each other.
Yep.
And those 2 16-14s with respective wins for each were at CS Summit, which Liquid did win 3-1 in the final against Furia.
Ooh, pop flash setup. Art and Drop waiting for any kind of indication that Liquid is here, listening for a footstep. Here it comes. Grim's going to turn the corner, trying to make sure he can't get back into the fight. Flashbang works perfectly. Fallen does eventually take him down, but it was costly. Drop gets dinked. He backs away. That nade could do great work. It could do everything, and oh, only a little bit of a chip on a NAF. It fell short, and the coffin blocks some of the damage. But a 3-on-4 post plant. The problem is just still the 1 AK-47 on Stewie.
Good shot from Vinny to take down NAF. Lees waits, wants to swing it out, Deagle in hand, but it's Quesarado that gets the shot. Yuri, distance, AK, doesn't matter if Stewie's got that hammer now, does it? Not so tough now, are you, kid? 3-0 for Furia. And remember, just to speak of sort of the Brazilian aspect, who played with Fallen in MIP, and as an honorary Brazilian due to the legendary Stewie 6K round in Belo Horizonte.
A jucat a fost el cu Fallen. Cine era? Era lor de la română, lor de luni. Fallen era Simple, rusul, era el Neymar și un brazilian tot așa de joacă fotbalul când era la Barcelona.
I could have been speaking a different language and not know.
Buildings made out of pure concrete.
Yeah, it is a bit of an echo chamber.
Shocking, really. Stewie, deep Molotov towards car and half wall, so that he can have some safety in the obligatory exchange of grenades and banana. Drop's going to spam through the smoke, hoping someone's trying to make a play, but Stewie's not fooled. Grim takes the worst of it, the brunt of it, and it's quite a lot of damage. 85 down to 15 health for young Grimathy.
Și-a revenit Furia, adică și-a revenit. Furia juca în numărul 1. Mamă, ce arată Grim.
A little bit ambitious to try and get on top of the barrel.
Stevie în formă, Stevie. Am văzut Stevie în formă. Mamă, dacă ar trage acum, uite.
Grim's on 15 HP, but the man advantage. It's Quesarado that's going to bring the AWP over to Banana. We didn't see it here often yesterday. He was so successful at the brackets position, specifically on the boiler side of that as well. Utility thrown, he knows it. Doesn't go for the shot in the half wall. Doesn't want to reveal that he's here yet. He's trying to just stay quiet and walk into the AWP. If they try and go for utility deep, that's exactly it. They're going to think it's clean to go around the corner, and Stewie's gone.
Very gone. Here comes the follow-up nades. They know the op is here, obviously. They don't realize it's the only one here. And Quesarado's going to be forced back. There's nothing he can do through the smoke. Furia gambling that Liquid was going to fall back to the A bomb site. And now they've got a heavy flank coming in. Fallen takes some damage, but doesn't go down. Elige, first one at contact. Yuri ran out of ammunition. I think Ori switched away. And there's the repeat. NAF with a double kill is going to secure the round because Quesarado's going to try and fall away.
Oh, Quesarado. Counts as a quick scope because the button, the input was pressed, but that's about as a no-scope as you can get. About as a no-scope. All right, listen, man. English.
Bagă-te.
Speaking franglais today. It's going to be grim. Everyone's low on
Nu
HP
cred că are
right now.
șanse
Grim
pe
to back,
Ceratul,
have to
dar
work around.
măcar unul
Corsair
spate.
desperately trying to be the one that not only opened up this B site, or rather that
A
helped
venit,
defense, opened
a
up the
venit
killing
ăsta
of the B
pe
site.
craft, a venit grim acolo, mă.
He was rendered useless with so much utility in
Frumos,
that position
frumos.
throughout the entirety
I-a
of the
fost frică să-mi dea la
round.
cap.
Finally get Liquid on the board.
Yeah,
venit pe
power of
craft.
that round. Real turning point
Hai
is,
pe ei.
is Elysian
Hai
half
pe ei, tată.
handling
Pe ei, pe mama lor.
that flank down mid that was coming up banana.
Pe ei, pe mama lor.
They go 3 for 1 in the
Stai să mutăm
exchange.
și noi camera asta, că stă ca dracu aici camera asta. Nu vine camera asta
There no
aici.
chance of a retake. So first round on the board for the North American side.
Mutăm aici așa, aha.
Off in the
Asta
hands
mai
of
lună,
Art, off in
știi?
the hands of Fallen as
Da,
well.
da. Să vadă radarul ăla, chestia acolo, trist.
So Art waiting it out to see if anyone's going to take a similar dry peek this time, but flash from far. That's at CT, or rather T-stairs outside of the kitchen position. The
Ce vrei, mă, ce faci?
further in, but it's Art that wants to take this back. He's waiting.
Sărbătoare de Halloween acolo la voi.
Not sure they'll expect another off angle for the AWP and more patience. Less utility, more picks. That's the play. But Stewie with a good shot back through the wall. Through that board. And a good flash. Drop has to drop off the sandbags, but he's still alive. They have to hit that shot shortly. Stewie does. And Elige takes a dink as well. So great job done by Drop, all things considered.
Yeah, Stewie was running out of bullets, which is why you didn't see him just hold down that trigger and spray drop down. He was trying to be a little bit economic. He only had 3 shots to make that work. Elige looking for the repeat, and he's got it. Bit of a gift handed over. Elige with 18 HP just watching exactly for that and playing it passive. This position from K Serrano, though.
Ești arată aici dacă...
Oh boy, if they
Măstuni?
don't expect it, Liquid's in trouble. And they don't head in this direction, so the question becomes, does K Serrano ever peek out? And the answer is no. Nath and Fallen have free access to Rap side, and they're going to work their way all the way around to the B bomb site, but that's heading towards the rifle. Yuri, essentially, at this point in a 1 versus 3.
Here he's trying to make those shots count. Sees them coming around, but falling on the AK instead, and didn't take much damage, all things considered, considering how many bullets were shot out from that M4. They'll sub-smoke Fallen. Just a quick peek toward Banana beforehand, but it's only K Serato.
Sunt ăștia de la mondiale care joacă
Shiny
acum.
AK. Actually, I don't know if it's shiny. I haven't seen the skin. Don't do it. Leave them be. Smart man. Good job. They did nothing to you.
Yeah, doesn't want to draw the anger of the chicken god.
Counter-Strike.
That would be a cool, like, bonus mode, like Halloween game mode they could add. If you kill a chicken in, like, a match, they all just chase you and peck you for, like, 2 HP each hit.
Or a giant chicken falls from the sky and attacks you.
All right, listen, I don't want to have nightmares, okay?
I'm
Let's not
thinking
make
like
it too scary.
I'm making like concrete donkey from Worms, except it's a giant chicken.
It's a giant chicken. This is like hypothetical. Would you rather fight 100 duck-sized horses, or would you rather
Și mâine aveți liber, că e Halloween, nu?
you know?
Horse-sized duck.
Bă, dar peste tot de sărbătoarea asta, mă, cu aici în Italia și în România. În România nu cred că e.
Pretty strong, right?
E și în România.
Small, they're probably gonna just stampede, trample, run you down.
It's just a lot, isn't it? I don't want to deal with that.
Small, you
I
just
want the
like
fair fight. I want the
Lunea e sărbătoarea, că e sărbătoarea morților, că e.
teach you to beak off, Jason.
Look, I can handle ducks. It's the
Sfântă
swans.
Maria, nu știu, nu e Sfântă Maria.
Stop looking at me, swan.
Stewie again, Molotov towards the car and gonna move forward, and he probably feels a bit more confident in this round.
Da.
With the sense that the economy for Fury is
Da,
being
pentru
shoot
că
up.
mi-amintesc că cel mai de sărbători spre aici, dar
I was wondering.
era de... Acum că mi-au zis că a căzut bine. Sâmbătă,
We'll see if Stewie can
jumătate de zi, duminică liberul liber.
up against the
Mergem
pistols.
tocmai la muncă.
Conventional, but they don't know where that AK is. The K Serato's grabbed. It's boosted up, new box. We know that. We've got that information.
I imagine he peeks into this at some point. Fallen does have some utility ready. Stewie's on the scouting mission. There's the Molotov over to flush them out. But yeah, as you said, the boost. Stewie's not looking for it, so the rifle.
Pe care să ia bere și unde
Drop off,
să
they
duc.
do
Dacă e
not. So
fără...
actually, yeah, Art's gonna make a run for that AK-47, and Fallen saw it coming the whole way.
Cine
And
cosi?
on op kill, like Fallen has probably, you know, he might not want to take the risk, but if you're K Serrano, you're like, man, that op can just be walking in, he can take his
Ești cu frate
time.
tu?
So K Serrano's got a tough job to do. The rest of Fury not budging from the A bomb site. Silence on the map.
Once on the map, Vinny's going to rotate it back in. 4
Păi,
players.
v-a separat ăla.
Ready to go with the execution. That AK still in play and didn't do much damage to it, so the gun becoming a factor. K-Serato's gone now. Grim's got a shot. Assist on the flash to Fallen as drop gets pushed off. Nap will fire through the smoke and find Vinny. And Fallen's ready for the flank.
Am vorbit aseară cu mamaie, cu el, aseară, că a fost, era mama acolo și vorbea cu
He's making a lot of noise. Is going to give up that he is coming around, but manages
Mihaela
to together on top of the
s-au sunat în fie acolo.
Which way do you exit?
Era tata cu mamaie acolo, am mai băgat lemne în stobă.
And Yuri, I was going to say, is probably going to get one here because it's a CZ75. He tagged up Fallen as well, but the op shot successful. Tie game, so Liquid right back into it. And there's Young John. John the Leprechaun.
Ce ai trimis?
Looking happy.
Cizme.
Looking for that pot of gold this major. In many ways, Liquid favorites.
Și n-ai băzut mai la cheia că...
Obviously, they won their Grand Slam. Got that major title.
They're looking good in that Katowice as well that year. It was Ents that shocked them with an upset.
Yep, shocked a lot of people with an upset, Navi included. But it was ultimately still Astralis in the final that no one could touch.
Să taie porcul acum, omul ăla, pune taie porcul acolo, că dacă se pune taie pe porc, îl ia porcul să duce până la partea aia la...
Still the op on board for Fallen, nothing to match it on the other side. It's 4-on-4s and if Hamas on drop. This time, Stewie changed his position, went up alt mid to underpass to handle a mid push. There's no fast pressure on Banana this time. And Art and Drop are going to be calling that out. Drop's out at sandbags right now, feeling no pressure.
Cornelul Botan, știi și ala, mă, Cornelul Botan, a luat pământ, face agricultură, ce face acolo?
Sniper rifle will reposition himself. Actually, he's going back into the cubby, so he left early, thinking that there might be a push through that smoker, some utility, some flashes. Instead, though, this is an old school position. Everyone's used it. I'm sure every one of you at home has used it too, you little cowards hoping to get shots at people's back. I know how you play. But, campers.
A cumpărat toată partea aia lui Mușica acolo, toată...
It has, hasn't it?
100 de milioane, păi și e multă că eu banana la barna.
And they wanted to go fast. They wanted to press the issue around that half wall. The Molotov's going to put a stop to it. The barrage of nades as well. And there we go. Drop Molotov out of position. He's got the first kill. His teammate has left him to his own devices. Backing up into the site. He's got no backup. Actually, Furious pushing down mid again. Nobody rotating through CT spawn. Art can only get the one. So a 3-on-3, but this flank is coming in pretty quick.
Da, am amintesc, mă, că e mare, mă, și la Mușica cu Cluj, nebun. Și se duce până la... Cum o cheamă pe asta, la... Ăla, că cum zice, că era așa, bătrână. Da, până acolo se duce.
Be so patient. He's got to be so smart about this because remember it's an AWP for Fallen and he's left inside it. Though they can bounce it out, they can jump it around. He got the first shot, but you're right, no kid. Has Fallen done just enough? Absolutely. He's looking around. Did he get one? Did he get one? I don't think he has. I think he does.
Pentru ei acolo pământul ăla e bine, dar na.
Enough for Liquid to win out the round.
Oh, that's so brutal for Furia. Yeah, no utility to flush
either.
So it took so long for them to clear those positions safely. Not a bad retake, all things considered, from Furia. Just the time is their enemy. And Liquid take a 1-round lead here on the T side of Inferno.
Fallen did well to hit the first shot, but man, you knew he was just going to get absolutely obliterated on the jump around.
The flank as well from Banana came so quick. It was just maybe like a 1 second faster. They might have been able to either prevent Fallen from picking off the player towards CT spawn, or at least trade that kill and make the retake easier. Unfortunately, not the timing not there. Liquid starting again, confidence due to the knowledge of the economy situation, a little bit more confident to take portions of the map early on in the round. 1:20. They have bracket control and they're already pressuring towards Rap side. It's Stewie to lead the way. Stewie, who wants to be the tip of the spear and investigating. Dropping his smoke to show the potential that they can attack Rap side, Rap towards CT spawn and the B bomb site.
So A, perhaps the play this time.
They're looking for a response with that smoke, right? You can see everyone pause and kind of shifting their gaze. They're looking to see what Furia is going to do when that smoke comes out.
Oh.
When they do nothing, they just re-smoke it and pull the trigger. This is the execute they wanted all along. Elysian Grim combined for a couple of kills, and K-Serrato's still alive, but really there's not a whole lot you can do here. Might be able to catch one off guard, Elysian jumping up, but that's about all you're gonna get.
Yeah, nearly got away, but unfortunately the real estate in the apartments has been decreasing, and Beck, despite flooding in with complaints, can't do anything to evict the tenants this time. It's going to be the terrorists that do it instead. Art with just the CZ75 flash. They're trying to get to him. Trying to get him out, and they've even gone all the way around towards CT spawn to make sure he doesn't get away with anything, despite that it's just a pistol. Liquid will get the round and all of the kills. So, that's going to make things efficient for them. They don't lose too much in doing it, and it's just that little bit extra. Make sure they don't pick up a gun, make sure they don't carry over any armor, and have to spend that slight bit more and keep the economy honest. However, this round, just to note, with the lost round bonus, they will have a double op.
Yeah, the double op setup switching into it, having some difficulties in these last 5 rounds. It's a 5-0 run for Team Liquid. After, I'm not going to call it a slow start, being down 0-3, just after a standard start. Liquid have wrestled that control away. 1 op on K-Serrato, that's going to be Boiler. 1 op on Art, that's at the B bomb site. And K-Serrato looking for a pickoff. Ooh, he had the shot he wanted. You're not going to get a chance to get away. Elysia's going to press that issue each and every time. 14 kills for Elysia. In my entire time as a coach of Team Liquid, probably being able to watch Elysia play on Inferno was one of the more impressive maps in my mind of watching him play. He's very, very good in that Boiler position, the Halls position, the mid position.
It's like 3 positions, all in one.
Yeah. It's got a deep playbook, Elysia.
Oh, I'll bet he does. Is that a nice thick book?
Binder, really.
Oh,
Ugh.
tell me more.
Here we go. Up mid. Oh, good trade. Stewie goes down, but Grim's got the follow-up frag. 14 HP, did take some damage. Yuri needs a multi-kill. He needs multiple. He's got a Liege. Now coming around the corner, it's Nap. They line up. They're such low health. He got the dink. If he could have converted one, he would have surely got the other as Grim and Nap on 5 and 7 health. And I don't know if Furia wants to go for this.
It's so frustrating when if you're a Furia fan right now and you're looking at the information that we have. Grim so low, Naf so low, AWP for Fallen, and he's the high HP player. So ultimately, it's whether or not he hits the shot, but you just can't afford it. You can't justify it, and they have to back away. They don't have all of that.
Yeah, no kits. You have to wait out that smoke that's in small pit. You've only got 2 flashbangs to work with. You know you're going to be retaking against an op. So I mean, even if the other players have low HP, that op is going to be able to peek at that long range retake with impunity. 3-6 as Furia get their scoreline doubled up.
Doubled up, and yeah, looking pretty solid because this is 6 rounds in a row as well. So that lost round bonus will be still maximized for the CTs. That's partly why you can justify the save. It just strengthens the buy around it. But to note, they did not get either of the AWPs back, as both K-Serrato and Art went down without finding... Well, I take that back. Art did get 1 kill, didn't he? But without finding much impact because it was traded. As we take a look at Venit. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve. Because they're going to need something. K-Serrato as well, just left on a P250. 5-7 Yuri. I thought they'd have a little more than this, but yeah, the lost round bonus, they were so invested. Only 3,400. It's not really enough on the CT side, so MP9 for Art. And Art is... got a lot of utility in front of him right now. Nade. Oh, Grim. He's just forward of that. Art jumps up, and Art's too smart as he spots out one more. Ooh, a dink on Stewie as well. But Stewie survives. Survives just barely. Drop could actually spray him down through the half wall, and he's going to take out Elysia as well. Now the rifle's working because Stewie walks in, and it's a 2K for Drop instead. Thank you very much, Mr. Stu. And stew over that, Liquid, because now they have to recover. Nap's going to try and do it, but Vinny says no. Absolutely not. Go back to spawn and wait for the next round, son.
That was really dangerous from Furia. The double push, you know, from lane. It felt like they weren't even aware of the possibility that Naf would be lurking there. They could have very easily been doubled up, and then Fallen would have rotated all the way over to the A bomb site with the bomb, and it would have been a weird post-plant 2v2 situation. Fallen still able to grab one. That's Drop who goes down. Yuri surely at some point going to time his step through the smoke, but Fallen's looking for it. Yuri around the edge of the smoke. Good on him. A little bit of a ninja. Portuguese ninja.
Portuguese ninja.
Brazilian ninja?
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is what their thing would be.
Well, yeah, I
wouldn't it?
know, but
But no, but like, because like samurais and all that, that's all, you know, samurais, ninjas, taekwondo, we prescribe that to the Asians. I'm trying to think if there's like a Brazilian, like samurai ninja equivalent.
I'm sure there is.
Some sort of folklore behind
I've
it.
not brushed up on my Brazilian ancient warrior knowledge.
Understood.
Whatever you want to call it. Vinny's going to drop a Molotov, prevent the jump up from Elige. Or at least just delay it. Good utility damage from Stewie. Tossing that nade out. Art's down to about half HP, but he's going to slide out with the op. Teammate at the half wall, waiting to help him out if it's necessary. Art is going to be hidden from Stewie kind of jiggle peeking if he does jiggle peek a little bit deeper, but not that much. Art gets blinded and forced off the angle and forced into the open. Drop goes for the follow-up peek. Beautiful headshot. Beautiful trade as well to keep things even. Extra smoke on the ground for Grim.
Drop's ready to go. They'll push in. Smoke still down, Drop. Both sides of it. In fact, they go for the stairs smoke to try and get up around Oranges. One, to try and force him deeper, to try and force him out, and Molotovs will help do it. Grim's got the kill. Grim with a decent showing so far in this game. 7 kills, not a ton, but it's contribution that's been noted. Elige is the one, again, as leads the way with a remarkable scoreline of 14 kills, just 10 rounds in this, the 11th. And Yuri trying to win this out, trying to make this a one-round game. As they did win the force buy in the last round. AK-47 to work with. Flash over. He's able to avoid it. No one peeks behind it. Bomb's already planted. They don't need to overextend. They need to buy time. Oh, Yuri, I'm sorry, son. That's not the smoke you were looking for.
No, that's not ideal. I don't think they necessarily would have gone for it either, but with that
This is
smoke,
bad.
yeah, it's going to die them an easy fallback, although Vinny clears up Naf, and that allows them to escape. 7-4. Liquid keep climbing up that scoreboard as another bomb goes off. And this is kind of cool. Liquid have just been able to really, I don't want to say abuse the B bomb site because it hasn't always been easy, but I mean, man, they're finding that kill there with some consistency, and then it's like, let's just go. Let's not waste time moving around the map trying to make things too complicated. Let's pull the trigger and get into the site and get that plant. So far, it's working. It's a 7-1 run. And another timeout called by Furia as they're trying desperately to put a stop to this. But ever since Liquid got their hands on guns in the 4th round, it's been all Team Liquid.
It has indeed. How's the B stream looking? As Gambit did actually manage to come back from a 14-11 on Vertigo and take map 1. I say that confidently because I actually came in here to get ready for us to go live again before I could see the end of that, but I'm fairly certain. Let me double check before I make a fool. I mean, I'm going to make a fool of myself today anyway, some way or another, but they did win 16-14. So
Yes.
It's not this time. Haha, joke's on you, everyone that wanted me to lose that bet. Heroic is beating Astralis 3-0, and that's a pretty sexual matchup in so many ways. Couldn't think of a better name for it, Jason, but yeah, controversial.
Sexual.
A lot of narratives.
Well, Liquid Fury, we are live back into the game. Round 12. Ooh, Stewie takes damage coming through the smoke. I don't think that will necessarily scare him away too much. It might have Grim shift into the point man position. Flashbang is out, drop swings wide. He goes down, but a good trade from Fallen. And Art wants nothing to do with it. 2 AWPs to defend this B bomb site. That's unique. One aggressive, one passive for the moment.
Now I'm trying to find an opening. They're actually going to bail out of the apartments at this point, 4-on-4. They want to try and get some control toward Banana, get something else going on the map. And with 3 players here, and 1, 2, 3 smokes to work with, 2 Molotovs, and only the single smoke for Arts, which he's going to deploy now to try and keep himself alive. It's not going to be much, but he did deploy it well. He gives Corsair a chance to fall back, and Corsair, he's got 2, and he's not done yet because he's got better positioning. He's only lagged out Fallen, who managed to elevate himself above, and he's going to look towards CT, knowing that the rotations are coming in that direction, but needs as well to consider that he has the time to put down the bomb, so he best do so. A 1-on-2. Mr. Brazil versus his disciples. And Vinny will work his way back toward the top of Banana. Fallen's positioning is great if they both come through from that side, but he has to consider that Palace is also a problem. Does he rotate all the way around? Does he try and swing CT, knowing that they've got to be at least this far forward? And if he gets that far, if he's able to get out that doorway and back to the lane, then he just has to work back through CT. It doesn't matter. Yuri's got him. Too many angles, too many things to consider. And Fallen's brain is big, but not enough wrinkles to solve that equation.
He had the right idea, just not the timing on it. Yuri was playing that so patiently. Yuri plays that excellent, waiting for the smoke from his teammate to pull the attention away before moving forward. And Fallen probably assumed after not seeing or hearing anyone that whole time that both players were going to be coming in that direction. Great sequence from Corsair. Boy, did Furia need that. And this is very similar to the Astralis game in the first half. Furia getting trounced, but just finding a way to get enough rounds to keep things relatively competitive. Now, the match didn't end competitive, but at least towards the end of the first half. And again, despite the fact that they're getting dominated when it comes to the gun round, the buffer of winning the pistol in the ensuing 2 rounds is quite nice for Furia. 5-7, just 2 rounds back.
Stewie with the Deagle. So yeah, the force buy win really set the tempo for this, didn't it? Because Liquid had full control of the economy. Stewie checking both sides of Banana, but then backing away. Arts hoping to get lucky. The war cry of the AWP firing through the wall. Serrato very passively holds the arch side from CT with his op. And Stewie. No work out from the apartments. Yuri tries to fire off some shots. He actually does catch Grim as they fall to the ground. Vinny, meanwhile, is still behind this smoke. And Naf goes down. He's still got the pit to hold. That's a lot of attention that has to go to the back lines. And that means coming in from the front of the site. Corsair is able to get one through the smoke, knowing that they'll be distracted. Again, Fallen finds himself in a clutch. He 1-1 on time already. The last one didn't go his way. It was a 1-on-2. This one's one more to ask of him, and he does at least get back to the pit. He switched to an AK because he knows the situation. He knows they're going to be looking for trades on this. Time will tick, but 2 kids in play. Corsair's not with one. He's getting baited out. He can't find a shot. Surely he goes down. Drop will get the kill with the M4. Picks him apart eventually, and we have a 1-round game at 7-6.
Yeah, well, there's a chance that it gets even a little bit closer. Furious climbing right back into the map, and Liquid, even with that plant, going to be not the money's not terrible, but you have Elysian Fallen who can buy AK-47. Stewie, Naf, and Grim do not have enough cash for that kind of a rifle, so probably back onto the pistols, and it'll be interesting what decision Liquid go for this. They did have a Hero AK previously. Good round again from Furia. When they're able to find, this might be why we're seeing Liquid end so much of the B bomb site. These A hits, actually, Furia's defense has done a pretty good job of negating some of the early entry attempts and being able to bring reinforcements over in time. A has not nearly been as successful as B. Alicia's passed a Hero AK just like previously in this game. It was passed over to Stewie at that point, and again, it's Fallen who does that, so being a little bit of a generous in-game leader to make sure his star players have what they can to get going, to find a hot hand. Elysia with 14 kills, Fallen with 12.
And he gets Stewie down as he was continuing to try and find an opening pick with that Deagle. Fallen's in a similar position, but with flames down, can't do anything of it. Just trying to get a read on the defense at this point in time. And Liege is going to sneak up. That AK going into the apartments could be interesting at this point, because if he's able to get the opening pick at the site, if he's able to get Case Serrato, okay, smoke timing is going to change all that, and they've rotated. My point was going to be, if he could find the one in the site, he actually swings to the lane. He gets 2, but they're aware now that Elige is there. And he's being cheeky with this smoke. Oh, he spotted. Case Serrato's got him. So Elige gone this time. Not much you could hope for. Yuri now waiting as well to see what else will come this direction. We should have a tie game if they're able to continue playing this methodically against pistols. Good bait in. Case Serrato finds that, and Vinny sprays down 2. Pretty straightforward. And well-disciplined round. Good discipline in that round from Furia.
Well, this went from everything was happy and comfortable to oh dear. They've caught back up very quickly. It was 7-1 run at some point. It's now 4 of the last 5 rounds have gone to Furia.
A deer? Like a dog with horns?
It's like a liquid sandwich on the scoreboard.
It was a Montoya reference. Never mind. But yeah, liquid sandwich. Don't think that would very much... like, it wouldn't do well to hold the meat in place, you know?
No.
How are you supposed to hold a liquid sandwich?
That's a fair point. I didn't really think about that before I said it.
Yeah. Hang on. You could freeze the liquid. And then break your teeth.
Eat it real quick before it melts. Stewie the point man on banana.
Some would say it would melt in your mouth, Jason.
Not in your hands. Naf's found one. Elige is also traded. Trades all across the board into a 3v3 very quick, and there's the AWP in the back lines over at the B bomb site. Vinny's going to get some information. Going to get a lot of information and a kill. So AWP in library, AWP at the B bomb site, and Vinny talking about how A is cleared at the moment.
Powerful dart from Arch, straight through Stewie. Fallen works in there with the ball, and that smoke being planted, just wants to get it down, just wants to get money. Just wants to do anything, but it's round 15, so it's actually not about the money, and I'm an idiot. But Fallen is not. Let's see if he can make this work, because it is another clutch attempt for him, another one that he'll find himself in awkwardly in a 1-on-3. He's going to hold this with the Galil. Doesn't want to give him his position away. The more time he can get without being forced-faced, the better. He's got the first. Is he aware that the backlines are occupied, though? Is he aware that there could be a swing from Emo? He's got 2 already. No, he's not. And it's going to be a one-shot double deagle. Deadly tap from Art Dooley, that's the word, as he gets the kill and the defuse. There was enough time, I think, for that. No question about it. But, yeah, I didn't have any idea. That was very patient from Art to let his teammates come to the forefront of the site.
I feel like Fallen was put in like 3 clutch situations in this second half during this little Furia run to close out the first half, excuse me. And he didn't win any of them. I mean, that one was tough. 1v3. You're stuck in water. He had the 1v3 earlier at the A bomb site, and a 1v2 at the B bomb site as well, and just couldn't come out on top of any of them. Tough situations all. No blame sent that direction, but Liquid would have loved to have one of those rounds. 1-round lead for Furia. Look, I know I'm from North America, and I know I was, formerly with Liquid, but that feels like a weird thing to say considering how that half felt for most of the going.
It's all right. Just like the North American teams, I also had a round where I was off there, so it's fine. We'll just forget it ever happened and get started, okay? Double deagle would be pretty menacing, I think.
That'd be unfair. That'd be unreasonable. Fast pace. Here we go. B-Rush. Nade is going to be dropped out by Naf. That's great damage. Softens him up in a big way, but that one hurts. Stewie falls. That means Naf has to stay passive now that his teammate, his crossfire, is no longer there, and Naf has been brought down to 10 HP. So Furia have just exploded into this bomb site.
Elige is going to try and work with his teammates to get back into the site, but Explosion is absolutely right, and might be the case because that bomb is ticking. About half of its duration gone already. Art with 1. Not a double deagle this time, it's just a Glock, but Caserado gets 2 on that weapon. And even though Naf had the equal amounts, it wasn't enough because he got the only kills for his team, for Team Liquid in that round. And now we find ourselves with Furia having a 2-round lead, and the momentum on the second half, good position to be in. See, if you did play for money in the last round, maybe you could unlock double deagles. Maybe I'm smarter than all of you, chat. Stop picking on me. You guys are bullies, and I hate you.
You and Twitch chat have a very weird relationship.
Oh, it's fine.
It's fun?
I know they're just playing hard to get.
Okay.
I know they want me. As Elige waits in the cubby, he's going to want someone to walk out and try and... Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, throw him a bit of utility. Give him another smoke to work with.
Just in case a Molotov comes in. That allows Fallen to move around, and also with 30 HP, Stray Bullet can't take a smoke away from the Team Liquid side. Furia looking good all of a sudden. This has been a map of huge runs from each team. At the moment, the momentum is squarely in the grips of Furia. Smoke out for the front of the site, flashbang as well. Counter utility used at the 1 minute mark. Furia never had plans to utilize that except to kind of clear top boxes. Not bad from Art. Finds Stewie spamming through smoke. He's down to 3 HP. He'd like to have that one back perhaps. And Nath able to just drop a magazine into the smoke and rotate back around to the site. Furia, they're going to end here. As Elige finds Vinny, and now they have to pull the trigger on the B exec. They have to just go for it. Flashbang is going to slow things down, but that's the high HP and the heavily weaponed defender of this bomb site, and Stewie with 3 health had nothing to do except die. Elige is here, but really, again, not much to do with being smoked out, with the bomb already being planted.
Elige should be able to buy some space here, but unfortunately, not more than a kill would go his way. He could sneak into Emo right now at Dark Box. Drop. Didn't spot him, got into the cubby, thought he was actually going to be a little bit closer and see him on the cross, but just enough behind the corner. Grim going down gives information, but now Elige, he didn't have any information about the backlines. That gives him up, and unfortunately, I thought he might probe the site a little bit more and find at least a kill, get a gun, maybe makes things awkward, but round was too far gone either way at that point, so Furia get away now 10-7. And again, these are the 1-to-1 matchups. All elimination matches are best of 3s. And that would mean, obviously, the winner of this gets into the upper side of the bracket. For the bottom side of this, both these teams have had struggles as of late. I think a lot of teams have, right? That is the narrative of this major. We don't really know what to expect online. Certain teams endured. Other teams kind of failed to keep the rosters intact or motivated. And you don't, in the Legend stage right now, you don't want to be facing elimination.
No.
It's wide open.
You certainly don't want to deal with having to run through a gauntlet of having to win 2 best of 3s. You know, facing elimination at 2-2 is one thing. When you're 0-2 or 1-2, man, that feels scary. There's a lot of pressure on that. Furia probing towards the B bomb site. 3 players already peering in with cover of smoke in the CT choke point. It's a mid-stack for Team Liquid, but it doesn't look like Furia is ever going to have to see it, ever going to have to spring it. And they might get that information without ever even needing to peek. Vinny can stick around and try and build up some bonus money because his team is calling that the B bomb site is clear. It's time for Vinny to shine. That early dink might actually shy him away. He's got a double kill with the MAC-10, so a little bit of bonus money. Round's going to be to Furia. 11-7, it's going to be a 4-round lead. Not just a 4-round lead, but it's, you know, 7 in a row. 8 of the last 9 rounds going to Furia.
That's actually a good point, because, yeah, it was Liquid that won 7 of 8 and 6 in a row in the first half, so it's just completely swapped. My, how the turntables. Stewie will take down Art. Drop is sneaking through the highway position, though, and should be able to get in behind them, even though they think they're clever. They think they can get away with a weapon. AK staring them down as well as K Serato at range makes no mistake on the kill. And now I think they're aware that they have gone in behind. And Stewie doing what he can. The smoke criminal, as he's known. He doesn't work. Doesn't matter. Drop's got him out of the picture, and Elige was waiting to see if anyone would exit Banana. Instead, as his teammates were trying to force them that direction, that was kind of the play, right? Go through CT. Why would they battle it? And if they come out that direction, he gets a kill and gets a gun, but it's not going to happen. The AK stay up, and Elige gets nothing for his efforts. And despite the tactic, he has 49.50, and there will be money this time, as expected for Team Liquid, so they'll buy into this.
Well, as the desk said leading into this match, historically Liquid, when they won the Grand Slam, it was based on those CT sides. They had a lockdown defense. It's looking like they're going to need to find some of that same mentality here, so this CT side can propel them back into the game, close the gap in the scoreline, help them overcome regional rivals. Stewie behind the smoke gets destroyed by a flashbang in Corsair. And that's the other thing too. Remember, there's also a blueprint of how to completely dismantle Furia's T-side. Astralis just did it yesterday. A lot of it was aggression down Banana. They controlled that pretty much whenever they wanted. Obviously a bummer that Stewie couldn't maintain that dominance here in this first gun round. But it felt like if you control Banana and you put a stop early and you get that opening pick on Furia, much, much less dangerous and much less dynamic.
Smoke goes down to cover off the connection to B. That's a late smoke, 49 seconds. That'll get us to around the 30-second mark before there's even a chance or a hint of going through that. Now still trying to peek to make sure they don't, because let's face it, teams have gone through those on many occasions. And Elige now sees the execution, sees the flash, wants to try and give Nap a chance to peek, but he's smoked. They held enough. So the initial smoke might have bought space, but now the time is in the favor of Furia. 20 seconds, and they've forced the perimeters of the site to be completely covered off. And Elige backing away slightly. Do they consider this? There's 2 players in A that are not rotating. I think they're going to call. I think they're going to get back on this and just give it up, despite that they're down only 1 man. They don't want to risk the money.
Yeah. Well, I thought they'd at least stick around and see if they could add 1 more onto it. I guess they had their chances. Got a couple of players low through those smokes, but whew, that one hurts to give up. But you're right. They can't really. If they lose everything on that retake and with no kits, with very little utility, and as you said, with a couple players very far away, if they go for that and lose everything, you might as well start rolling out the red carpet for Furia, who's going to be able to march up to 15, 16 rounds pretty quickly. So, 5-round lead now for Furia. It's going to be 12-7.
I hate to disappoint the Naffers out there, but he has been slow so far in this major. He has not risen to the occasion, and the high skill ceiling we know that he has. And only 7 kills again today. See if he can turn that around now with the money that they'll have for the obvious save. Yesterday he did go 19-8 in the win against Ents. But he certainly hasn't had breakouts that we know he can. So we'll see if that changes. Corsair Naf nearly got away with one there as they tried to get him flashed in, but unfortunately he was spotted. Corsair with an AK instead. Drop will burn alive as Elige takes him down despite being dead already. The remaining Molotov was able to get the kill, but it's all onto Grim. That is an explosive take. Corsair's on 24 kills right now. Yeah, well, look, 2 things. Obviously, Corsair going in through that smoke. I think it was Stewie was the one who passed by him into the smoke as well in front of half wall. Naf never had any idea. Stewie never had any idea. And this is why pros, in many reasons, really feel uncomfortable in best of ones, because look at the way someone like Corsair can just influence and dictate so much, having 1 game with the hot hand. 24 kills, and he's just battering Liquid in this map. Just to throw the cat among the chickens as well. I know that's not the saying, but there was a chicken on screen. This is, again, a 1-on-1 game, and the 2-on-1 bracket is lethal, and right now, Heroic is up 10-2 over Astralis, which means they're going to be potentially 1-2, which, man, that's a tough position, because we know they can rise. We saw them last week do it. So far, Heroic just absolutely battering them. And last night, I didn't think... That would actually... So, yeah. Nip destroyed them last night. But they weren't even in the game. Like, they weren't playing. I don't know what was going on. I thought they would come out swinging and be bitter about that. And now they're getting wrecked again by another rivalry. Both of their rivals are going to... That's ridiculous. That's actually incredible when you think about that. Both teams that they would have wanted to send a statement to just slaughtered them. That says something. Back-to-back grudge matches. I'm also going to be like 0-4 in my predictions today. And I was actually... I'm pretty sure I had the most right of anyone so far. So I just got wrecked. So... Thanks, everyone. Well, think about this one, too, Matt. If Liquid go 1-2 and Astralis go 1-2, that rivalry has been well storied over the years. But usually, when both teams are at their peak competing for a championship, and it's been dominated by Astralis, now you would have like a diminished Astralis against Liquid in an elimination match. That's less of a grudge match more than like an actual in-game rivalry. But you're right. There's definitely history between them. Yeah, I mean, no grudge match. It's just about the fact that they've just ran into each other so many times and historically been dominated by Astralis. And for Liquid to be sitting in a place where you'd have to overcome that kind of history, that kind of mental block for elimination at the major,
Maybe Naf is on the same wavelength as you, where he's felt a little bit outgunned, outmatched in this game because he's got the AWP over towards the B bomb site. Stewie rotating back to A as well. Furia is about to pick up the pace on this bomb site. It's only a matter of time. Stewie struggling through the smoke. He's going to go down. Oh, this is not looking good. Double pit set up for Grim and Elige. They both need to deliver. Excuse me.
Ooh. They do need to deliver, but the fact that Elige get through the smoke, this is a problem because it could have gone both ways. It could have gone both ways, and that Elige could have surprised them and actually wrapped back into the site, but Art knew because Elige made noise that he had to come back through. Holds the angle and gets the headshot, and Elige was not set for it. Bombs planted safely inside. Now, Grim is still anchoring this position, which is a problem because they cannot leave the platform. They can't actually establish anything, but it's going to be the isolated position. Art knows he's peeking, and unfortunately, Grim did not leave pit fast enough, but he does slide out, and Art's low HP. Grim gets the win, and finally, Liquid win another after, what was that? How many rounds, Jason?
No, it was a lot.
A lot. 9 rounds in a row for Furia. They finally get one back in the winning column.
Yeah, that's something crazy. Yeah, no worries about Grim kind of leaving Naf out to dry with a little bit of a missed timing. As long as he wins the clutch, who cares? But that's a costly victory for Team Liquid. They are going to have the AWP. They're going to pass that back over. Again, it's going to remain in the hands of Naf towards the B bomb site. But they're playing on the edge of an economic cliff. No money behind this buy from Team Liquid. 13-8. Furia with the 5-round lead, just 3 rounds away from victory here on Inferno. They got to do it on hard mode as well. Furia's got plenty of money built up through this winning streak. If you're Liquid, you have to win at least 2 more rounds in a row before Furia's going to be feeling the sting of a lack of cash.
So Molotov out to try and clear the top side of Banana. That will limit the position right now that it looked as though Fallen wanted to take. Interesting that Fallen's on the MP9 and Naf's on the op. Maybe they're just trying to get him going, right? This is the team play. Come on, Naf, you got this. Give him something. Let him change up his fortunes.
That's a tough shot.
Very tough shot.
That's a very. He's hoping for a jiggle peek around that corner, and that's what he'd be going for. If K-Serrato leads the way, wide swinging, going fast around the corner, man, that's gonna be a very, very difficult reaction shot to hit. Smoke is out. In fact, that's front of bomb site. Again, just trying to bait out some kind of a response, see what they're playing up against.
I'm still waiting for it. Not the jiggle peek. Couldn't hit it. Now he's smoked off. K-Serrato's in. Over top of the oranges. Fallen has no chance on that at all. And Naf's going to try and save this up. He has to. Got to get away. Running down the wall is always risky. Bit linear, but Stewie goes back to see if he can hold them off. I think he needs to just bail out at this point as well. Commit to this save. Get out of there. 14 for Furia. At least try and look for some exits and make sure that they get the information if they are going to chase this, but I don't think it's going to happen. Fury is playing a very disciplined game right now. I made a lot of mention of the fact that these are best of ones. Our best of threes start after this, and that will, of course, determine by the end of the day which of our 2 teams eliminated in this stage are, first 2 teams that is, and which 2 teams will move forward and qualify for the Avicii Arena for the top 8, the Legend stage, the first LAN in front of a crowd in years and years and years. Since I was a wee little boy, Jason.
Wee little boy. Look at those odds. Hot damn. Hot damn! 8-14, 6-round lead, and a timeout called from Liquid. Yeah, I need to discuss something. Need to get back in the mood. And look, I mean, here's the reality of the situation. That's about the last time I think you can really save the weapons instead of going for a retake. So, you know, if you're Liquid, it's like maybe a little bit more aggression at the point of attack. Maybe stop them from taking that B bomb site. Maybe live or die by that kind of a battle instead of playing for a scenario where you can save the weapons, because you just can't. You can't expect that you're going to be able to rattle off 7 in a row if you let Furia get to 15. Tough scenario to be in for Team Liquid. Mentioned a couple times, just in case you guys didn't hear it, this is a 1-on-1 matchup, so whoever loses will not be eliminated from the Legends stage. And after this, it's best of 3s for both squads for the rest of the way.
Now with the nades and the Molotov as well that's thrown down, or rather incendiary, but there is a Molotov. It's thrown up against them as they each battle well, awkward situation to try and get Banana. The Flash actually wins it. The smoke extinguished. Stewie knew they were close, but now he's lost. Smoked criminal Stewie. Can he get away with this? 2 HP? Not a chance. Although he nearly lined them up so that they did team damage to one another. And Naf will come out and find one. They hit both. Doubled. He hit both. They absolutely got doubled through it. But Naf still gets away with his... Oh, excuse me. That was still a residual kill from the kill feed. I thought he actually got the shot as he faded off of that. But yes, that was good damage done.
That's great damage done. Unfortunately, I don't know if there's any way they can confirm that it was a double, that 2 players will be low. Oh, this is scary, though. If they attack back towards B into Fallen's position, there's a window of opportunity for Furia. They're going to have to be cautious about moving up Banana, and that's going to give time to Liquid to clear out the rest of the map. But even the support system towards the B bomb site, NAF, has very little utility and very little HP. And Fallen has no nades to slow down this hit. He would love a Molotov, love a smoke. That's in NAF's hands. When this hit comes in, Fallen's going to have to play it perfectly. There's the jump over, the shot, and Fallen backs away. Still lucky to be alive. 4 health. Flashbangs in, Nap spamming, and Furia being patient, waiting for it all to subside. Ooh. And it's going to be a post plant for Team Liquid, and again, they cannot run away from this one.
The fortunate part for Fallen is that there's no utility left for Furia because he's in a very fragile position, a nade, anything at all. 4 HP is still fragile, don't get me wrong, but does mean he can be a little more confident in that situation, and whether or not he knows that, he's still going to hold his nerve and try and wait for this AWP to be relevant. Vinny stays on top of the coffins. Looking for map points. Fallen wants to try and get in. Grim's going to get the information. His aim off. His aim's just not there. And Vinny does take Fallen on the peak. It's all down to Naf. And this is why you want Naf on staff, to try and win these clutches, but he cannot do it. He'll get shut down, and it's been a quiet game for him that does not have a moment to sing. It is now map point for Furia.
Oh, this is, that's a tough retake, especially when Elige gets picked off for the AWP, just trying to move up into position. He was the high HP player, and it goes back to that collateral, the double, that brings both Fallen and Naf down low below 20 HP. Potentially the final round for the map coming in, 15-8. Liquid have to go on a 7-round run just to force overtime. Furia in a commanding position off the back of ceea. Even though he's actually been relatively quiet these past 3 or 4 rounds, he's got 25 kills on the map. He's been an absolute monster throughout. And Liquid obviously struggling to put a stop to his tear.
Stewie 2K sneaks into the sights. There's a very specific famous multi-kill that North Americans will not forget that Stewie once achieved from that position, but he was on an op. And it was a much different situation.
Happier times, really.
You could say that.
Happier times.
Oh, if we only knew what we had then, Jason.
Yep. Oh, yes. Quiet on the map.
Well,
look at the nades for Liquid running out of utility. That would be beautiful to get that spam kill. At least ceea brought down low. The hot hand is forced back.
And despite these weapons right now, if you're Liquid, you've got to listen to the words of the great philosopher Bon Jovi and don't stop believing, because they need this round and want to try and force this out. Grim's going to try and make a play, but he's actually going to go buy Vinny at this point. Ooh, and Vinny, if he had been a little bit closer to the balcony there, he may have seen him in the periphery walking underneath, but they're going to miss each other.
Well, actually, Vinny may catch him if he peeks down mid, but regardless, this is the battle we got to worry about. Yuri's got the entry, and the boost up. Elige over top, no one looking for it. Naf's going to take attention away. Elige pounces, double kill, and that should be the round. Yeah, they can't plant, and ceea, he won't get hunted down, but...
Ooh, he thinks he's going to be. He's got rid of the op. I mean, they've got tons of money, and he goes for the AK instead, but it just absolutely guarantees the op is not going to be a factor for them. And there was a small detail as all of that transpired, and ultimately was the more important thing to watch. But you're right, he was spotted down middle, Grim, and that allowed ceea to get the information. They didn't take the shot, Vinny, but it was still not enough time to win them out the round. Elige with a good double, and now Liquid have a bit more hope as they get themselves into A 9th round. Crazy to think they had 6 rounds, 7 out of 8 at one point in this game, and we're in full control. It's just completely gone dead since then. And this still won't break the tees. Yuri's got a ton of money. I mean, I know he hasn't bought yet. Now he has. He sells $5 grand. They've got a buy in hand essentially with Serato as well.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Literally, Liquid's playing this game on Nightmare mode, where you have to burn through so much of your opponent's cash.
So fitting on Halloween.
Yeah.
It's Fright Night, baby.
I forgot that it's Halloween.
I know, we did. I'm not going to lie, everyone. We tried to get morph suits that were green so we could just be invisible in the green room.
Floating heads.
Yep, floating heads. And unfortunately, we're lazy and didn't actually execute on that.
Usually happens with these
I
ideas.
thought Jason was going to do it, to be honest. So it's your fault.
Yeah, I'll take it. It's all good. Well, Liquid's got the first. 6 more.
Didn't think we'd even find ourselves in this position, to be honest, the way it was going for Liquid. They just could not find kills, or at least an abundance of them to win out rounds. And it did seem like it was inevitably over a few rounds ago, but we're still finding ourselves alive in this. Flash in, Stewie looks the wrong direction and drop, gets the shot with the AK. It's fallen now. Sits back with an MP9. He's Molotov'd off the angle. Naf's the only one left with a rifle inside of the site, and he'll counter-smoke that of the one they put on the doorway. Drop has gone low. Naf gets him through the smoke, and he's teched Serato as well. He won't know that, but 49 HP is significant. The problem is that Elige is on 12. Naf himself is on 54. So they'll boost Naf to try and get that M4 back into a powerful position.
That's kind of cool, too, because Furia might believe he's in the bomb site. They might believe he shifted in. He was at Coffins. There's the SMG taking attention away. They're coming through the smoke, though. They run right at him. Naf's got the kill. Serato. One of the SMG got the M4. Art's going to tap the bomb, see what the response is, trying to find something through the smoke, and they bail out. There is Vinny to be put into play. Grim, it's all about the timing. That's horrible. Couldn't have gone worse, and Elige has no HP. He can't do anything to stand up to this pressure. Fury has found the escape route. The bomb is en route.
I don't know that I agree with Grim's positioning even at that point. I know what he's considering. He's trying to back into library, but why
Think of the pressure of the situation.
Yeah, obviously he's expecting to rotate and then realizes there's a possibility they come back on him and he's caught. Yuri is going to catch them on rotation. He waited down at the bottom of the middle with the AWP, and Naf gone as well. It's all on Elige to try and keep it alive. And he's got a problem, a massive problem, as they have the graveyard covered off, and the Gravedigger is Vinny in this round. 16-9. Furia go forward, and there's so many duels the aim just didn't hit, similar to Vertigo yesterday.
Well, you also got to give credit to Furia in that final round as well. The creative nature of pulling off that fake. That's Art getting into the site, tapping the plant, walking back out, and that's what causes Elige and Grim both to start moving over. What, less than about 20 seconds on the clock when that tap comes in? They're convinced it's going to be the B bomb site, the poor guys. Completely trucked from the other side. Nice job from Vinny to create that escape route. And that's a 12-2 run for Furia to close out the map, which is absolutely mental, considering Liquid had a wild run of their own. What, 7-1?
Yeah, exactly. 7-1 and 7 of the 8 rounds, to be specific. They won 6 in a row. Just to note as well, Drop has been someone that's been kind of talked about and maybe under the microscope a little bit, certainly has the Brazilian pressure on him and the fact that he's coming into this roster in that what I call the revolving door of a 5th position, and had a reasonably good game. 16-16, nothing incredible, but definitely held his own in duels. Even at the end there, taking down Stewie on the peak at Banana and keeping them in that keeping them in control of that position, which ultimately kept the CTs locked on B. And we saw what that meant. Grim starts to rotate, realizes, well, hang on, they actually can bail out of this and come back my direction, and you're right, the timing was horrible. It was the worst possible situation.
That's a really hard call to make as that player, too, because obviously the pit player is supposed to stay, you know, in the pit. But, like, it's usually, the rule is usually like, I mean, the comms at that time are probably like they're planning B, they're planning B, they're planning B, and so he's getting pulled in 2 different directions. You had the pressure of the major, at the pressure of the scoreline 15-9, you had the pressure of how much time is left in the round, and obviously, man, bad decision, that's a recipe for it, and it's hard to blame him, but obviously it looks a little ugly there. And look, props to Furia. That's going to be crushing for Team Liquid.
Yeah, that is going to be very crushing for Team Liquid. Jason, I like your sweater.
Thank you.
We've unintentionally dressed very matchy throughout. It
Relatively
just
similar.
goes to show that we just have a thing for each other. I wonder if Richard has a thing for anyone these days, but we'll find out on the desk.
Save me.
Yes, a familiar tale for Team Liquid fans. My heart and sympathies with you right now. But let's talk about Fabulous Furia on the desk, guys. I mean, Serato going to talk about him, highlight his importance as a player. I love him and Yuri and the interplay and what they had, but this was a powerhouse performance from a guy that you always want to see more of.
I absolutely agree with you. I think ceea and Yuri have this quite singular ability to take over a game if they hit the peak at the right time, and this was a good example right here. Overall, I guess the T side of Furia was extremely great, and that was a pleasure to see. But when you have ceea that pops off like this, and no one can stop him, and he's giving you double entries on site, life must be so good for Art, like, you know, ceea. But it was not just him. I think it would be a disservice to Furia to say that.
Absolutely. Like, we were critical of Furia's, you know, the T sides, the aggression coming out from them earlier. They redeemed themselves, at least in my eyes, at least temporarily on this very map. The aggression they were showing on the banana area, incredible banana control. And Liquid, we talk about their defense, that B defense just evaporated right in front of our eyes. And the way they were doing it as well, I mean, if I'm Stewie, I'm just pissed off right now. The amount of times he was getting killed through the smokes, he was trying to be cheeky, play on the smokes, but Furia were always a couple of steps ahead of them. And then at the same time, you have all this pressure towards the B side, and then you have Vinny just finding the right timing to catch Grim off guard, cut off the rotation. And gentlemen, out of all the rounds they won on that T side, by the way, they only dropped 2 rounds. Every one of those rounds were on the B bomb side.
Yeah,
it was a problem.
Yeah, you know, it was a constant thorn in their side, a constant problem. I mean, Maniac, in your professional opinion, you know, having played this map, you know, so many times, you know, was that Furia's brilliance, or is this Team Liquid falling apart?
I think that Liquid definitely dropped the ball on their CT side. Also because, as in my win conditions, I painted this defense on the side of Liquid that should be and has been through the years the main point of contention for them. That was not the case here. You're looking at the first half. Liquid managed to make 7 rounds, take 7 rounds on the board while losing the pistol run. It's decent. The first half is very decent if you're a Liquid fan, and then suddenly everything goes to hell in the defense.
I'll give you another state to paint a grimmer picture for the side of Liquid, right? There were 18 opening duels, which Stewie and Grim were a part of. 18. They won 4.
Wow. Yeah, that is problematic. You know, you're talking about the B side. It is, for sure, the point of contention. That is where everything happened on the second half.
Yep.
And unfortunately for Liquid, either when they were trying to block the attack, they didn't have what they needed to retake, and we saw them kind of give up situations. But it was even argued by the casters, like, are they gonna even try? Will they not try and peek and prod? Maybe there's something to be done. They never really had that just optimal trade, favorable trade that gives you a way in, and you have to respect Furia for that. Their trading game was on point, their spacing was on point, and as a result, as you can see, it was very complicated for Liquid to get back in. But it is a tragedy to lose a map like this solely based on the B side. Must hurt for Liquid.
Yeah, and look, let's just talk a little bit about, you know, Team Liquid within the context of the tournament so far. Obviously, now this puts them on the brink, and so many people had high hopes for Team Liquid. They just haven't really impressed me, and I haven't seen an appreciable improvement from the team. That, yes, they won the North American RMR. I was there, I watched it firsthand. But I said at the time, you know, the caliber of opponents they're struggling against here, it doesn't bode well moving forward. And this just seems to be a feature of this Team Liquid roster.
I agree with you. I think the problem for me, Richard, is that the premise of this major is that some players, with their experience, with their tenure, are going to shine. Maybe outshine their former selves of the past year. You look at Liquid, they're one of the most tenured team we have at the event. We're talking about 4 players who've had MVPs at times. They've been featuring the HLTV Top 20. They've been to majors. We have Fallen, double major winner, but other of these players have also made it already to the playoffs multiple times. And somehow this is just not happening. The same kind of charisma, the same kind of magic is not happening yet with Liquid. They haven't really taken off. They had one good game, but that's it. And yeah, you're left wondering. You're left hungry for more for Liquid.
Well, I'll ask about Grim, or Grimothy as my boys Hugo and Harry call him. Obviously, he's a player that, you know, this type of experience is all new to him. You know, obviously first major and everything. And, you know, there were a couple of mistakes from him today. I always think that the other teammates of his are maybe a little bit critical. I've heard in a couple of interviews, they say, we're still trying to develop Grim, we're still trying to get him to learn. This is the first time I've really thought they might have a point, because there were a couple of instances where he kind of got caught in no man's land and was exploited, and you can see that mostly exploited by the MVP ceea. But yeah, Blair, do you think Grim's coming along nicely, or are we starting to ask questions at this level?
I really hate to harp on just the one player here, right? Because it was obviously
of course, it's a team
failure.
failing,
yeah,
sure.
Indeed, but like Maniac and I were just discussing this right before we went live as well, like the final round where they were you know, facing some resistance on the B bomb side. Grim's job was to remain as the anchor towards A. Instead, as you pointed out, Richard, who was caught in no man's land, was caught looking the wrong direction. And Vinny, he has that innate sense to find the right timing. But if Grim just remained, he stayed put on the side or maybe towards a pit position where he's usually very comfortable on, at least maybe they could have averted that that early defeat, so to speak. So yes, you can see just the lack of experience starting to show, especially when the pressure is going to keep on mounting now.
And that's a mistake. This last round is a mistake. Unfortunately, it kind of paints the picture of Grim. You put him in position where it is a little bit of a shadowy job, because on one hand, you're not going to have a truck ton of fights, and it's going to be at times maybe in an active game, but it's a position in where if you make one mistake, it's it. That is it. Your death as the pit player over-rotating to the B side, you lose. That's it. That's the end. The round is done. And this is exactly what happened at the very end. So as a result, if you're Liquid, you kind of have to think, okay, who do we want in this position? But because there's going to be some decisions being involved as the round is progressing. Do I push? Do I not? Where do I go? And at that game, unfortunately, Green made a mistake. And I'm going to be honest, I've seen it happen on multiple occurrences, not just this game.
Okay. We're talking about inexperience. Obviously, Furia have been to majors before, but never got to the promised land of the actual, Final 8 and the playoffs. One best of 3 away from doing it. How are we feeling about them? Let's do a temperature check.
I'll beat the Debbie down just for a second.
Okay.
We've only seen them on Inferno. I would like to see more. I would like to see more.
We will, indeed, right? We're going to be seeing the best of 3s coming up.
We do.
I put them, I know you don't really give a shit about pick'ems, Richard, but I do.
I didn't even do one this time.
There we go.
So there you go.
Doesn't even have Counter-Strike
The host
installed.
not contributing financially to the CS economy.
Of course.
Reddit thread now, please.
I did have them. I did have them, though. As a team, I expected to make it through to the next stage. I did. I believe they could potentially pull off some of these best-of-1 wins, which have managed to do so, but now is a real test coming on in. And for the side of Furia, I know we've discussed in detail about how they've been struggling to find the fifth. It looks like in the form of drop, they've found a solid foundation of which they can work off on. Now is the time for you guys to deliver. 2-1, you have a couple of opportunities to make it here. You need to deliver now.
Yeah, well, I hope they can, because obviously, huge Brazilian fan base, so many passionate CS fans. Obviously, this major could have been in Brazil if it wasn't for the way things had panned out.
The last Brazilian team remaining as well.
Exactly. So, seriously, would like Furia to do it just for that, if for nothing else. But they're nice guys.
Yeah, and the tenacity as well.
Lovely guys.
So, all these revolving door fifth player they had to deal with, and this core sticking together. They've been together for years now, and finally, a bright light, making it to the playoffs. Like, I appreciate your honesty putting them in your pick-ems, because to me it feels like it would need a magic trick for you have to be a top 8 team at the major when you know
I
how
am
much
a bit of a lunatic, Maniac.
Sometimes you have to be eccentric.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
I've definitely seen that in our time off camera. Anyway, look, guys, as always, it is great to get your thoughts. We're going to go to a quick break, and of course, when we come back, the legend stage of the major is going to continue, so make sure you continue with us. We'll see you soon.
Your favorites will play soon. You hope for the win. Excited about the game. But something has changed. You start to doubt. Will they pull it off? Or will they drift away? You pull yourself together. Because you're sure they're revved up to win. You know they've prepared. They've picked the right course. And even when there's no chance, you believe they will win. GG Bet. Be excited.
Welcome back to the PGL Major Stockholm. Now, if today's Counter-Strike was a meal, those best of ones, that's the bread. You don't fill up on those because we got best of threes coming. Delicious, delicious main courses. Maniac and Blair. G2 versus Entropic. What a story. I'll just put a few little, condiments on the table for the meal before you tuck in.
Do it.
Entropic, the real surprise. All the talk about Copenhagen Flames, sure. Entropic beat Gambit. Heavy, on their map pick, come from nowhere, within touching distance now, one best of three of going to the Avicii Arena. We didn't think that would be possible. G2, up and down prior to this. They played themselves into being the third best team in the world, struggled against Gambit, struggled against Na'Vi, seemed to be overcoming that hump, then went to a Pro League where they go 0-5, disaster, and they've been scrambling to get back to it since. Looking very good here at the Major. So, scene is set. Let's talk about G2.
Yeah, we can talk about G2, and I just want to take a second to pay my respect as well for the reaction. Because you're right talking about the context. This is definitely what everyone had on their mind when it comes to G2. This catastrophe of a post-break, 0-5 at EPL, they go to Blast, they get sent to Showdown, and then they barely do what they need to do at the IM Fold to be here in the third spot. And we thought G2 come to the Major with more doubts than conviction, with more questions than answer. What are we going to see? But at the end of the day, they're 2-0 right now, one best of three away from being the playoffs. So kudos to them for the reaction.
And not just the way, not just the fact that 2-0, but it's the way they got here, right? Copenhagen Flames have been quietly, you have the meme of the Grim Reaper walking to each door, knocking and taking everyone down. They knock on G2's door and Nico just kicks them out of the room, right? They've looked incredible. They beat Copenhagen Flames pretty convincingly on the map of Ancient. And then they go up against FaZe yesterday. Now, yes, we know how Carrigan seems to have a problem with, his X-teams and all of that. But the fact that they completely banged out FaZe, not just from a tactical standpoint, but for individually, everyone is looking fantastic. Amanek was running in like a lunatic and getting all those crazy kills as well. The question is, Maniac, can this be sustained?
I mean, the question is, on these two players we have right there, Nico and Hunter, what a beautiful story. The family members together in this. Can you imagine? Can you imagine how that links you to your teammate next to you? You're at the Major. You're one game away from making the playoffs. This is what you've been dreaming for, what you've been preparing for. And suddenly Hunter catches on fire in the first few games.
Less positive angle. Can you imagine how it makes everyone else that isn't related feel when they have a bad performance?
Include me, please. No, I know what you mean. Yeah, right? And it is always a bit of a double-edged sword in that sense. I personally reject the storyline that Nico creates any issue in G2 per se. I don't really buy to it. I think he's been doing more than his job on an individual standpoint in every
certainly
department.
Anyone who thinks Nico is a problem in this particular team at this particular time is absolutely crazy.
Well,
I don't see what more he could do to make them
the reason G2 are even, like, the reason we speak of G2 as being a team who could really do something right now is because of Nico. Let's be real. When they completely capitulated after the player break, Nico was the only sole, small little glimmer of hope that his team had. And the fact that everyone else is stepping up right now when they really need to, it does. I'm not going to say I'm full of yet on the G2 train, but it looks like it's starting to pick up a little bit of steam here.
Yeah, well, they're going to run into Entropic, who know a thing or two about Steam. We've been talking about how good they've been at this competition overall, but look, we'll have to bring the storyline back. Elian, the next big player to burst out from that incredible CIS talent pool that just is producing so many players right now. He was one of the best players in the Challenger stage. He's continuing to have huge performances, dominated Gambit, MVP performance there. And so he's the guy that actually I think the rest of the team are drawing strength from. Yes, they have experience on that roster, but now they seem to have a legitimate star player as well. And that's why these guys cannot be slept on.
And here's the thing. They are for this particular Major, they are the Vegas Squadron, the Quantum Bellator Fire of Stockholm 2021. The difference being the way they're playing is it's completely different from what we saw from those two teams I just spoke about right now. They're structured, they know what they're doing, they have a true superstar in the form of Elian. And for me, yesterday when they beat Gambit, that was the moment where I'm like, okay,
that was legit.
Now you have my attention. Earlier you had my curiosity. You were getting some wins, some losses here and there. But when you got banged out by Gambit, sure, it was a match which didn't really have too much on the line, but still getting 16-0'd on your map pick and then 16-4'd on Vertigo, which is Gambit's best map, the best team on that map right now in CS:GO. and you allow that through in the major, in a best of one, either you're mad or you have something in store for us. They had something in store for us. They won that super convincingly, and now I'm on the Entropic train.
Sure, but that train so far, it's only done short little journeys.
True,
Best
true.
of ones, right?
They did beat Heroic.
Now you've got to go across country because it's a best of 3, and it's a best of 3 in one of the best teams in the world, Mania.
Yes, it is. I mean, they did beat Heroic in the best of 3. I'm not going to take that away from Entropic. I think the point that we have to hammer home is the fact that suddenly Elian, completely unproven, untested in that field, comes in and has the ability to reproduce his performance that he's been having on the internet. We just think it's a given. We just think it's normal that any rookie who's having a good year is going to come to the major and do just that. It is not. This is not a given. It is an exercise. It takes a lot. It takes mental resilience. You have to be confident. You have to trust yourself to do that. Everyone is looking at you. And so it's incredible, actually, that he's able to maintain that superstar performance. One to follow for the years for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's been such a consistent story, hasn't it? We've talked about Lucky, talked about Linus, talked about Grim.
Absolutely.
Right? There's Elian, a rookie, getting it done. Guys, the veto is in. I've just had it in my ear.
Vertigo.
Let's
Someone
take
said
a
Vertigo.
look.
Is Vertigo
We're going to see a
here?
Vertigo show. What?
They didn't. Okay, this is the curveball. By all accounts, by all sorts of logic, Vertigo could have been a pick for Entropic because G2 has been struggling on it. Entropic's been looking great, but you know what? They throw the curveball. They go to Dust 2. I'm not gonna pretend like I saw it coming.
Dust 2 is wild. Why didn't they go with Vertigo? You just banged out the best team on the world on map yesterday, less than 24 hours ago. Look, Ancient makes sense. I really thought it would be a decider coming in.
Yeah, that being a decider.
But you're going for Dust 2. But here's the thing, Richard. I'm not. If this was yesterday, I'd be like, I'm not too sure about this. But then they allowed Vertigo through against Gambit yesterday, and they won it. So maybe they have something in store for us here.
I mean, they did beat Astralis on this too, very convincingly, 6-6.
Listen,
I mean, look, everyone's beating Astralis convincingly.
Astralis doing the best. Astralis doing the best. They're doing the best EG cosplay right now. It's Halloween and all of that.
Oh my God! Look, here is the thing: if you're Entropy and if you're trying to play 4D chess in the G2's camp, everyone is preparing Vertigo. I guarantee you that, because if you thought Vertigo was going to come over, if Vertigo was on everyone's mind, then so was the case for G2. So if you're crowding your teammates and you say, you know what, actually we're not going to go for that one. We feel Dust 2 is great. Maybe they don't prepare for that.
Well, a question about that, right? Is this kind of a thing because, you know, you're probably expecting G2 overnight. They've got that Vertigo demo.
They would watch it.
They can watch the replay. So you're expecting G2 to prepare for you. So yeah, is this an example of when you would throw in a curveball veto, a smart veto?
I think on one hand you're correct, Richard. I also think that this is the, how can I put it? It is an exam. Right now it's an exam for Entropic to have the ability to go into a best of 3, a veto, and not pick the map everyone expects. Because if Vertigo is the only reason why you're supposed to be G2, then maybe you're not supposed to be G2. If you have any other cards you can use, you bring another map, your second best map, third best map, and it's still a good pick for you, now we're talking. Now we have that deep map pool.
There's a point I wanted to raise when it comes to and this is going to tie into this veto, right? We talk about the main difference between G2 and at the side of Entropic, keeping aside of obviously, you know, what they're doing in the server, is experience. Look at G2. You have Nico, you have Amanek, you have Jax, you have all these veterans who've been around for such a very long time. And Nico is not just a veteran, he's also a star player, right? Because out of Entropic showed these guys have been doing fantastically online, and they have managed to transition that towards LAN, but there's a clear lack of high-level Counter-Strike experience on the team. But they do have a man behind them, and that is Hooch, who's been around forever in the Counter-Strike scene. So even though in the server, and a great guy as well, fantastic personality. And I feel he has a lot to say in his veto, and not just the veto, but this entire team.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible. I've been following them a little bit, and obviously, I think it's great to have that veterancy to be able to draw on in situations like that. But what you're talking about pressure there, I do just want to say, because again, I want to keep the storylines cohesive as we go through the tournament. You know, there's no given if G2 don't do well here. I mean, like, yeah, right now everything looks good. All the 5 players are performing. You know, there's no guarantee that there's not roster changes in the immediate future. They're under a lot of pressure themselves.
You're surprising me here, Richard. You're being more positive than I would be. Like, everything is great. 5 players are performing.
Well, you know, it's sort of like that. It's kind of like that, right? But look, guys, you know, I've been told they're ready to go. They're hot to trot. So, yeah, we'll just have to leave it there because we really want to get into this game. G2 versus Entropic. Have at it.
All right, we are ready for the best of 3s as lovely Little Dicky, Richard Lewis said, it's, you know, little Momo, little Dicky.
Yeah.
He said that was just the bread this morning. That was just the appetizer, those best ones. Now we're getting into the full meal deal. And we obviously have a pretty special one coming up because this determines who advances.
Yeah, it does. G2 and Tropic. It's also like a very difficult game to call. You and I were both talking about this. Like, if this was a best of one, I would have no problem just going and Tropic. I would lock it in and I would walk away and I would never think about it again.
I've gone from being at the top like every day in our predictions so far to being 0-4 so far today. So I'm probably wrong, and I picked G2. But I could see Entropic winning. Imagine Entropic go 3-0.
I actually don't remember. I think I picked G2 as well.
GN2.
Yeah, they very well could. I mean, that's what's crazy about this. We've seen a very cool level of G2 come out in this group stage so far. Their game against FaZe yesterday was excellent.
Yes, absolutely it was. And more impressive. G2's definitely looked good, but more impressive than that has been Entropic because that team we've been sleeping on constantly. Copenhagen Flames has been stealing our attention. If they do go 3-0 right now, and you consider that Na'Vi does the same, they split the side of the bracket. There's a chance, with the way people are playing and the inconsistencies we're seeing and the unknown variables and aspects of LAN, they could make the final. They could be our dark horse in this. And you could have an Entropic Na'Vi final potentially. I mean, I'm assuming a lot that Na'vi is going to make it, etc.
He's about 10 steps ahead of the rest of us in terms of.
I always have been, Jason. About time you noticed.
You're living far in the future at the moment, but yeah, there is a world in which that can happen. And obviously, one of the nice things is teams hitting a very nice level. They're playing very well together. They're obviously feeling very comfortable and confident together. And as we kind of mentioned earlier, when we saw these guys play against Liquid to start out this group stage, these guys can shoot pretty damn hard. Like they're no slouches in terms of the fragging ability, which is going to be fun to see match up on the other side of things with someone like Nico. I think if you want to talk about Entropic, one of the things you got to be very happy about is that Elian is showing up, looking very, very good. His performance against Liquid, I didn't get to see their second 1-0 matchup, but his performance against Liquid on the first day was excellent. He was providing all the picks with that AWP.
Yes, absolutely was. Elian's, I think they even touched on it on the desk a little bit, the fact that he's finally coming through. Richard said he's the next of the young players in this.
The young CIS oppers.
Yeah, like the talent they're producing right now is ridiculous. And I do think, the economic aspect of it that was brought up by Semler yesterday and touched on again by Maui Snake. I know Prof had a difference. No, but the point being isn't necessarily the tier 1 aspect, but the fact that the guys at tier 2 who don't make as much can still justify that because it is still a good living in that situation, and therefore they are more motivated to play Counter-Strike and they gain more experience, whereas there's a lot of scenes right now that don't have a good foundation under them, and we're starting to see them kind of cool off because they just don't have that talent pool so much anymore. I mean, Denmark certainly does. They still show that form. Brazil, another country that's definitely showing off. We've had more Brazilian teams in this major than any other major. Now, we may not get one through the Legends, but there's still more of them, which means there's more talent coming through and gaining that experience. And the CIS, I think, there's just so much of it now, and it's
that whole region's hitting a super nice peak.
Incredible peak. And for a long time, it was really just Na'Vi.
Well, the fun thing about it too is like we've watched this kind of region kind of grow throughout this whole online era that we've had due to COVID, and now it's nice that the whole scene isn't collapsing now that we get on LAN. Like it would be a disaster if we got to LAN and all those teams were just like, nope, we're back to being nobodies, and we're not able to beat anybody. They're all delivering on the promise, on the hype that they've built up throughout this year, and that's absolutely spectacular. G2's got a really tough test today. I think you got to be happy if you're G2. Nico is still continuing his tear this year of playing very, very well. I think Hunter has had some very good games. Nexus had some good games as well. They've had players that step up, and obviously it's just nice to see kind of the big names that you want in this team performing consistently, especially Nico. They will need him in this whole series, and we're going to start things out on Mirage. G2 starting on the CT side, and Tropic is going to be attacking into the G2 defense.
So Mirage is where we go for the best of one. Crad will head over toward the apartment position. Ball, meanwhile, back at the A ramp. It was Dink. Was it a Dink? I thought I heard the Dink noise. He doesn't even have a helmet on. What did I hear that was that loud? Either way. I mean, my ears are just crazy. Maybe Nico's crazy with his aim. Now he's getting dinks, but without helmets, they are just clean kills, straight up with the USB and the pistol rounds. And that means that they have the two-man advantage.
They get the success of the pistol. They're going to be against 4 Glocks here. It's hard to see this round converted by EG. So as long as Vitality keep things within acceptable losses, they're going to be able to begin to dictate the way that this map is played. Ooh, big nade. Lots of chip damage there. Oh my god, even more. And there we go. They're all going to fall.
Well, that's unfortunate. Again, especially on Inferno, in rare cases, we'll see an ecoing team just run into a Molotov to limit the loss bonus. They get maimed by 2 grenades and then killed by an SMG for some pretty juicy kill bonus, rather, for Vitality. So that didn't really work out for EG. Most unfortunate, which gives some nice bonus money to at least one player of Vitality. But the AK-47s will be out in round number 3. No strangers to Inferno, no matter how much they may have practiced EG. I wonder if Vitality will be looking to counterplay old demos of EG or simply play their own game.
Nice double nade there. It's going to do chip damage to Obo and Mihu, who both get sprayed down by Apex. So that's a nasty 1-2 punch from Vitality. And immediately on the first proper gun round for EG, they've only got 3 players left, and they haven't even begun the default. They haven't even begun to get map control. We've got Breeze in apartments, and now EG are finally starting to investigate towards Banana, but at this point, you kind of have to take some big individual risks to try to open up the map, and maybe Cirque can do that up Banana, or maybe Breeze can be the one towards top mid. But look at Vitality. They know they just have to play passive. They don't have to take risks.
Yeah, I'm sure once EG come in for the full buy, assuming they lose this round, they will be like to see them contesting Banana utility early on. Very important. Very important on Inferno. I wish we'd seen some interviews from them before this major had started. Although, yeah, although like some of the snippets I've seen from different teams are like the general positive stuff. Oh yeah, we feel like we're doing better and so on, and then they just get smashed in the next game. So it doesn't really tell the whole story. We have a potential wrap now as EG make their way towards B, but Apex has the off angle, false sense of security. Breeze stuck with the bomb. And there'll be no bomb plants in round number 3. Cirque creeping at the front of B now. The MP9 up close. That's going to be a nice upgrade. So Vitality only lose 1 player, get more MP9 kills, and take 2 AKs away into round number 4.
3.
3, excuse me.
3 AKs, yeah. It's a terrible start.
I did wonder if we would see double figures down with odds.
There it is.
And here we are. Here we are.
Yeah, it's a really difficult one, and the thing is that this really needs to be the map that EG win, because I can't imagine going into Vertigo that they're going to be better than on Inferno. But getting the nades in there, that's not going to get the kill that they were looking for, but Apex does get put down to 43 points of health.
One notable thing we saw from EG in the last game we commentated of theirs was Breeze's deagle.
Yeah.
That was the main thing we could take away from that, and he has a deagle here, so we'll see if he can have some consistency with those headshots. Again, it has been hard for players. The dry peaks coming through from the evil geniuses, and they'll mostly be falling to the floor. Stanislaw in the apartment, he has the bomb. But Vitality have superior weaponry, superior angles.
Ooh, only 2 players have kills so far for EG.
Yeah, 4 rounds, and the CTs have died twice. That's fantastic for their money. That gives them a full buy in the hole.
It does indeed. Well, my 3-0 is feeling good right now for hole 0-3. I'm sure many people have that pick. It's maybe the only easy pick. Or only one that feels easy.
I did my best to mess up my 0-3, but I did go BG in the end.
Yeah.
Because it was the only thing, it made the most sense. You couldn't really argue against anything because of the lack of data.
Yeah.
And hey, previous majors, right? Plenty of previous majors, you'll see.
Oh no.
You'll have a feeling like, oh, I think this team will do better than what we've seen, and you'll be right. But that hasn't really been the case in the examples we've seen at this major so far.
Yeah, and it's really unfortunate. EG lose Cirque very early on to just some nades, and they're working their default, but top banana control is with the Vitality. Vitality still have eyes on top mid. Will get smoked off now though. Around 1 minute left in the round for a plant, and EG in that spot where they can decide where they go. But without that top banana control, this is going to be somewhat telegraphed. Vitality already rotating players to assist the A defense.
Yeah, definitely a lack of respect. Vitality will be telling EG, you need to give us a reason to respect you. Stanislaw holding the angle for the rotation with the bomb, and he will fail with the duel, lose the bomb as well. So while long is being taken, the bomb needs to be taken by EG. And that clock is ticking 40 seconds as Mihu goes alone with, he's alone with 12 HP, collecting the bomb. He's been allowed to do so, you could argue, by Masuta. In the meantime, EG are trying to rescue things elsewhere. And they give themselves a chance now. The bomb can make its way to the site as we have the CT's top mid.
Yeah, really good pick onto Shocks on site. But these players are really weak here for EG. Apex are not aware of library, and he's going to go down. Masuta could make this hurt at least. He's able to get another couple pickups, and the money's really good. So you almost, I feel like it's worth going for the frags here because the money's so good for Vitality and it's so poor for EG. But Masuta will give it up and to keep the AK.
Obo's hunting, but it does not make sense to hunt.
Yeah, it doesn't. It really doesn't.
He's got $600.
Yeah, it's not worth.
Vitality have won 4 rounds in a row, and they've got minimal kills so far. So I feel like secure your own economy here is what makes sense. Right now, it's EG who needs to weather the storm. And, you know, they are the ones who are less likely to win rounds, team versus team, and being on the T side. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
And that was a very dicey round for them. Let's not forget. Mihu with 12 HP to rescue the bomb in mid with no position, when they know there's essentially a CT on T ramp.
Yep. I mean, Masuta also, you know, could have been worse. Masuta could have actually thrown a molly onto it. He had a molly. He had the ability to line that up with safely, and he could have made that a lot worse for them. But are they able to prevent? Oh, that's a good shot from Zerg, just right through the smoke. Has the lineups. But yeah, they've got to find a way to convert this round so that they don't get wrecked on the economy, and that's a great start. And they're starting to go for that A split. Sorry. Oh my God, Kyojin's absolutely ruined.
Did he not hear that, or?
Uh-oh, that's the bomb.
Well, this is looking more promising for EG now. I don't know if he didn't hear that or just didn't expect him to jump out of the balcony without a flash. I don't think there was a flash there. I think he just jumped out.
Yeah, he did. He did just jump out. Yeah. Just popped out, very fast timing. And it was perfect. Caught Kyojin off guard completely. So that was really well done. And, you know, it's really scary when the bomb was out there in the open and you got Zowie on the other end with an AWP. But I don't think he didn't quite register the angle that the players were still sitting in apartments or on the balcony. But yeah, you know, we've set the stage in terms of where EG are. And you know, it really is, and now it's the case that they need to prove, you know, prove their worth effectively. You know, prove that the narrative that exists currently that we've described that is, you know, not correct, and that they can change the narrative with their performance. And so it's good to see that they get off to a better start here. It was looking really bad the first few rounds. Oh my God.
Yeah, and this is, you know, this series is not a done deal. It should be. But it isn't, because let's not forget, we wouldn't expect Vitality to be in this 0-2 in the first place.
That's very true.
So don't think this is in the bag just yet. Utility damage looking pretty good at present, but they are heading towards eco Vitality if EG can keep these rounds up.
Yeah, good stuff here for Vitality early on, managing to get the kill on Mihu. So actually, you know, with the whiff on top mid, is able to evade getting traded, or taken down, that is. And we get EG with that presence top banana now. So they've cleared top banana, they've created sort of a window of time where Vitality won't have information on banana, but they may soon make an information play to confirm what's happening or not. And so EG have created themselves some space in the mid round to go towards the A site. But Vitality do have 3 players here. So I was playing library, and we've got a pit set up otherwise. So Vitality should be pretty strong here still. Starting to work their way in through Porch now. All through Porch pretty much. And again, the setup is pretty good. Kyojin not able to hit the shots though, but Shock certainly will. Zowie helping out the effort as well, but still, Cirque in the 1 versus 2, getting the bomb planted. And he's gonna have to reposition there, unable to get that plant down in time. Oh, it's very difficult. He's gonna commit to it now, and this is the moment for Vitality to start moving in together. Cirque gets beyond the angle. They may expect him on the side still. What an angle there from Cirque. What a beautiful reset. Can he find the finish? Absolutely looking like he can here, and he will. Cirque finishes the job. and clutches the round for EG.
That was looking pretty scary, and it's starting to look a little scary for Vitality, actually. They still have some money to buy, but this is not going as smoothly as they might have liked. And Evil Genius is that you just don't know how far they can go, how deep they can go. But they managed to make it work again on the A bomb side. And they've strung 3 rounds together now. Cirque makes his way towards 5 kills. So there will be a pause from the side of Vitality at present.
That's good. That's good to see. I mean, you know, this is the thing that was weird about the Astralis game is I don't think Astralis called any timeouts. Am I correct? I'm pretty sure there was no timeouts called by Astralis when they were getting bodied by Heroic. And given that Zonic is such an integral part of the team and he wasn't able to speak or even pat his players on the back, it's surprising that if that is the case, that they didn't have even a single timeout called, that is the reality. Like, that just tells me that there's a lot of problems over there. But, you know, we get Vitality, you know, calling the timeout pretty quick. And again, it is looking like a slower start for Vitality.
Vitality losing 14-16 to Virtus Pro.
That was the game, yeah, against Virtus Pro. I forgot who it was.
12-16 to Heroic. Evil Genius is losing 6-16 to FaZe and 2-16 to Copenhagen Flames.
Yes. That makes a lot of sense.
All teams which have been performing reasonably well.
Yeah.
So Vitality will make a change, which will be a second AWP coming out. They will not be content with about half the rounds on their CT side so far. Shot lines them up. Mihu and Obo are gone. 5v3, that's a good start for round 8.
Oh, I was going to say the double orbs is the French special. It was the Shox Kenny S, but now it's the Shox Saiwu. It's hard to upgrade from Kenny S, but they found a way. Although, to be fair to Kenny, I don't know that you can upgrade from Kenny. I think it's just a difference.
It's too late now. You said it, Dan. You can't take it back.
I did. I'm sorry, Kenny.
Trying to weasel out of it.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if EG can weasel out of this position. They're really in a difficult spot. And again, you know, sometimes you just have to figure out, okay, well, what is the best thing that we can do? Just getting some economic damage will be huge. Look at the money for Vitality. They don't have anything in the bank. So removing weapons here is very valuable, even if EG cannot win the round. So how can they find a way to kill some players?
Yeah, they're really trying to bait a peak from Vitality, but there's no need. Shox with 4 kills now in this round. You know he's creeping for the 5th, and there it is. Shox with the AWP A, starts with 2, finishes off the other 3 as well. A perfect round for Vitality.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go, Shox. That's what you want to see Shox delivering at majors. Ah, Shox is just such an iconic player, and it's great to see him off to a good start here with the AWP no less. And again, you know, this was something that old G2 lineup used to do.
Baby.
With Shox and Kenny. They would go to these double orbs on Inferno, and they're pretty known for it. And it could have, I think, as mixed results. You know, in fairness, was really how it would work out. But it's difficult to play against. If you pull this out for a few rounds, it's hard to adjust to for some teams.
So Cirque peaked, in case you missed that. Cirque peaked from the pit, swung out, and Shox got his 6th kill in a row. That is a great response so far from Vitality. For those of you in GoTV, maybe watch Shox. He's having a good time.
Uh-oh. Good coverage from him and Suta, keeping Zowie alive. Mihu knows not to challenge further without the flash. And they're going to reset into a top mid play, I believe.
Chunks from that HE grenade will leave Mihu with 22 HP, who looks to show some more presence in that banana position. Meanwhile, Shox has been popped on long. His run has come to an end for the time being. HyperX with some laboured shots. Getting 1 kill, seeing the final 2 and 3 actually. 2 of the final 3, there we go, tongue-tied today. Zowie will take one of them out, leaving Stanislaw and Mihu quite tagged up. Stanislaw's been seen with the bomb in CT spawn, and Kyojin will keep eyes on that.
Oh, nice. Very nice from Kyojin.
Yeah, more careful with his positioning now. Let's not forget that last round versus Virtus Pro when they were on the comeback.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, good shot from Kyojin. It's also worth mentioning, I thought that the rotation going for the move through CT spawn was quite interesting because obviously we have the info as the spectators that the players don't, but you know, there was so much pressure on B from EG that it pulled 3 players to the B site, and then EG see the like passive positioning from on the A site, and they still go towards B, even though they had only one player to deal with on the site. So there's quite a misread of the round there, which I don't think is that common. So that's unfortunate. I think going to A, they probably would win that round, but they're still in a pretty good place right now. 3 rounds. And the eco flashed through the smoke. Oh, this is dangerous, James.
It is indeed, as rifles can be collected by evil geniuses. They still need to make the way towards the site. They're just about doing that. Shocks will be blind for a time. Zowie would say he could throw a HE towards the default bomb plant spot, and he will do that, but it's a different bomb plant. Obo's alive.
Yeah, they have to try to find a way to get kills here. They're just going to commit to, they're committing to the site hold. That they don't have space to move. And now it's Obo against the world, and Kyojin is going to just stride in and take everybody down. So good stuff there from the young player Kyojin. And that's going to be good for the 7-3 now.
Yeah, that will be helpful for Vitality, stabilizing after that flurry of rounds from Evil Geniuses and looking to rebuild their economy. Speaking of which, that bomb plant will certainly help Evil Geniuses get those full grenades through. 4 AK-47s make it 5 on road. Mihi with just 1 kill now will be looking for a second one in round 11. Good average of kills on the Vitality side. Everybody's turned up for them immediately. And we'll see them head towards Banana early now. But there are 3 players here for Vitality. A lot of utility for Evil Geniuses. How far are they pushing? Maybe further than we first expected. 2 fast kills from Breeze. HyperX, they will try to hold some map control, but they've got to surely make a play elsewhere. In the Flames, Breeze not having any of this. We know he can go nuclear, and this round he certainly has.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from EG, converting that early win on Banana to the round win. I actually thought that HyperX, if he wins that fight, that first fight against Breeze standing in the Molotov, he's done it there. He would have delayed enough for his teammates to be able to rotate to help out. So huge entry frags, as you say, from Breeze. And yeah, there's Breeze rounds, right? There's like certain rounds where Breeze will win the round for you, and then that's it was similar. I think that was the same thing on Dust too. When you mentioned that game before that we casted a couple days ago, where Breeze was basically the only success for the team.
Yeah, that was not as notable as we've seen already. 4th round for Evil Geniuses. Now, there's just about money for Vitality. So there's a lot of opportunity for EG to, let's say, get a good score from this half if they can do significant damage in this round. 3 rounds behind Vitality at present, who are starting to get a better score on their CT side, but this is the opportunity for Evil Geniuses to put a plug in that flow. Full util for Vitality as well. AWP is out for Zowie. Shocks deploying early grenades from CT spawn towards that mid position a little deeper, but Zowie will be deleted by Cirque immediately towards the B bomb site. Flashbangs are on point as well, and Breeze is activated once again. Almost a mirror of the previous round. HyperX trying to stop Breeze. This time he will, but there's Cirque on the way as well. Molotovs towards that new box. That's a great burst from HyperX, though, somehow single-handedly holding down the B bomb site, leaving Stan and Obo alone.
Oh, that's unbelievable from HyperX. And they're going to have to run it towards the A site here, but Kyojin is still anchoring this pit position, and I believe he understands what's going on. I think he's heard some kind of sound cue, and of course he understands the nades coming through now, and he's expectant of the balcony pop, and can he stay alive? Can he get any damage? And oh, he actually takes down 1. That's a huge win. 1v2 now for Stan, and both Vitality players coming through. Oh, he's actually going ahead of the play here, walking into the smoke. He's got time. But there goes the smoke, finds the 1. He's savage, Stan, going all the way, but Shocks will keep hold of the round for Vitality.
Yeah, the lack of bomb plant will be okay for EG. They've got a full buy regardless. Vitality will take a timeout. So they've got some maths to do. That was a very expensive round for them. Even though they won the round, for example, Masuta's got 3,400. Zowie with 4,000. So there may be some difficulty here. 3 rounds remain in this half, and they can have a brief conversation about what they'll do with the rest of this half.
It does seem like, you know, Zowie getting exploited. He's actually missing his shots, and EG are doing a good job at kind of barraging that top banana position to get those edges there. And we can see that they saw the success that they're having around that area, and they just rinse and repeat. So if not for Apex getting that crazy 3K, EG absolutely win that last round. I mean, look at these kills. I mean, they're all labored. This second kill I was surprised in because his opponent Cirque had the advantage, but then that last one's also like just even more insane from Apex. So back on the AWP, but this time he's playing halls. So here's the mix-up on the CT defense.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful from Breeze. The transfer, he is the key for Evil Geniuses. 5v3. And there's a chance for 7 rounds in this half with these 2 kills. That is the implication. Big flashbang, but Shox will try and do his best. Throwing a flash towards short, avoided by Obo. But Apex is here to help, to hold down Shox's position. Using the distraction to try and change position. Going for the swing though, and Mihi will deny him. And there's nothing much for MOUSEPAD to do here, as Evil Geniuses surely move to 5 rounds.
Zowie's getting kind of owned. You know, Breeze is just finding him and just destroying him every round. I mean, the apartment setup there, I mean, we might get the replay. I'm sure we'll get the replay of the 2K from Breeze. And we'll be able to, like, you know, really look at that and just see how... it felt like Vitality had a pretty huge advantage there. And Breeze yet again.
Breeze and the AK, the wide swings, baby.
Breeze is the wrecking ball.
Yeah, he's come in ready today. And this is looking scary again. You just need to win the right rounds on this T side to really set the CTs back, and he's certainly done that. Their money's in the bin.
It's the rounds in which the rounds that EG have won have been when they've, you know, when Zowie was trying to play that top banana position and they just run him down. And then it seems like Breeze just decided to go halls one round, Zowie was there, and he just owns them both with a spray down. That's so insane. And as you say, the kills happen so fast, Vitality don't have time to really get position, and the round is almost over from that point. So really well played by Breeze there. What a beast.
He's got all of 8 kills, but the impacts of these kills have been absolutely devastating. And Vitality are enforced by territories. We've got $1,400 for that round. Minimum loss bonus in the absolute dustbin. Breeze will get his bell rung, but he's alive.
And the only rifle in MOUSEPAD's hands, because that's why they're making the early play. They need to get damage in very early. He was close too. He was so close. Breeze no less, down to 10 HP. So that's an important player to get rid of. Oh, nice shot from Shox. Shoxy having a great game so far as well. And that's the kill that they needed. And now things get a bit desperate. MOUSEPAD might find a timing here around middle. This is very tense. MOUSEPAD, it's all on his shoulders. If he gets kills here, this devastating for EG. The trade comes through from Breeze, but again, he's on 10 HP. He's barely standing. Can they find a way to finish this round, EG?
Yeah, they're going to A the long way, it looks like, and that's buying time for the rotation, which could be their undoing. Breeze is in boiler with an AWP, and there are 2 players flanking the remainder towards long. And look how much time they've allowed the CTs to rotate, and they've just been so slow about it with the numbers advantage as far as the A side's being concerned. Cirque planting in the corner now. Still one rifle. Let's not forget, these Vitality players, this is a force buy. They've got Kevlar as well. Apex will get the information on the last man. Cirque finds the 1v1 versus Zowie now. And it's going to be another round for Vitality. They had 1 rifle coming into this one. They've turned it around and found number 9.
Oh my god. Cirque is just, he's in the Matrix, James. He will look so good for that. The players on EG are so good.
They're dead now, Dan.
I know he's dead. But he's really good at Counter-Strike. I mean, they've got so many good players on that team. That's what's so heartbreaking about the current narrative around EG. It's just that they have amazing players. And we'll see now another little bit of drone action. So Awesomeness high five. All right, fair enough. Weapon of choice, the big green. 14 kills, 0 assists. Shoxy shoots to kill.
That was an opportunity missed for Evil Geniuses for sure. I think 7 rounds in the T side would have been fantastic for them, but now the best they can do is 6. Obo's turn to start moving through the apartments. See if he's got any fancy wall bangs in his repertoire. Oh, speaking of which, of course it's Breeze with a double dink through the wall.
The old bolts lurk smoke. Threatening the top mid take, but look how ready Vitality are. They want to win the round here. Right now, right here on top mid. Kyojin. Oh, that's beautiful. Zowie gets the kill. Kyojin's position still good.
The bomb's by the tree on Banana. And more players will head there. I do miss the old Inferno where you could boost into the tree. The trees.
Climbing trees is nice.
40 seconds now. Masuta and Apex on the A-bomb side. Apex high fragging half for him so far, but more is required to defend this. The M4A4 out for Masuta. Mahughes drops stand with the bomb, not for long. Vitality now, 3 versus 2. That's a crucial AWP shot missed out. Zowie trying to land the flick. Meanwhile, the bomb's hoping to rotate towards the A-bomb site. Kyojin's got to be careful. He knows what's happening. The Molotov, the bomb's still on Banana, slowing down now with 14 seconds. The bomb's bottom mid. Cirque racing towards the A-bomb site where 2 CTs remain, and it's not going to happen. 10 rounds for Vitality at halftime. A late rotation failed by Evil Geniuses. Not quite complexity very games.
Not quite. That's it's a good attempt, though. I mean, ultimately, all things considered, it's a good half 3G. You know, they managed to get rounds to work with. And going onto the CT side, you know, you could argue that things might be a little bit easier for them. And the players like Breeze and Cirque, you know, they'll be able to play positions of comfort on the defense. You know, get the AWP in Cirque's hands. You know, Breeze is going to find, you know, multi-kills on top mids. You know, it's going to be a lot harder, I think, for Vitality to close the game, even though they have 5 rounds in advantage right now.
Evil Geniuses testing Vitality in that first half, but as we can see, double figures still achieved by the French squad. Everyone talks about baguettes, but no one talks about the cheese.
Cheese is the best part.
Cheese and honey. Oh, hold on a second.
Oh,
Let's line up for Cirque, who's looking for a 30, finds it. Tries to escape with the reload, but perhaps he has done enough. Evil Geniuses don't have a great time with the pistols, but this could certainly help. It could. That bomb has to be rescued. Shock's making an opening into the B bomb site. And I would imagine that Apex has been heard jumping into the apartments. And now they really have to gravitate towards this bomb. But Shock's on the flank with over a minute. Denied by Mihu. He's got his back covered. And I'm sure they know that Shock's is in the apartments. The crossfire is here, and he is doomed. EG, take a pistol round.
Yeah, really nice. Breeze again, just massively impactful with all of his plays, and has really set them up for some success here. Going into the CT side with the money and with the control. The question for Vitality is, you know, what do they have? Are they gonna, I mean, I would imagine they'll full save. Oh, they actually go for a force buy. They did not get the bomb down. They have decided to go for the force buy. Interesting choice.
Interesting approach.
Yeah. I mean, this is a good response from EG too. They're taking, oh, okay. That's not gone deep enough, but that might be to Stanislaw's advantage because he got a bit of info there. Re-smoked. But what happens when these smokes go away? Do Vitality burst up Banana? They just might, you know.
They have one flashbang. And Apex is going to... Oh, I thought he was going to line it up by the stairs. The typical Banana flash, but that's not the case. I think he is lining. Yeah, there we go. Different one to the more common one at the bottom of the stairs. Stan will try to buy some time now. Will there be a rotation though? Obo's the man to look towards top banana. And I think Vitality were trying to get a third man to rotate with that presence, but in fact Stan's considering going towards the A bomb site as Obo moves back into a more defensive position. 35 seconds on the clock. We've got 3 smokes for Vitality. HyperX creeping, looking for a headshot. Tags Obo. He only sees one player, I believe, but there are 3, almost 4, going in that direction now as they try to swarm the A bomb site. Cirque in the graveyard won't last very long, and Obo will deliver behind the boxes. Breeze as well. Zowie with the 180. Zowie, of course, 15 seconds. Can he retrieve that bomb? Molly, actually, the Molly's gone beyond it. The Molly's gone too far and stands in some trouble, but he will deliver the frag, and EG will survive.
Good damage, though, overall, for the Vitality side. And looking forward to seeing, now that Vitality will be in a position to have guns, how it starts to look in terms of that T-side dynamic or map control. Are they going to play for that banana position early on? It remains to be seen. One more round with the pistols. And EG playing it like they did in the previous round here. Going for that deep control. We don't have any flashbangs. It's really cool when you see teams can just pop flash through this banana control. But no nades. They just have to hit shots.
Wow.
And there you go.
Well, there may have been a gap in that smoke. I'm not sure, because you can see on the radar where Stan died towards the old car position. But the way the smoke was on the radar looked like there may have been a gap in it. I don't know, but I was looking for more now as Obo will continue to engage with the M4. Maybe get that utility down and be careful. HyperX will get dropped, and he wasn't even a target, I don't think.
No. Feels bad, man. So it goes down to Masuta. It's a good trade. 3v3. Oh, you almost see it happening. Mihi will hold his ground very steady. Zowie could still cause problems, though. Could still do more economic damage. Right now, Zowie would be trying to set his team up. They're going to be buying next round. So if Zowie can get another kill or 2, again, the pressure on the money for EG is real.
Two kills out of that, and finally Vitality will be on the buy. EG just 2 rounds behind now, and Vitality have a quest to try and capitalize on the damage they did in the prior 2 rounds. We'll see if they're able to do that. Uncomfortable viewing, I think, already for Vitality fans. People's pick'ems are at risk, it feels like. Just a little bit.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, no gap. Just Zowie is all.
Yeah. Imagine being on the receiving end of that. You're just minding your own business.
Well, if his name comes up, you may just say fair enough.
I suppose. Okay, so we have very aggressive banana control in terms of util from EG. Breeze going deep on holes as well. The question is, Vitality, are they going to just go for the top mid take? Yes, they will, but at the same time, they will lose Kyojin towards bottom banana. That's not good.
Surely they're trying to make a play to A now.
Yeah, it's very weird. They've cut noise, but there's so much info for EG.
Is he going to peek into this with the bomb? He is, and well, there's a minute on the clock, so that's not too much information, but it does feel as somewhat worrisome for Vitality. EG with some players running hot already on the T side, moving into CT comfort now, peeking, lacking respect. Bomb dropped again in mid.
It's so insane that Mihi's going for a peek there, because they literally have so much map control that they know precisely where the T's are. So
yeah, you did speak about confidence earlier, Dan.
Yeah, it's funny because it's one of those plays that's just like completely not necessary, but Mihi's gone for it. He got the kill.
Psychological warfare. The brazenness to do that has promise in it.
Definitely. And I mean, Shock's in the 1 versus 4, 20 seconds to go. There's a front side smoke. He knows it's going to be held from spawn, looking for someone to go deeper. Oh, he's got the sound cues. There's Shocks! And he's taken down 2. He's got 10 seconds left, and Cirque is going to take him down. But he's done some extra damage there. It was looking like EG would survive with 5, but they end up surviving only with 2 in the end.
Yeah, so at least he got something out of it, out of an almost non-situation. But Vitality have not won a round in this half just yet. It has been 4 rounds in a row. And hey, we haven't had, we've had like 1 full buy in that. Again, they went for the force buy after losing the pistol round without planting the bomb, which certainly sets them back somewhat. And this, oh, I do like this buy from Vitality. We have seen some increased success with the Tech 9s at this event. That's a good start. Stan being removed, and Mihu must deliver now. But that double nade from Obo will certainly help. That really neutralizes things. A fast round from Evil Geniuses. Breeze going down mid, giving Vitality no room to breathe. That is exactly the round they needed when you saw how dangerous that buy was with the Tech 9s.
Yeah, totally agree. And it's interesting, you know, we have a 10-10 scoreline, but in terms of like the fragging on the server, you know, it feels like Vitality are in a place where they have been fragging more, but EG have been getting a lot of those impactful entries in that first half. You know, we saw from Breeze and so on. So you would convert effectively 2 kills into a round win. So that's one way to explain how there's like less frags on EG, but they've got a similar round score. And going into this now, you do start to worry. You do start to worry if you're a fan of Vitality and a fan of the 0-3 EG pick'em, like a lot of people have. Shock's picking up the AWP on the T side again. So applying the pressure towards Banana Cirque out there though. Tiny little gap there. Oh, gotta be so careful. They will force some of these CTs back on Banana. Still fighting over it though. A deep smoke from Obo. That says that they're intending to try to retake Banana control, but they're not.
Kurgan in the apartments now, showing some presence there. Stan and Breeze are in the pit. Top mid has been given up, but we can see Mihu moving around on long. Only with the Tech 9, Mihu.
Yeah.
1 minute on the clock. So he's been patient on Banana. He's been waiting. You can see that Cirque has obviously a classic angle, if you will. And there's just no sound. So what do EG do? Do they expend their... I mean, they have 1 incendiary and 5 flashbangs at this point. The smoke grenades are long gone. Vitality have had top mid for a while, so it is a guessing game for EG.
Oh, they're going to go for a B split. It looks like they might go for a B split here. Only 1 smoke remaining.
There's no flash.
There is no flash. This is going to go down to the wire. This is looking very scary. Mihu just with a Tech 9. I don't believe it. He's found 2 with that. And it's 10 seconds to plant the bomb. And oh my God, Cirque's going to whip that shot. The trade comes through and they can't get across to the site in time with the bomb. And Vitality, have they outplayed themselves here?
Yeah, they ran the clock down. They had no flash with which to execute on B. Cirque still whiffed his shot, but those close ranges from Mihu, the rise of the Tech 9 is here. Seen it in a few games now. Those were very, very important kills in an unlikely situation. He put himself in the best position to succeed. Close range, 1 taps with the Tech 9. He chose the point of engagement and landed the crucial shots. That second kill, instant, very, very crucial. EG in the lead now, 11-10. Desert Eagles out for Vitality. It has been rough. It has been dry for them so far. They have not won a round in this half.
That is, yeah, that's rough. That means, what, 6 in a row for EG? And they will likely pick up another one here. Here comes the top mid push. Obo there. Great supporting flashbangs. Eventually Zowie will take him down, but Cirque gets caught. And suddenly, it's looking a little bit scary. Guns picked up. Mihu converts onto Apex, but Zowie is snuck away with an AWP. Oh, don't do it to him.
What if EG get further than Liquid?
You know what? There is a world where that happens. There really is. You know, EG right now kind of in a position where they're looking good for Inferno. It's crazy. But Zowie looking to make plays here. Emerging around the porch position, has had that bomb the whole time, but he's going to be crossing into an angle. Mihu's going to take him down and claim back the AWP. Lovely. But yeah, 12-10. EG looking better than Vitality on Inferno right now. And again, you know, we talked about how this narrative with EG exists, and they are the only ones that are able to rewrite the script. And so far, it's beginning to happen. It's a new chapter, and suddenly EG looking a bit better. This is a best of 3, though.
Vitality moving quickly towards top mid. Maybe expecting 3 plays towards B. That's not the case. Oboe, Breeze, and Cirque have a crossfire on shore, but Oboe's not going to last very long at all. Cirque with so many targets. Shock and awe from Vitality, and the trades will continue. 2v3, Stan and Mihu out of position. They're smoked off and at both ends of long. There is some money for them, but it's not the case for everybody. We can see Oboe's got $250, but they can't spread the wealth if they choose to go for this. They need to be given something, though, by Vitality. That forward smoke means they could creep up onto the Vespa, into the graveyard position, and that's what they were looking for. Now it's a 2 versus 2 with plenty of time.
Hugely important round to be converted for Vitality. Their money's not very good, and here goes Mihu with the flash. He's so blind. There's the trade from Stan, though. Where's the last player? Up on graveyard. Shocks able to tie a nice little bow on that one and finish it all off. Convert it for Vitality. 11-12 with that round win. Vitality looking to bring things back in their favor. Although I do believe that we have more than enough in the bank here for EG to continue a buy. And buy they will. Mac 10 on Masuta, so might see a fast pop here, either up Banana or through apps. Fast play around D-Hall's position.
With Masuta on a Mac 10, I can see Apex. Well, they've got 1 flashbang if they choose to do a Hall's pop. Kyojin has no utility. There's that 1 flashbang out. Then Mac 10's going to make its way towards the bomb site, but there'll be another flashbang, which is going to cause some problems for Shocks, and Breeze and Ovo may just hold things down here, but then again, maybe not. 3-on-3 as Breeze is creeping around the smoke. Kyojin goes back for a second attempt, and now it's 2 versus 2. Bomb planted for the pit position. Mihu on long once again. Mihu and Stan to try and retake once more.
Another huge 2v2 retake attempt on this B site. Kyojin so far really doing a great job. Oh, he's on 9 HP in the pit position. Very, very weak. Oh dear. Apex somehow wins that battle against Mihu, but both of them, Kyojin and Apex, very low on health. Stan, elevated position, pops Kyojin. Oh, the timing on the incendiary. Is he going to finish him off? Not quite, but he does tag him down to 2 HP. Stan goes for the tap. He doesn't go for the hold. He could have just held it. Oh no! Stan, he's run out of time.
Why didn't he hold the bomb? That was the entire play. That was the whole point.
Oh no.
The hesitation. That was his round. He did everything correctly. He did everything right.
Oh no. He had he was fine. He just had to defuse.
Oh, that's a choke. That is a choke.
How long does the incendiary last again? 7 seconds?
I mean,
long enough.
Yeah, that was the play. He did everything right. Just need to defuse the bomb. That is a crucial round.
Oh man.
Oh, look at their money. It's broken their money. Not like this.
Ooh.
Not like this.
That's maybe.
Let's put them on eco at 12-12.
Yeah, that
at 12-12. That.
If they lose off of that's going to be one of the rounds that you look back at and you think, oh dear.
Oh, that one hurts, man. That's more than a bee sting right there.
Imagine Vitality. They must be absolutely laughing.
I don't know if they're laughing, but I think a sigh of relief there is there. I don't know if they're laughing just yet. This has not been comfortable, this game.
Oh, Shox is below them right now on this mid push. He's waiting for the perfect moment to emerge from the depths. Oh, he's been spotted. Zach goes into the depths and pulls him out. takes the frag. Masuta, though, good trades in mid.
They know Stan and Mihu are the B rotation players. Stan's already towards A now, though, making his way towards apartments. And I think Vitality have to move together here and just keep the trade fragging to keep that man advantage. Because this round has turned into chaos immediately. And they need to limit the variance by staying together, I think.
Yeah, Stan actually is in a great position for redemption. The redemption arc, we talked about it.
Oh.
Trigger discipline here. How many is he going to get? Oh, he's being looked for by Zowie. Only the one, but that does make it doable. A 1 versus 2 is very doable here for Mihu, but he doesn't know how far forward these players are. They might be looking for him for all he knows. Bomb gets planted, and Mihu should be able to assume that probably one player's on site, especially seeing that smoke. But now they can kind of just go anywhere from behind that smoke. So everything's unknown for Mihu.
2 Molotovs as well for Vitality, although this is not the time to pull a Molotov out, of course. They have a crossfire, and that is way more important than a molly. If your teammate goes down, you have to be in position to trade. Mihu has a kit, but I don't think he's even going to make it to the other side of the site to even start defusing this bomb. Creeps out, instant trade from Zowie. That's why you don't pull grenades out. Both your riflers out, instant trade. That's how you win the round. He wasn't defusing that bomb anyway, but that was a great example. Ignore the utility in that point. You're playing a 2 versus 1. You play the 2 versus 1.
All right, so this is crazy. I mean, I was expecting that EG would get kind of bodied based on what we've seen so far. But Vitality, you know, not having the smoothest game themselves and EG playing a bit better is making this very close. We have a real game on our hands. So confident. He's out there in mid. He's looking for that mid pick, or possibly even the alt mid pick.
Man.
It's going to fall back here. Obo as well rotating off of B, expecting perhaps the top mid take to come in, but in reality, Vitality are going for a hard hit on B. They've found a timing here, James.
Ooh.
Oh no! Stan gets a double!
Just when you thought it was safe to close out the game, it's Stan's turn for the collateral. 5-1-3, Mihu not showing his position just yet, and there's hesitation from Vitality. Out comes Mihu, the bomb is dropped. That's all the information, that means rotation. 3 players now for EG around this B bomb site. BRIO staying in boiler just in case of a late rotation. These smokes will soon be gone. There's a minute, but they've got to find these kills. Shox now has got so much to do. The flashbang completely blind, and EG just like that are back in this.
Yes, yeah, you know, the redemption for Stan there. That double completely stuffed the push. And with that, they're in a pretty good spot here now, because I don't think that Vitality have they didn't really have Benq there. I'm not sure what their loss bonus looks like at the moment, but it's not going to be a great look for them on the money. Yeah, indeed, we can see that they are lacking a proper buy here. So EG, very ahead. That's a great shot from Stan as well.
Oh, this is quite the best of 3 we have on our hands.
Yeah, yeah. It's going 3 maps here. If EG win this, it's definitely going 3 maps, I feel like. And we have Vertigo next, which is a pick of Vitality, for those of you who missed the veto. And then I believe the finishing map would be Dust 3. Dust 3? Dust 2. We're unveiling Dust 3 at this event, at the major. You heard it here first.
I haven't played Dust 3 for years, Dan.
I spilled the beans.
What about Dust 2002?
Oh, yeah. But it's Dust 2, right? I think it's Dust 2. Anyways, here comes the... Oh, the timing on that nade. It's done some damage. There we go.
That's an extra buy right there for EG. This is very interesting now, Dan. This is very interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Are you scared? Are you afraid for your pick?
Yeah, I was going to say that, like, if EG go out, the one thing that they would want to accomplish is to just ruin everybody's pick'ems. That's what they would like.
This would be some
pick'ems.
This would be some S-tier gatekeeping for sure. And let's see what they can do now as they are one. Oh, Cirque is ready for the flicks, and you know, if EG can take this map, Cirque on the CT side or Vertigo with the AWP, we mentioned it in the previous match, and it will be true here as well. That's going to be a factor. That's going to be dangerous. Zowie hasn't really been having... I mean, he's got 21 kills because Zowie, but you know, it hasn't all been going his way. Cirque, does he go back for a third one? Shox knows that he just might, but he thinks better of it. He also has Breeze to clean up here as well. Some pre-fire, but Kyojin's just around the corner. 2v3 now. Apex looking for something on the B bomb site. Stan has a second AWP though, and he may find this out in the worst way. A very fast jiggle, showing the gun, showing the front of his body, somehow surviving, and he takes some position as well.
This is a plant. This is a 2v3 after plant here for Vitality. This round was looking pretty done, honestly, but Stan missing that shot, allowing Apex to smoke CT, get across to plant the bomb. Suddenly, very doable round for Vitality. And
woo! Be careful. Mihu has a molly as well, not coming from Banana, but he still may be able to throw it. If Apex though flows his flashbang, that's half the information they need. Playing a very dangerous game. That molly's been thrown now, but there are two HGs to go in this direction. There's one, there's another one. They both completely whiffed though, and that bomb is ticking. That's a big frag though. Apex losing the angle. Is there time for the defuse? However, there just might be. Indeed, there will be. EG survive with 3 and find themselves a game point versus Vitality on Inferno.
I was worried for EG there. They had 2 orbs on that retake. That was uncomfortable, but the nades really provided a lot of cover. And 15 to 13, unbelievable. EG might be about to win their first map here in this stage. And against Vitality. Vitality definitely not feeling their form all the way just yet.
Well, I mean, they have to now, Dan, because otherwise they're out.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I feel like the rest of the best of 3, the maps, are more favorable for Vitality as we go deeper and deeper. But at the same time, you know, EG, this is going to be a massive confidence booster for them as well. Oh man, could you imagine if Vitality get knocked out by EG here? That's a world that we could be living in. We could be living in that universe, in that dimension. Ready
the milk cartons, because Vitality just may go missing in this best of 3 series. With the score lines that we saw in the previous EG matches as well, they have turned things around in a very short space of time.
They have a dangerous Breeze. So we're going for position towards Banana, and looks like he should be able to win it. EG are giving it up pretty easily. Don't want to invest too much to hold that position. So Vitality have that early Banana control. 4 players on mid, ready to defend a top mid take from Vitality. EG might just go aggressive with it too. They're going back to, they're sending Mihu back to B after seeing nothing around top mid. They really don't know what's going on right now, James. EG are at a loss.
I think most people watching don't know what's going on right now, Dan. Can't imagine the threads on HLTV right now. Although one of them will surely be titled Girlfriend Advice. Obo, more forward than we've seen previously, really trying to catch these players off guard, and he will do exactly that. Kyojin caught out, some support grenades as well, hiding in plain sight, and this is going from bad to worse for Vitality. 2 versus 5 on this bomb site. They can't kill anyone. EG take the first map of the series versus Vitality of all teams. 1-0 on Inferno, 16 to 13, and now we see the smiles come through.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Maybe that's all they needed, James. Just one win and just unlock their powers. Oh dear. Vitality are not going to be feeling good after that one. You know, it was a slower start for EG as well. But then we started to see, I mean, it really started with Breeze. Breeze opening up, you know, effectively stealing some rounds with some super fast picks. Exploiting Zowie. Zowie's missing some shots. And suddenly, before you know it, Vitality lose Inferno, the first map of this best of 3. This is an elimination series. Both teams are 0-2.
I don't know what to say.
What happens if Vitality lose?
It's great that EG have turned up, because the story was awful that we've seen so far.
Yeah.
So the fact that they've turned up to the server is fantastic.
Give us the drama.
Yeah, but Yeah, I mean, credit to Breeze. I think that's a very good point.
Yes.
He really broke Vitality multiple times in the first half. Obviously, if he doesn't do that, then Vitality likely win this series. So I think you have to give all credit to Breeze in just the way he deleted them, kept their money poor, was really, really integral for EG's win here on Inferno.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Breeze won them probably by himself 3 rounds of their 5.
Yeah.
So there's 2 banana rounds and then 1 round in the halls where Breeze got the entries just immediately and just they converted it off of that. So
and it's the impact of those rounds in the rounds to come as well. You know, that has a lot to do with it. So despite that highlight from Shox, the AWP ace, Vitality are left with empty hands after this first map of the series.
Yeah. That's it's crazy. We're going to be moving into Vertigo, and from this point forward, I'm not sure what's going to happen, because I think what I'm feeling right now is that EG might be more on point on the clutch factor, and Vitality are going to be more on point on the team strategy and tactics factors, but ultimately it does come down to what the individuals can do. And we saw how powerful that can be when you've got players like Breeze, Cirque, popping off. So this is scary. Very, very scary indeed for Vitality. If they get eliminated in this series, I honestly don't know. I don't know what to don't know what to say.
Yeah, this could be very interesting. I imagine that EG are going to be starting on the CT side, maybe, or Vertigo, because I think that circle on the AWP with those CT angles could mean 2-0 for Vitality.
Yeah.
From what we've seen so far in the form of the relevant players, that is a potential factor here.
And I think, just to add more context to this and how devastating it would be for a team like Vitality, it's the case that Vitality are supposed to make the top 8. And not just that, I think it's somewhat common knowledge that EG is a team that's been a bit stagnant. They're going to be making some changes. It's going to be this is not going to be their final form probably as a roster in the next few months, most likely. Whereas Vitality, they're ready. They're supposed to be ready for the major right now, and they might not get to start.
Very scary territory. It is break time. Try and calm your nerves because there's more Counter-Strike to come. But will it be 1 map or will it be 2? Find out after the break.
Molotov is going to finally force him all the way back. And with mid-presence on this defense, they know that it hasn't been taken from G2. They know that they don't have to worry about connector quite yet. So for the moment, actually, Entropic is pretty comfortable. They have a pretty good read of the map, and G2 haven't really made their first move. And, at some point, G2 they've got 3 smokes, 3 flashbangs as well. That utility is going to dwindle pretty quick. So some of these plays, they're going to have to be very efficient with what they do next.
So a push toward the cave of A. The Prince and the Poppers trying to take over the A site, and I say that because Nico's the Prince in Palace at this point in time. But next is down to Crad. He did get one that time, but Nico's Deagle rings out once more. And the AWP has fallen. They're trying to distill Nickelback from below. He manages, though, to swing out, take Jax at Tetris, and the bomb goes down. And unfortunately, Nico's got problems because they've rotated a second op into the picture, and Nickelback has an AK-47 to his claim. That's a brilliant position to be in for him, and now with a little bit of spray and sass, he confirms the round for them, and Nico's just trying to get back and get out. It's going to be 13-13, and Tropic, man, this is, they are the dark horse in this event.
Tough part, Nico didn't die there. He's going to be stuck with just the $400 that he had previously. He's got armor and Deagle, but man, that's some valuable bonus money you would have liked to have had. That was a 2-round losing bonus. That was $2,400 he would have been able to get. Previously, he had bought down to 50, which is why he was on a Deagle armor in the first place. So this is going to be a number of rounds, unless they pass him a weapon in the next buy round. That's a number of rounds your heavy-hitting star player is going to be without really a great weapon to fight with.
You love to see that grenade.
That's beefy.
Yeah, a little bit of mustard on that one. As Nico's on 2. Jax is on 1. And Jax is dead. He's burned. by Lackey. Nickelback nades Hunter. Utility damage doing pretty good this round, boys. Getting all them damage. As Ilium will hold out toward middle and make sure that no one goes down. Nico wants to try and gather up the bomb to hopefully get a plant on it. But they haven't even tickled anyone. Another nade kill. What is this?
It's unarmored Glocks is what it is.
All right, look, I know what it is, Jason. Just the timing of it, okay?
Actually, the utility damage, all things considered, for Entropic is not all that great. I think they did more this round than they've had.
Continue to ruin my point, Jason. God.
No, I'm making your point for you. It's a great round for utility damage. It's just the rest of the game hasn't exactly been very pretty. Amanek gonna try and sneak through, but now they've got all their bases covered. Entropic is about to take the lead.
Yeah, they are, and I can't say I'm surprised, obviously, specifically this round against the Glocks, but just the way things have been going in the last several rounds. Nothing really sustainable from the G2 side. They haven't really found picks that they've been able to translate into advantages, and it's starting to really accumulate for them in the worst possible way. And now it's 2 rounds to go for the CIS team, for Entropic, to take another win for that region, and they have been impressive. This one's going to be B bias with bomb. 4 players, in fact, heading in that direction. The only one that's not is Hunter, who will hold the top side of middle just to make sure there's not early aggression. And they'll look for contact. They'll look for contact and no rotation. There's only 2 here. If they can actually sort this, it's a long rotation because they went for a stack in A. He thought he killed him and looked away, but Amanek does recover, but not in time because it meant Jax went down to him. In fact, I dare say he was almost better to continue on to bench rather than look backwards because he had him pinned. He had it ready to go, but he just didn't want his teammates to go down, and it's a 3-on-3. As I said, the long rotations, so bomb gets planted, and even though they're in checkers, they're not inside of the site yet.
The question is, if you're Entropic, do you want to go for this with Elian being that far away? He is coming to meet up, so yeah, they are actually going to attempt this retake. They've got 2 kits. They've got plenty of utility as well. This will be tough to hold off, and G2 desperately need this round.
Nickelback is ready to go. He slides in first. Nico's going to spot it, but again, he just can't catch the taps today, but it's fine. He's got the information for Nexa and Hunter, and Nexa to take out Crab this time as he gets the shot on top of the quad. And Ilya knows this one's too far gone, so what can he do economically? Well, miss a shot. That's a wasted bullet. That's expensive. He is dead. 4 HP. He's not going anywhere. Nexa confirms that. We're tied up again, 14-14.
What a massive round for G2, and this time just simplifying things, as you said. Head towards the B bomb site as a group. I think the big thing is Amanek, yeah, he looked a little bit awkward trying to, with his fight selection, not able to really commit himself to either one of the players that he spotted, Forrester at Van or Lackey over at the bench. But because he was equipped with the MAC-10, he had no problem beating the Molotov thrown out. He jumped in front of it real quick. Good on him, and a timeout is called by Entropic. It's their 3rd. G2's out of timeouts.
So that means it's all in from here for them in terms of strategy. All in terms of money as well in this round. There are 3 ops in the round. 2 of them on the CT side. You probably could have deduced that if you had any reasoning for Mirage in your mind at all. Maki has 19 kills. He's one of the ones holding the op, but Amanek on 21. Is looking more and more impressive and threatening in this game as he's tied up and caught up to Nico. In that regard, a lot of damage done to Nexa and Jax as they run through Molotovs. But they want into the site, they want it fast. They've got Crad down. It's not Nickelback in that position this time, but he is still gonna make himself known as he pops out. Good hold from Hunter in middle. That catches out the rotation, and the pop flash still got thrown, but they couldn't do anything with it inside of the site, and Hunter, whoa, he's elusive. He's gotten away from Nickelback, who thinks that he's actually therefore faded into the connector, and suddenly he's isolated himself outside of that smoke.
Yeah, well, I think that's good on Nickelback. I think he was just desperately trying to find safety. The problem really is for G2, they don't have, that's the final smoke. That's the last piece of utility. They need to get the bomb planted during this. Pop flash peek from Nickelback. This is a lot of pressure being applied by Entropic, and G2 don't feel comfortable moving forward. The HP on Nico and Jax is a worrying sign, and actually this round is going to be kept in play.
Yeah, that's a good catch because it looked like they'd done enough. The perimeter of the site was established, but they couldn't cross over, and they still had eyes on Catwalk as well with all those smokes down. If they're keeping track as well on the CT side, they're going to know that they're out of those. They're going to know that they don't have any more options left as we get one more trade on the board, but it's going to be a bomb that rotates back through T-spawn, and that's made possible by Omanuk and a deadly shot on Lackey.
He was legged as well. That had to be a first bullet headshot. I thought Lackey would have him dead to rights, and G2 have spun all the way around the map. Almanac has provided the opening needed. And oh man, Forrester, you're going to go for this. I think you need to pick up a kit on the way, but he's going in the wrong direction. He's going to have absolutely nothing else to work with than what he has on him at this moment. M4, no utility, no kit.
So Forrester with a very tough task to try and prevent this from being an overtime points against them rather than in their favor. Ooh, he's made noise, didn't get through the window as he jumped, and was it heard? They're quite far away. Don't think it was yet, but he doesn't have time to wait. He will put on the boots and stampede toward the site, and that is a cue for the Hunter to take down the Elephant. That's illegal poaching, but this time we'll allow it because it's 15 rounds for G2.
Yo, that trade Hunter gets on Nico when Nico goes down is so important from A ramp. Again, that's a couple times they've hit on the A bomb site. A very, very good protocol, and everyone from G2 following it to the T to be able to trade off that kill. Someone on the ramp looking towards along that wall. This right here. Nico goes down with no HP, and that's a beautiful trade. That shot is a stunner. Almanac is having a very good game. 22 kills for him. It's 21 on Nico. Almanac's leading the way. And poor Entropic, they've had such a great half. They had so much money at one point, and look at it now, fighting with scraps. Deagle and 2 SMGs.
The one thing about this game as well, and it's almost symmetrical in that it was sort of a 5-round spread, then 2, then 1, and then a massive spread after that, where in which the economy was the biggest issue, but it's G2 that manages to break that trend and just get it back into their control in time. A lot of rounds being converted on the back means that it gets broken very quickly. How does Nickelback get away from that? Hunter's going to try and do exactly that and take him down as he pursues his prey, and
oh no,
Nico's got Crad. I think we might have the first map decided. G2, it is their map choice. So still a good showing from Entropic, as Nico will confirm it's all but done as Ilian goes down and Forrester. Yeah, I think you better try and find a tree to hug inside that forest, Jason.
Yeah, might as well. What a tough map for G2, and what a brutal way for it to end. You fought so hard if you're Entropic, and just right at the closing rounds, the closing moments, you run out of money. You run out of funds to actually fight back. Make that final round very, very easy for G2, where everything else had been so difficult along the way. But again, shout out to Almanac. Ends with a great scoreline. He's right up there with Nico. He plays very, very well.
I just noticed that you have the client up, and when the game ended, it gives one of the players the most valuable MVP.
That went to Nexa.
Yeah, but it's the most valuable player.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of, yeah, that's all right. Nonetheless, the most valuable host, it's Richard Lewis. We're going to throw it right now.
Well, G2 managed to get their map pick, but that doesn't tell the full story, not even in the slightest. Guys on the desk, we're going to quickly break that map down. G2 did come out firing on all cylinders. Very good early start, Blair. Yeah. But then obviously Entropic, as I said, they're a legitimate contender here. You know, they're not going to go easily. So they battled back, and it was, you know, G2 know they've been in a game here.
Yeah, G2, there was definitely some squeaky bum time there. They must have been feeling really, really worried at one point. But initially, like, you saw Nico get that ace against a buy round as well. You're like, yeah, when Nico starts waking up that early in a game, especially on the map of Mirage, that's G2 potentially just running away with that particular match. So kudos to Entropic, and got to understand this, right? When it comes to a best-of-3 series, you're the massive underdogs coming into this particular tournament. Usually on your opponent's mapping, and when your opponent is a favorite like G2, you're probably going to be, it's kind of assumed that you're going to be losing 16-8, 16-9, something of that nature. But the fact that they're so competitive, they have great mid-round calling, great, you know, mid-game calling as well, able to just flip the script and turn things around, while all these stars in the form of, you know, Lackey. Alien had a quieter game, I won't lie, but everyone else delivered, and this could have easily gone the way of Entropic. That is so impressive.
I mean, this was an extremely competitive game, right? And
yeah,
we always rag and talk about the points. You know, you need to have the gun round, you need to have the pistol rounds, you need to convert. That is a prime example that we have right here. We have G2 5-0 consecutively on their T side and on their CT side, winning pistols and converting. And if you look at the scoreline towards the very end, it is the difference maker. When it comes to gun round, when it comes to full utility, full resources, Entropy gave them a run for the money. They made life hard and horrible for G2. They fought back really hard, and that was quite a high-level game.
Yeah, look, we've got a little bit of time here to kind of talk about the map. So Maniac, I'll stay with you for this. obviously there were a couple of rounds that really did come down to sort of individual performances, a couple of turning points. So let's talk about them.
I mean, we had a couple of examples right there in the highlight. I think the first half was all about the battle of the middle. And I know this is a recurring theme when it comes to Mirage, but this game was definitely a prime example. You had G2 and Entropic going at each other with different ways. On one hand, G2 tried to do the poke flash combination with Hunter coming in from Catwalk, Nico coming in from Link. That didn't work out too great, so what they did is they went slightly more aggressive. You would see Amanek jumping down underground with the AWP. He made the difference a couple of times. Nico played relatively more passively behind smokes, and finally it worked because Entropic were punishing them every single time. Entropic were taking the control and like a poison just stayed in here waiting for kills, waiting to spread their wings and win the round. And they had the modus operandi. It was working for Entropic.
Yeah, I mean, Blair as well, I know you caught some of the key little action points, but just overall what I want to ask you about is the kind of mindset now, because it's a 16-14, it's a close map, right? And Entropic could have taken G2's map pick away from them, but failed to do so. So are they feeling good going into this too? Are they feeling bad? I mean, you know, it's like they weren't supposed to win this, but they came so close.
They came so close, right? And I think that's what's going to be different. That's the difference between, you know, a team with a winner's mentality or a team who's just here, who's just trying to, you know, enjoy the ride for as long as they can. And I feel Entropic are a team when, you know, when they were able to make these adaptations on the map of Mirage. Sure, they would have been fancying the chances of closing out the map, 16-13 or something of that nature. Unfortunately, the final 3 rounds, G2 kind of ran away with it. Nico are really popping off there on the T side, obviously. But if I'm Entropic right now, I'm feeling excited. Like, guys, it's not even our good map. It's G2's pick, and we almost took it away from them. And now they're going to be coming to Dust 2. That's our playground. Bear in mind, G2 have only played Dust 2, I think like 4 times or something it's not in the recent past. It's been quite a while since they played this map. And even when they played it, it's been against the likes of Complexity, VP, Big, and Ends, where they have had some comparatively close losses. On the other hand, for the side of Entropic, Dust 2 is a map where they dominate. They just battered Astralis as well on it very recently in this tournament itself, 16-6. And here's a really cool thing. Even the losses they have suffered against certain teams have been super close ones, 16-14, 16-13, something of that sort. So yeah, if I'm Entropic, I'm feeling this. I'm feeling that we're going to be seeing map number 3 coming up.
All right, well, I'll get you in here as well, Maniac. Who really stood out for you on that G2? You know, we got the scoreboard kicking in. Obviously, that doesn't tell the full story, but, you know, there's been, like, sort of a recurring, you know, narrative about how G2, it's like, they've got a good team, it's just that they're not quite good enough. These guys aren't quite elite level to take them to that next level. Did anyone, like, jump off the server for you beside the usual names?
Well, I'll put a spin on this, and I'll say because not really one player stood out, that is the difference maker for G2. Because this time around, you have 4 players above 20 kills. And that usually is where it hurts for G2, where you have maps where Amanek, Jax, and Nex are kind of going missing AWOL, not, you know, doing the job they were supposed to. I think Amanek had a couple of key kills in high-pressure clutch situations towards the very end when he was rotating towards middle is a good example. I think Hunter had moments of brilliance when he was playing towards Catwalk. So all these players did what they had to do, and as a result, it isn't the Nico show. It isn't the Kovacs show with Hunter as well. It was a team effort, much deeper than we're used to, and also one of the reasons why G2 were able to pull through.
Yeah, I have to echo Maniac's thought there, right? It's not just Nico putting up an Herculean effort, but which winds up with them losing the map. Nico, he kind of tapered off after the initial hot start he had.
He was good, right?
He was still very solid, but then, like you pointed out, Amanek, Nexa, Hunter, 22, 20 kills, and 20 as well for the side of Hunter. That kill spread is tasty, and for Jax, he doesn't really have to do too much. Sure, it was a close game, but I don't want to take this away from Entropic. I think they put up a fantastic fight. They were able to capitalize on a lot of these gun rounds. And the rounds they were winning, mind you, quite a few of them were very lopsided. They had like 4 or 5 players staying alive against a full buy. Taking nothing away from Entropic, but the fact that it wasn't Nico having to just drag a kicking and screaming G2 across the finish line is a good sign.
And I'm sure he appreciates that. Just a final thought before we go to break. We've talked a lot about Na'Vi and Simple. Has to win a major. He has to win a major for his legacy. Obviously, Device, goated, but he's with a new team, right? He's, you know, people are saying, can he do it and prove it wasn't just Astralis that made him good? We got Ziwu, on the secondary stream right now might be about to be eliminated
down on the side
by
for a bit.
Stanislaw. No one wants to live in that universe. But how much does Nico need to have a deep run here, maybe even pick up a major to sort of get him back in contention, to talk about what he is, which is one of the best players in the world?
Yeah, I feel like this major is exactly that for Nico. This major is the opportunity to once again remind everyone that he belongs in that list. He belongs in the list of the simples, the device. The Zai were a bit more short-term listed, but still, he is one of the most extraordinary player we have in Counter-Strike. And there's a lot of people out there who think that his individual talent is not matched by his palmarès, by his success as a team. You know, he never had the major. Obviously, he's on that list. He was part of the top 5 of HLTV on multiple occasions. So for him, with G2 finding success, it is finally a stamp of, you know, legitimacy as to where he belongs as a player.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be setting up Entropic's pick of Dust 2. Make sure you join us. Welcome out to the PGL Major Stockholm. We're partway through the best of 3 between G2 Esports and Entropic. One of these teams, well, one of these teams is not like the other, but one of these teams will certainly be booking their place to the Avicii Arena. We're about to go on to Dust 2, and my microphone has just popped out the back of me. So, Maniac, that's a very good opportunity for you to take it and run with this one.
Absolutely. Look, I want to talk about Entropic, and I want to talk about how in this tournament already, they have lost the first map with a best of 3, but they bounced back. Against Heroic, same scenario, same caveat. They get wrecked on the first map 16-10 and then bounce back and play a good Counter-Strike. The analysis that we made at the desk, all these points we brought out that, you know, actually when it comes to the full gun rounds, they were playing a good game of Counter-Strike. If you Entropic, it is the moment where you have to remind yourself that is the case. You did not play a bad first map. Sure, you can have frustration because 16 is for the opponents but not for you. But it is the role of the coach and the team to come together and realize that, guys, there is no panic. We challenged them on their map pool. We played a good Counter-Strike, a couple of pistols here and there, and we're good. So just stay the course if you're Entropic because you're playing a good Counter-Strike and you can definitely pull it back.
Well, Blair, I'll come to you here as well. Obviously, statistically, we were a little bit perplexed by this pick, but actually, when you crunched the numbers earlier, turns out, actually, Dust 2, yeah, very much in their wheelhouse and might catch G2 cold.
Oh, absolutely. G2 haven't really played this map a lot, as I mentioned earlier before the break. The last time we saw them was against ENCE. That was the game where ENCE managed to take it, and I think like triple overtime, something crazy, right? But the fact that, look, G2 can play the map. It's not like they don't play it, but when you haven't played it for in quite a while, against a lot of high-tier opposition, against a team who seem to be very, very comfortable, especially on the map picks, questions can potentially be raised by the G2 side. And I'm going to give this one to you, Maniac. The two players who come to mind for me has been the star for the side of Entropic, that is going to be Alien with that AWP of his on Dust 2 at Opus Paradise. against Amanek, who has been a bit of... He's been great overall as a player in the tournament, but as an AWPer, I don't think he's going to be able to go up against this this young lad.
Look, the problem with Amanek, and something I very quickly realized, is that his performance is extremely map dependent. He's got a couple of maps where you will see him actually do his job. Probably even slightly go ahead. You know, Mirage is a good map. Nuke is a map as well where his positioning is great. On other maps, a la Inferno, a la Dust 2, it's a bit more complicated. And this is where we go back to this eternal discussion. Can this roster work together? Can they be a top team? That is a little bit the proof of concept. When Amanek is failing, everyone's saying, ha, told you, this is not, the structure is not sound, it's going to fall apart. When Amanek is having a good map like on Mirage, suddenly you have a team that makes sense. So it's the coin that you have to flip.
And I also want to just add on one more thing, is what I would like to see Entropic do quite a bit. I just remembered what ENCE did to G2 on G2's T side was constant, consistent aggression on the extremities of the map, pushing
so
B tunnels,
as well,
So if Entropic are able to replicate that and make G2 feel very uncomfortable on that T side of theirs, I could potentially see Entropic, you know, go after a roaring start. Obviously, G2 have the choice of side, considering the map coming from Entropic. I'm assuming G2 is going to be starting on the T side here, obviously because it is Dust 2. But like I said, if Entropic can make things exciting, just off the gates, you know, just trying to be unpredictable and pushing and prodding and making G2 feel very uncomfortable, I think we're in for a hell of a game.
Well, I hope so. I mean, Dust 2 in general delivers. I know it's not particularly popular with people out there in the world of Counter-Strike.
Changed a bit.
Listen, Richard, I remember trying to get my visa to fly down here. I saw the visa officer, and he's like, "Oh, where are you here from?" I'm like, "Counter-Strike tournament. What's your favorite map?" This guy's a 40-year-old dude. He's way older than I am. I'm like, do I say Cobblestone or Overpass? Is that too new for this gentleman? I just said went Dust 2, and I got my visa. So yeah, yay Dust 2.
Gotta be honest, didn't know where you were going with that one. Started with the visa process application, and then ended up on Dust 2.
Yeah,
Do you think you had the right choice? That was the right map to tell?
He seemed to like it.
If you had to judge someone by character, if he says Dust 2 is a favorite map, what would you say? Like, it's a good person on a date, like a flash date or
judge a
something?
person based on what map he likes. Dr. Maniac right here.
I'll pass on that one. I'm not going to judge people on maps.
Look, back to the matter at hand. I mean, you know, I want to talk a bit more about Amanek if we've got time before we have to get into the game. Obviously, Amanek is a player that, you know, he's the ideal teammate, in my opinion.
I agree.
And yet he finds himself in this weird spot where everyone knows that, but he's also on the chopping block for G2 because of the expectations. This is a guy who went from being a support player. He picked up the AWP for the team when they didn't have a dedicated AWPer. Nico was going to do it. And then, you know, it went to him, and he's been doing good with it, but maybe not great with it. So what have you thought of his performance here at the Major so far, including, obviously, you know, those earlier games?
Yeah, I mean, looking back, I think Amanek is in a very peculiar position in general by the fact that he can do everything, but not really to an elite level. It always poses the question. It always asks, okay, it's great. I can definitely see you like a Swiss sniper, a Swiss Army knife. You can do many things, but I want you to be a sniper. That's what you need.
Okay, well, we're about to find out how he does here, 'cause we're going to get into the game. It's time for the action, so take it away, guys.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, indeed. We are live in a Dust 2, map number 2 of this series. G2 and Entropic. And I'm hearing a bunch of typing. I'm confused about what that means, but it looks like we're still live. We're all good.
Yeah, I think it is all good as we will see Crad.
Oh,
no,
we're not all good.
We're definitely not all good. I was going to say, if he just ran through
like,
mid doors like that, yeah, not a chance.
I heard all the typing, and I was like, this sounds like we're going to replay this pistol round, and then Homeboy kept going. Well, it gives us a little bit of time to breathe, you know, Matt?
I like breathing. Kind of keeps me alive.
Yeah, it's an important thing to make sure you do.
Yeah, don't forget to breathe. Sometimes it's very easy to do that. Especially when you have to look at me. I know I take your breath away.
Yeah, each and every time. Well, hopefully this is the real one. Strap in, boys and girls. Freeze time coming to an end. G2 taking a very close contest on Mirage, 16-14. Now heading into the second map, looking to close this out comfortably in 2-0 fashion and move on to the next stage, move on to the next round.
So, who would have thought these two teams would be battling for the 3-0 spot?
Yeah, right?
It's kind of incredible that one of them is going to get it. Nice little boost. I love that window boost at B. Give Hunter the aim and the angle, but it's over toward A that all the activity and action is happening. Smokes to go down to cover the cross, and an additional smoke deployed in the box to give Jax a bit more of an angle and a bit more time to live, to find kills. And that works out perfectly as he turns around as well to find one at Goose.
Lackey's gone. It's his feathers plucked and another boost. Reverse elevator. Good headshot position, but you've got to hit the headshot. That's the harder part, apparently, as Hunter falls.
Oh, no.
And Forrester's in behind them, but Nico's been caught out because distracted to look at him. They're able to push this back. Suddenly the round turns. It's all on to Nexa. This looked so promising when it started out with Lackey getting kills. Or rather, excuse me, with Jax getting kills. But he's the only one that does.
Yeah, it all fell apart from there. And that happened so quick. G2 trying to get cheeky with a little bit of a boost, find one more kill before the retake begins. Nico got so lucky Forrester didn't just wreck him from the get-go. Still couldn't recover from it. So G2, in that 16-14, that very close victory on Mirage, they won both pistols. Dropping the first one here on Dust 2. That's got to be, had to have been a talking point as well for Entropic between maps. Let's make sure we get a pistol on this map, boys.
Well, they've done it already. And this, of course, is their map choice. So hopefully, from their perspective, they can make short work of it.
No scout for G2 in the second round, just all pistols, and you're going to have 2 players on catwalk, 3 players coming up towards middle. They do have a flashbang if they want to try and execute some kind of a crunch. That's awkward. For the Deagles, that kind of a headshot angle. Oh, it still works out. Amanek almost able to get a double.
If he hadn't, okay, this is smart. Next at least recovers because unfortunately Nico had to reload. He couldn't get around the corner to get that kill because he knew he tagged him. He knew it was the sniper as well, excuse me, the scout. But they do manage to get the kill in the end. They've upgraded to an AK, and they get the goal they wanted, to shut down middle with a 2-2 split and catch them out. Crad goes hunting to find Hunter outside of the double doors at B, and Smoke, he has the bomb, remember that, so he's still in a decent position here.
The only way he can win this is if he keeps taking those fights. He needs to be able to thin this out before a retake begins. Oh my sweet Jesus.
Yep. Gone. That is lovely from G2. So yeah, they won the pistol, Jason, but nope, nothing else.
Caught with a G2 bug there. Winning the pistol, losing the second. Great shooting from Jax. I mean, look, all things considered, when you look at the frags that he's had to start out this game, the 2 kills in the pistol round, and now that I think 2 kills in the second round as well. Some stunning headshots out of Jax with them pistols. So that reversed pretty quick. Jax, the aforementioned. Nico pushing up mid. He's going to find Elian, but he's been tagged. He's got his cousin with him here to help him out, make sure none of these pistols can clean him up. And yeah, Hunter's going to get aggressive. He turned from the flashbang, which caused him to go down. And actually, Nico, I don't know how he would possibly ever survive in this situation. Forrester's going to ignore the Molotov, and Nico is surrounded, utility being spent. Okay, now he's relatively safe. Now he's trusting Nexa to be able to protect him. All he's got to do is watch the dark hall, and Jax is going to back him up. Rest of G2's arrived.
Yeah, absolutely. They push up and make sure there's nowhere for Forrester to go. G2 2 rounds. That was some psychedelic camera switching.
Brings me back to my youth.
I don't want to know, Jason. Please don't keep it to yourself. We look in on each camp. Bit of chatter in the freeze time, see what they can come up with in this round. As it is just going to be a full Glock round. A single flash for Nickelback. Rather optimistic. Oh, here we go. Hunter's now he's really hunting. This is like Crocodile Dundee style hunting. He's got that there pump shotty, bah.
Excuse me?
Just go.
Ooh, hello.
All right, Nico, just...
Le one tap.
Why can't they go B? Why can't we get a cool shotgun round? Okay, that's all I wanted. All right, Hunter,
You're gonna get
here
it.
we go. Forrester is gone. Woo, no armor. Shotgun straight to the body. He gone. There's a big hole in his chest now.
Yeah, massive one. Jax, ooh, I think he's even, predicting the jiggle peek, finds the second player. Nexa finds the last. 5 kills for G2, and you got to admire the psychological warfare these past 2 rounds of G2 just running up mid, being aggressive all across the map at every different location, telling Entropic, we're going to be in your face this whole time. This is nice. Weep.
Oh, I love it. Love it. I think we're still in. I think actually hunting season probably just ended where I live, I was going to say. But here we go. 3-1. And I'm sure there will be a purchase at some point. No, they're going to... Come on. Has the HUD not updated, or is they actually not going? They're going to have to buy on
They're
this.
taking their time.
Well, Forrester's gone all in. So is Ilian, but Krad and Lackey elect to go for the utility purchases and take the Mac 10s instead. So that's interesting.
Well, you have the cash. If you go down to a Mac 10 and you have the cash for a rifle, this is a specific set piece, and they have B spawns, Matt. So I would expect a B rush out of this scenario.
A brush.
Straight out of matchmaking. Oh,
Crazy
Nexa.
team called Entropic.
Good luck.
Doesn't rhyme, but it's a hot topic. Next up in the site is dead. Amanuk tried to shoot him in the head. Didn't quite do that with the AWP, but doesn't need to. He's got Lackey instead. They have the B site to their name. Bomb is crossed and being planted. It's going in behind the box. Krad, did he block that? No, it bounced up over him. So there's flames at his feet, but he is safe up above, but not from the guns, as Amanuk will get the shot instead. They'll continue to put flames down on the site itself, but a 3-on-3 as retake's getting more and more dire. They know Ilian's behind the boxes, but they can't get him out, and he's going to try and continue to bait shots, which means he has to get closer to the door, and that's where Nickelback does the work.
Damn, that was chaotic. Nexa couldn't even spot the first two opponents with those Mac 10s coming out through the smoke caused by a grenade. That's brutal. Yeah, good spawns and Entropic just keep things simple. Stupid. Actually kind of surprised G2 kept up that pressure as if they were going to go for that retake once the bomb site was actually lost, but here we are. Up in the hands of Amanuk, all the money spent on the G2 side of things. Some deep nades to let Entropic and Elian feel the pressure like another mid-push might be there, as if there was a window of opportunity where they could be aggressed upon.
Nickelback and Krad to the underpass position. Haven't seen a lot of pushing through the mid doors yet today, but we did certainly see it the other day when Kerrigan was on the map. He's obviously trying to take advantage of a new change. They spotted it. Nico saw Krad and vice versa, so they know now that there is at least one player on Catwalk, and they go for the boost late, but don't see anyone, so they'll back off of it. Forrest, meanwhile, will go up Xbox, and a smoke down, a Molotov rather, excuse me, on the box means they can't stay there, but timing it well. Nico's behind the flames, and they don't see, oh, I thought Nico would have had the advantage there just based on the graphical aspect of that secondary Molotov. Forrester continues to just slide forward with people so close to spotting him, but not really in that position, as Nickelback will flash him over and try and peek it. Amanuk's baited into a shot from the A ramp as Catwalk is certainly where Entropic have established the most amount of map control. Nico saw that, surely saw Krad cross back over, so still, as he started on Catwalk early, has rotated back through CT, is still in sort of a timing situation. Gets one on Cat, now the repeat has to come out. Krad was at top mid for that exact reason. Watch for Amanuk inside of the smoke to take down Forrest. He's able to fade, and they don't have another Molotov. They don't have any utility, in fact, to try and get him off the ramp, but his shots are what matter more, and luckily Jax is able to support Krad. They knew he was at the top of mid. He comes in late, and Jax, a hat trick, gets all three to close out the rounds, and G2 get away with another victory.
Yeah, Jax has started this half out pretty well. That's a nice job managing the defense there. Good shot from Amanuk on Catwalk. A nice push from Nico as well to get information. Actually, pretty critical kill. He just gets this last guy. Elian, big-time fragger, and without the support of the AWP, Amanuk and Jax can kind of peek up this railing with impunity. There's nothing to stop them whatsoever. And Krad even missing some shots right at the end. G2, 2-round lead. Jax is 11-2, Matt, 6 rounds in.
Starting off like Nico did in the last map.
Yeah, living the dream.
Well, that dream nearly was a nightmare, so hopefully they can keep it together and keep it rolling on the G2 side. Vladislav Krechnikov. That sounds like some sort of political figure, doesn't it? Krad?
Yeah, maybe.
That's about the most Russian name I've heard.
Ooh, aggression. This is what this new Dust 2 has provided us. A lot of CT aggression that gets fun. Jax gets eliminated. That's out towards long. Elian picks off at the corner. Ooh, they need this trade. They need the trade big, and Nico's got it. 2 for 1 trade in lower B, including the player loss at long. Makes this an even body count for both sides. 2 smokes as well for Entropic if they would like to go for the cross. Because G2 is holding passively from CT spawn, so smoke wall would mean Omenek cannot be involved in the action outside of some lucky blind shots.
Well, that's what he's going to go for naturally. You'd expect smoke goes down, covers it completely. They jump over. He hasn't shot yet. Now he will. As we spot from Nico's position, box on catwalk. Bit of smoke in those flames, naturally. Darkens up and dims his vision, but he backs off of it either way. Bomb gets planted as a result, and Nico's not done yet. Wants to go back in, but the nade will take him down. Nico was indecisive, and that was enough, but Lackey suddenly finds himself in a one-on-one jump shot. You know he's going to try and go for it. That gives him the information, but Lackey will back around as Omenek goes hunting. Tries to bait out, he's still on the op, but trades over to the M4. It masks potentially the switching of the gun, but Lackey doesn't matter, doesn't care. Finds the kill anyway, and Entropic find round number 3.
Yeah, that's tough for Nico. I couldn't tell if he actually wanted to throw the nade and the Molotov, but either way, doesn't get either of them out. He even took a lot of damage into the flames. That's the thing. He stuck around in that Molotov to try and get a shot on the cross for some time. Burned him down to less than half and made him susceptible to the nade kill. Unfortunate. G2 almost snatched that round from the jaws of defeat. And this time stacked towards the B bomb site, including aggression in lower dark. But at least they've cleared out that side of the map. They just don't really have anything to fight with.
No, they don't at all.
Good chance this gets all tied up.
Early days in this game. Nice to see it back and forth, keeping us on our toes. Again, I don't have any, but metaphorically speaking.
Metaphorically, yeah.
Just as I hear James Bardoff and his lovely bassist voice coming through the wall and entertaining us even. It is Vitality EG map 2. Vitality up 9-5 now. So a chance to put that into the third map of that series as well. Alien gets Nexa down as they continue to crawl close. So that's a long shot at the platform, and they didn't know that there was close players. So the fact that they were able to get that and they were able to swing over silently was a huge problem, but Hunter was holding from inside of the box at Gandalf. But unfortunately, as we know, Lord of the Rings is not a great movie according to Stunna, and neither was that round for G2.
Oh, you're going to send so much hatred in his direction. Oh, it's not ideal.
Oh, he just turned 32 as well, poor guy.
Yeah, it was his birthday.
Happy birthday, Stunna. Sorry for the hatred, but you deserve it.
All tied up. 4s apiece. Drop down to try and get a quick pick. And, ooh, almost had the opportunity. Or did have the opportunity. Almost had the connection. Splitting. An upper dark push. Nico is down low, but he's cut off by the Molotov. And I think, yeah, he's just going to check out some utility. He doesn't want anything to do with this fight any longer. So he's going to back out and survive. Play with the smoke first. And, ooh, this is dangerous. There's a time limit on this. And now that it's clear, Alien's position becomes much more dangerous. 2 players defending long for G2 and 2 players inside of the B bomb site. Mid and catwalk are going to be largely devoid of attention from the CT side.
On to the mid positions, trying to figure out exactly where the remaining CTs are. A thinned out defense, and it's a 2-2 split. No one's going to be in middle, so they'll be able to go split B if they want very easily. Omenek's going to call the smokes towards CT, meaning that he'll be somewhat prepared. Or they should be somewhat prepared for this eventuality, and Nico certainly is. Times it to perfection. He and his cousin, the Kovac duo, shut down B entirely. Crad falls, and Ilian, with 23 seconds, is already spotted from T-spawn. Should be pretty straightforward at this point, I think, to close out the round. 17 seconds. Done dizzle. Gonna get the gun? That's the question. AWP for Ilian.
Let the timer run out first. Hunt that bad boy down. Bit of a risk. Ilian looking. He's found Nico, and ooh, Hunter was being cautious himself. So good find at the end for Ilian to stay alive.
This now is Getting a little more dire in terms of the money, as you say. They could have taken that down and risked the bonus, but he manages to keep the AWP, so they'll buy what they can around it, forcing up with the Galils. A Deagle for Lackey, and that's all he has. Jack's waiting at long as well. We haven't seen a lot of long battles early on this game so far, which seems to be so standard on Dust 2.
Yeah, we saw the one Elian pick on Jax at the corner, but in terms of those big engagements, nothing of that sort quite yet. Two players pushing in the mid-round towards Catwalk. That's Nico and Amanek with the AWP going for a late boost to lower dark. Jax has found his kill out towards long. Fortunate spam through smoke. Ooh, and that defense, they felt the pressure. Good nade from Nico. They're going to come right through this smoke. Nico goes back for more, and he almost finds 2 kills. 4 HP on Forrester and Nickelback. The op is overkill, but, I mean, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Gets the job done, right? Alien is down. Amanek holding off the angle, and G2 finding another round to give them a buffer now. 6-4. Solid job done. Nico's content with that. Does seem rather calm inside the studios right now, doesn't it? No coaches going nuts to bring the troops up. No over-the-top animations from each team. In fact, they're just trying to relax, as we see on screen now.
Stressful situation. Very stressful. Yeah, Malik is kind of sitting there like a choir boy, isn't he? Just hands crossed in his lap, no moving. Hunter turns around, he hears the pressure from lower tunnels. Good kills, he's got Nico with him. It's just Lackey left. A nice, easy anti-eco. And Nico wants the frag. Nico's going to hunt things down. He's being very aggressive. 7-4, 3-round lead for G2.
And we'll see if they can continue on it. That one was very quick. Seems like just a second ago we were staring at the same people in the same seats. And now we'll see what the response will be from Entropic. Interesting to see a Krieg go for the drop down in the middle this time. Forrester, now we're seeing the fast play toward long. Smoke down, he's going to cross over, try and get inside a pit is Jax as Forrester continues to hunt, but now he has support. He's called it through there, and Amanek is ready with the AWP. He'll find the first kill. Hunter gets on a crab. Nickelback goes back for 2, though, and he's got Lackey. So what started out as a great hold and good defense from the CTs is quickly falling apart as Amanek gets trapped as well at the car. He has to go combative with the AWP. He'll find 2. You find that third, and color me impressed. Already impressive enough as it is, but the round stays alive. It's Nexa versus the Nickel.
What a beast. That's a great sequence for Amanek. The Dusk even kind of called that matchup in general into question, the op battle of Amanek versus Elian, and at least that time inside of the Flames in a tough situation, Amanek delivers. I actually really like everything about that defense from G2, which always kind of sucks when it doesn't pan out nearly as well as cool as it is. Continually going back for refights, flashing around that corner. And now we finally get that long engagement. Everyone's died in this area. Nickelback and Nexa in a 1v1. But neither of them have information.
So Nickelback has the bomb, but he's expecting that there's going to be someone down toward long. And Nexa's positioning himself to try and flank that, or so that he'll walk directly toward him.
They both have the same internal clock. They both started moving at the same exact time. But yeah, except Nexa's is maybe a little bit better. A little bit more honed by experience. That's a huge win.
Getting closer to that 2-0 scoreline in the series, and therefore the 3-0 scoreline in the Swiss system, and would be advancing into the playoffs. First, G2, that would be pretty remarkable. I'm sure Nico would be very, very pleased with that. Well, all right, we've gone quiet, and I just absolutely heard James scream at the top of his lungs. So I can't help but look over. It looks like Vitality's about to take that game. It's 14-5, so that should go.
So that's probably Zyro doing something mental.
Oh, probably. It would have to go to Dust 2. That'd be the third map for that series. So stay tuned for that. And again, that one is for elimination, not for advancement, as this one is.
A little bit of talking going on throughout the timeout, and then we'll get back into things.
Yeah, quite a few timeouts on in succession here, it seems.
Yeah, it was a bit extended. Oh well. AK on Nickelback and just pistols on everyone else. Ooh, Nickelback wants to go for this long play, but man, he never really set his feet and got comfortable in that engagement. 5-on-4 for G2. They're going to make their way up catwalk. They're hoping, I guess, that Nickelback would be able to get one kill and pull that follow-up support defender back towards long to have a little bit of a better avenue into the A bomb site, but unfortunately it didn't work. So Omenek is going to have the line of sight. Here comes a run boost, here comes a shoulder peek, and the run boost, not the best one we've ever seen, but it still works. One player dropping into CT spawn. And finally, some kills. Ooh, a follow-up from Lackey. Nico's got 19 HP from his earlier engagement. This round just got so interesting for whatever reason.
For whatever reason at all. No one knows, Jason, but it is interesting. Bomb's going to tick with Lackey defending it. Oh, directly on top. He's looked away. What?
Well, they have no idea where the second player is either.
That's insane. I thought Lackey was about to be spotted. He was one step from going up the ramp, and Nico elects not to because they want to go for the elevator boost instead. That'll pay off, but it could have been a kill for free, and he gone even a step further. Ilian at long with a pistol. If he can tap away on Nexa, it's low enough on Nico, but he gets the shot instead. We're going to go 9-4 for G2.
Yeah, I would wonder if he got a little bit nervous that second player from Entropic could have been at long and could have shot him in the back, because remember, he only had very low, underneath 20 HP, or if his teammate called him back for that boost up into the site. Regardless, you're right. I think Lackey got away with one. I think if Nico had kept pushing up the ramp, he might have been able to get that kill, but also might have put his teammate in a one-on-one or, heaven forbid, a one-on-two. Great lead. 5-round lead for G2.
Nico getting very aggressive. Ilian down toward the suicide. Thought I was actually going to be running out. He's not, but they'll hold each other without knowing, but holding the angles with the possibility that they could be pushing. It's Forrester that holds with Nico to swing around. He can hear the jumping on the other side, surely, as he goes on the pursuit. And I think this time you get away with it. Surely Ilian goes into long. Forrester sneaks in. Oh, Crad, though. Crad could spoil this whole thing. He's going to. Nico's going to be so close. He takes one shot. That's going to reveal it, and he tries to turn around fast enough. He can't. Crad gets the kill.
Oh, that's unfortunate. So much of this map so far has been timing. If Nico doesn't take that one tap, he might actually hear the footsteps of Crad coming behind him, and then he can play it slow. Unfortunately, eliminated, and, well, at least he has information, right? He's passed that on to his teammates. Everyone from G2, all the remaining members are here. 4 players to defend. Oh, jumping over. That's great damage from Jax. He continues having a spectacular game. And Omenek, this can be a tough shot out into the open, especially with the flashbang in his eyes. Lucky to be alive and disappearing into the smoke. A mid boost. They have to find that kill towards Goose. Nickelback gets it, and now the Krieg is put into play. Crad coming in late. Nexa as well pushing forward, and he finds 2. Him and Hunter combined, and Crad must win the round. And Tropic on the back foot, and he finds no options with that drop.
Yeah, it drops down. No one's there, rotating over. Bomb still waits on the ramp. It gets him slightly away from Hunter, but the timing is that he looks away, and he'll get taken down. Absolutely that, as it now goes around again to G2. So they're looking to collect a bunch in a row at this point in time. Nonetheless, bit awkward for a moment there. Nexa, yeah, you saw exactly what happened. I mean, the dink was heard behind the car, so he and Hunter lit it up. Just to note as well, Vitality, oh, they're just making sure.
You've done too much. Sit back down, sir.
Well, I think it was that Nico's mic, they were making sure it was working. I don't know if that's necessarily illegal input, because that would be it would be a technical pause if it wasn't. So it's worth it to just check it and get that out of the way so we don't have to slow things down. I'm not mad about that. I don't know about you, Jason. But it is Vitality that has forced out map 3 in their series. I believe it was 16-5 in the end. So Nico takes out Forrester. Now we're starting to see those mid pushes through the doors from the CT side. Saw it in the last round. He got all the way up to the top. Didn't pay off. This time he goes, oh, underneath. That is lovely from Nexa. Nico was full blind and dead if he was not there.
This new dynamic of this kind of a push from mid that's so safe is so much fun to watch on this map. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm loving it.
It's so small, but yet it's refreshed it so much, right?
It's enabled so much CT aggression that we didn't previously have. I think that's a lot of fun to watch. So 2 players inside of the A bomb site. Jax is, he's going to have the op to contend with. He's got to hide. A lot of damage dealt Nexa and Nico are just fine on HP, and they're rotating over as well. Jax now watching behind. This is weird, though, because this player has the bomb, Nickelback, and Jax can hear him, but he's getting pushed from behind. That communication somehow didn't come out, and Nexa, what's his decision? Fall back or get aggressive? Entropic, both players are waiting for this peak. Both players are waiting. It's immediate headshot, and that's a 5th round, a much-needed 5th round for Entropic.
A very needed 5th round. So that gives them a bit more to work with as we try and look forward to the second half. And potentially, although this is more of a spread than what we had in our first game, a chance for them to get back into it, Entropic that is, by winning the pistol.
Yeah, that could close the gap real quick. And also, I mean, on the other side of the coin, obviously G2 could propel them to an early finish to the second map and to this series. And look, they've been playing, G2's been playing this game very, very well. Jax delivering, Almanex had some spectacular rounds. The aggression from Hunter, Nico, and Nexa has been something special.
Did you have G2 in your pick'ems, Jason?
I do, yes.
Nice. All right, well.
As a playoff team. I have Nip as my 3-0 and Mouse Sports as my 0-3, so both of those are going to get tested in a big way today.
Very much so, yeah. That's
Nip, Navi, and Mousens.
Well, we'll see how that goes. Nip Navi for sure, but yeah, Ents on Mouse could also be extremely close. Those are great matchups on paper. Crad, first shot through the smoke takes Hunter down. Big gap in the smoke, by the way, because it was just the one of them. So Ilian tried to do something with that, but couldn't. It's still looking good for Entropic. Very good for Nickelback as he finds his 3rd inside of the smoke. The ramp completely obliterated, and things are now ramping up in the favor of Entropic because it's Almanex that's the last alive, and Nickelback's got 4. If you got 5, that would be a nickel, Jason.
That's now both pistol rounds going the way of Entropic. Now, in the previous half, obviously, if you recall,
they got egoed.
Yeah, G2 was able to respond with Deagles and a CZ in the second half. A very nicely coordinated crunch in middle from double doors and from Catwalk.
Means also that the pistols are now 2-2 in the series because both of the first map pistols went the way of G2.
Indeed.
But yeah, the eco really did change it because you would have had more momentum and potentially more rounds for Entropic. But that really kind of took that advantage away and gave it back to G2. And we'll see if they can do the same thing here. Nickelback is gone this time. Nico with the Deagle.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, this is looking all right now.
Yeah, now we're cooking with gas. They didn't even bring a whole lot into this. There's no armor. It's just Almanex with that scout, Nico with that Deagle. Nothing else, no utility, no armor whatsoever. And they're playing it on hard mode. They're gonna go right at the bomb site that has 2 defenders. Forrester continues the spray, holds it down, but Nico's got another one. And now Krad's out in the open, and man, G2, these second rounds are looking real nice. Maybe they just, you know, shouldn't win pistols from now on.
That's actually ridiculous that both times they won the force buy in the next. That's pretty sick. So Nico with a bunch of kills in the rounds, specifically the 1 dig at the start, and then follows it up. Almanex still looking a little frustrated, but getting some vocalization into this one, shall we call it? So 10-6, and yeah, I just want to point out that Ilian has been pretty successful throughout the course of this event so far for Entropic. Has not done much so far on this map. 7 kills, and he's the AWP player. I know the money hasn't been amazing. Yeah, this is a problem, Hunter. He's right behind Lackey, but who sees the other first? Surely Hunter has to consider the fact that no one else is looking middle, right?
I think Hunter's eventually just going to move, and he'll be the one to look left to go towards the staircase and find Lackey. Oh, who knows? It's a long time to just be chilling. It's like that scene from Face Off where they're staring.
All right, would you stop it? It's the worst. I'm going to take your face off if you don't stop.
All right, Almanex looking up into the bomb site, sees one at single box. Lackey's going to get away.
That's crazy. It's one of those ones you'll see back later, or someone send it to you like a clip, and you'll be like, really?
Hunter's going to start moving in. Oh, Hunter better quickly clear this bomb site and let his team know. Actually, he's just going to have to big flank at this point. Excuse me. The rest of G2 fell back. Poor Jax just got sent to his death.
Abandoned.
In the worst possible way. Now, thankfully, I mean, it would have been tough for him to do enough to win the round, but Lackey did have a position where he could have been in middle. He could have been able to pick people off as they rotated back to B, but he's given that up to go Catwalk. They have no idea Hunter's position. Good trigger discipline. He's got 2, cannot convert.
Yeah, a bit awkward. Knew he had to swing because they'd be ready for him, but they were just tucked in behind the boxes. Enough as Ominok gets flashed off. He was also holding the rotations. Bombs just getting to the site. It is ahead of the rotation, but not by much, and they're not going to go, not going to commit. Nickelback's low on HP, but he actually did significant amount to Nico. You're right, 11 seconds. They need to go now. Next has got Crad. Get the cross, boys. Get it over. They jump it out. They bait the shot, and even still, Ominok was on the flank behind them. He makes good on the play, and it's 12-6 for G2.
That made me so nervous. I'm not going to lie. When I saw how much time was left on that clock, I was getting real worried. I actually thought for a second they wouldn't even be able to think about going for the plan and just going for the kill. And G2,
that's an unimpressed look, right? That's like, really?
Yeah. Not the happiest game for Entropic. They've been really tested in this series so far. At least on Mirage, they answered the bell. Not a bad Dust 2 as well so far. Just with losing that second round, this is going to make it a very tough comeback.
Get those hand warmers going. Keep those limbs limber.
Those fingers flexing.
Yeah.
It's looking like a tech pause for the moment.
It may have to do, okay, it's not Nico. I thought it might have been because, again, they did tap his mic to see that it was working out, but it is a sound issue of some sort that is confirmed to me in my ear, which means someone from Stockholm has updated our production staff here in Bucharest. Excited to get to Stockholm?
I am excited to get to Stockholm. I love Stockholm.
I know you do.
I'm a huge fan of Stockholm. I love everything about that city. I love walking around. I like the water in the downtown area.
It's drinkable, unlike Michigan, where you're from.
Classic, but true. Yeah, it's a beautiful city, especially in the summer.
Yes, it is going to be a little more chilly. I will be more in my climate when we're there. But yeah, no, looking forward to it. Mostly, I'm looking forward to obviously having fans back and celebrating Counter-Strike with them because that's going to be a ton of fun. And I think the hype will be through the roof. Hopefully the level of play comes to match it. I think there'll be some jitters for some teams on the stage, but I think from the talent perspective, we're all going to be just pumped about it. So
yeah,
hopefully we can get that hype and translate it to you guys and make it just as contagious and infectious.
Soak it in.
Yeah, absolutely. Ominok, 17 kills, tied with that of Hunter, and not far behind them, just one less, is Nico on 16. And all three of them are above that of Nickelback and Crad, who are tied at 14 on the Entropic side. There you go. There's a look at some of the statistics. The headshot percentage and the ADR, average damage per round, 99 for both Hunter and Nico. Not bad.
Yeah, can't complain about that. Pretty deep effort from G2. Remember, Jax had that really, really hot start. He's kind of cooled off.
knows they're close, but he misses the leg. Oh, that was so close to being an incredible clutch, and G2 get away and find the overtime points.
Oh no, Elian. Even those shots, you're right, difficult shots, not the easiest shots. The one on the player jumping back in towards the cave at long, and the follow-up on Catwalk, very, very tough, and both of them just narrowly missed. Elian sees nothing, peering up towards mid. Fast long take, Nickelback has that. Hunter is shut down and the long take is shut down, because if Hunter can't get a kill and create space for you, what's the point of going out to your slaughter after that? So a 4-on-5 for the first round of Entropic's potential comeback. They would need 7 in a row to force overtime.
Let's see what they can work with now that they have Hunter down. Almanac will try and get the opening pick. It's going to be an offside cubby position for Forrester, and it's Lackey that wants to distract to make that relevant, to make that work in their favor. As Almanac goes, he spots the first. Lackey down, and they're going to check it. AK, but it's Forrester that gets the kill. Be careful. Be very careful. Next is there, and thankfully gets Forrester, because the AWP would have been the next in line otherwise. And that could have been a double kill for the CZ75, and guns picked up as a result. But Nico is going to try and lurk late, catch rotations. We've seen him try this before already once, have we not? But they got inside of the site instead. Bomb gets planted. And they're expecting almost a flank. Look at them staring backwards. This is buying too much time. Entropic can't afford this right now. This is the map and the series on the line.
Well, they don't really have anything to go for this retake. No kit, only one flashbang. This is going to be very, very tough. And yeah, you're exactly right. This is for a playoff spot. And it's going to be going to G2, 16-8. A nice emphatic victory for the G2 side of things after a very, very close Mirage. They dominate on Entropic's map pick, but still an admirable fight from Entropic.
Yes, super admirable, I have to say. They still could very much be the dark horse in this tournament. Of course, the problem is when you are the dark.
G2 have 3-0'd, can confirm.
Nice.
Strong finish versus Entropic, who've got plenty more CS to play.
Oh, they're so good, aren't they? Entropic are so good.
Noise is cut. They'll look to use the numbers. They've got 3 smokes. Maybe Avangard smokes come through.
Yeah, they're looking for the short plant again. They might get it this time because there's no one playing on the site. But this is the classic thing, isn't it, on save rounds? It's like the easiest way to get a bomb down. CTs often don't want to directly challenge it, just in case they give up guns. Or they might not need to. Got some good angles here to stop this plant from happening. Yeah, it's a firing range. And it's all vitality. 5-1. And EG, they need to convert one of these buy rounds. They need to get on the board. They need to take some money out of the hands of Vitality. Vitality aren't even working the AWP just yet, James. Zyro's only got 1 kill so far. He's chilling.
Indeed he is. Apex has almost $13,000 after buying up for this round. Shox close to 12. Masuta close to 11. Things are looking good for the most part. So was out with a flashbang. We've got pop flashes towards long. Obo, hold on a second. Kyojin may be a little greedy there. Let's not forget those flashbangs. That's certainly an error as Obo makes his way towards blue and gets an opening that perhaps he shouldn't really have.
Yeah, Apex tried to trade that kill, but it's instead now made a 5 versus 2. So Obo just annihilates the long control from Vitality. And I mentioned how there hasn't been an AWP on the server yet, and Zyro's at 1 for 4. He has an AWP now, and I'm sure he's looking to flex. Oh, the timing, he just escaped. Oh, that's Masuta, not an enemy.
That's his teammate, Dan. Yeah. They're on the same team.
That's a good point. That's how this game works.
Well, that is an expensive round for Vitality, which is promising for EG, who still need to finish out here.
Oh, they're leaving, actually. Zyro might catch one here in mid.
Timing.
Guys, looking at the flash. Oh, dear. And here goes Masuta as well. Not finding anything just yet. Here comes Mihu. Zowie didn't even get to shoot his AWP, James. He bought it, his first AWP, didn't get to shoot it, and then died. We've all been there.
Maybe he was wondering if somebody was being pop flashed through mid doors or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. That's what that flash is. That's what that flash definitely represents.
Yeah.
I agree.
Probably confused, perhaps slightly frustrated, wondering what on earth was happening there. But we have a round for EG, and winning by elimination is crucial for them because again they're forcing Vitality to spend the money.
Oh, Obo's got a very deep position here. He's going to find the... Oh my god! Shox takes him down. Shox did not look like he would have an ability to recover there.
Yeah, that is an unlikely kill, but a promising one for Vitality. As we may not see EG head towards long again. Now they know that there's an AWP there. So there'll be an exchange of flashbangs in mid in order for the snipers to take position. Aggression from Vitality Billy, denied by Mihu. Finds the second one, and Kyojin goes down on short as well. This is a huge round for EG to come back.
Oh look, Zowie has an AWP again. He's not going to get to shoot it, I don't think. He might get to save it though, because he is just left. He doesn't want any part of this. It's all on Shox, 15 HP.
He just dropped the bomb carrier. 2v3. They have position now, an AWP on both sides, and this is not over just yet. Surely that scope has been heard. The jiggle, that was a deep enough jiggle to see that Zowie was there. They're going to go for the push though, and Zowie is here for the flicks. A smoke to create some space. The bomb has been rescued. Shox is on long. Zowie's got to do it alone, and he's doing it so far. Mihu in red hasn't been spotted, not on the radar just yet. Down to the USP, and Mihu's got 9 HP, and now we're in a 1 versus 1.
They've got it this far. Does Mihu expect the tons? Oh, he's heard some bullets. He has a chance to recover from this one. There goes the bullets back to Shox, but of course it's Shox to land that one. That was a 2v5, wasn't it? That was a 2v5.
It's at least 2 versus 4.
And Shox had 15 HP the entire time.
Yeah, but they knew Mihu had been legged or something. They knew he was low. Both Zowie and Shox approached it with the pistol. And that is crucial information because otherwise it's a very awkward fight for Shox to take if he's got to rely on an AWP.
Yeah.
Of course, Zowie on the site, an overperformance there. AWP either side had the angles and shut down EG. EG had to win that round.
Oh yeah, you're right. Of course it was a 2v4 because Shox got the kill turning around at the beginning of the round. But what an insane situation. EG looks so good on the entries.
It's how you finish, Dan.
Very true, very true.
It's how you finish.
Shox is anchoring B by himself with the AWP.
Massive anchor.
And I don't know if EG were looking to barrel into B, but they have 4 players now, possibly looking at either a cat or a mid take. We'll see. Zywu's there. He's ready to go.
Does he go for the flick? I wondered if he would go for the flick. He'll get. There's so many people there. He lands it on Mihu anyway. We've seen people drop that right-click smoke and just run away so they don't get shot immediately through the door. And he'll get shot regardless. Plenty of targets. Did he just hit someone? I'm not sure, but MOUSEPAD now on the B bomb site with Shox, who's trained on the tunnel for the most part, having a look towards the window as well. That smoke's not going to be there forever. Going for a boost, he may see some of this. We have to see he's crouching for now, though, being real careful. So many targets, even if he shoots through the smoke. Too far forward, though. But Zowie saves him from the window. And down goes Breeze in the face, and there's more targets here. MOUSEPAD's here as well. And it collapses for EG on the B bomb site.
Great stuff from Vitality. They're holding on in just all of the ways that are important. And it was cool, too. I like the move from EG. You know, that smoke in the doors, the right-click smoke, that's typically used to cross cat, basically, to get onto the catwalk. So they're representing that they're going to cat with that smoke, but really it's a burst play through mid. And that's all there designed to catch Zowie off guard. But he just played it conservatively, so he avoids any complications. 7-2 now for Vitality. They're doing a great job on this CT side. The 1 or 2 rounds that EG looked really good for, Vitality clutched out.
This is tense.
Really
EG have had chances. They haven't capitalized on all of them. That was a potential swing round. That 2 versus 4 hasn't happened. They're on the bye once more, but Vitality now have a 5-round lead. Let's not forget, the team that loses this is eliminated. And maybe a lot of people will feel like it shouldn't have gone this far, but it has. Oh. Every round is worrisome.
That was way too close. Oh, Zywoo turns around, takes down Mihu, looks to trade more. Oh god, it's a miss. Is there a chance to convert this? There is. Cirque takes him down, and Apex is that they don't expect another player in this position. And that's good for the 3v3. So much time on the clock.
Yeah, I feel like we're starting to see maximum Zywoo. I think a lot of people are falling back after that first kill, but he is feeling himself, as the phrase goes. And let's not forget Breeze, though. He was instrumental in the first map to bring EG this far. Apex trying to reposition, but he's got nowhere to go. Surrounded, sandwiched for the French. Leaving Shox to try and save what he has. A big green gun, AWP, if he can.
Yeah. And this time around, it's not doable for Shox. This time around.
It's not viable. But it is doable, Dan. But it's not viable. It's doable, but it's not viable.
Okay. Not going to argue. Not going to get into a...
It soon won't be doable, Dan. Because he's going to run out of time. Then it won't be doable or viable.
That's true. That's very true. Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like EG is playing better than we've seen them. But I think there's just 2 rounds where Vitality just won some of these clutch moments. Where I think otherwise we might have a scoreline where maybe EG's even ahead. So a really, really tight game at the moment, but could absolutely swing back in EG's favor. I really feel like that. And Shox will save the AWP, and Zywoo has enough to buy another one. So if EG can break them in this by winning this round, then it becomes doable and viable.
Big take of long from Vitality to start off the round. They will not be contested, and they will reposition. Short has been taken. Standard affair for a T side. You need to establish control of short to threaten an A push, which gives you options and maybe spreads the CT team across both sides. So that is the first part of the round achieved for EG. They have short. But what is part 2? Everyone is on short for EG at present, and maybe they can play the numbers game towards the A bomb site. Apex holding some counter grenades, and it looks like a faster execute from EG.
Yeah, let's stand with the opening pick though. Masuta in Goose, not expected at all, but the trade is through regardless from Cirque. Trying to cut off Shox's position. Lost another player though. Cirque the only one with any degree of health. Uh-oh, this is looking dangerous now for Cirque. He's going to have to be perfect. That is a shot and a half from Cirque, swapping out for the M4. Wants to be able to be more dynamic. Oh, there's a peek coming through. He spots one. Doesn't know who the next player is, though.
Yeah, he's got no idea where Zywoo is, and he'll start to swing and post up from a short position. The double peek, the synchronization from Vitality. Vertical synchronized, straight like a ruler almost. A little bit bent, but close enough. For an 8th round for Vitality. Trade was there if it was required, but it wasn't. And they extend their lead to 5 rounds. 2 AWPs saved as well.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Cirque. It's unfortunate for EG. Again, they would have been able to break the money there at Vitality had they won by elimination especially. And, you know, that spot at the end, you know, Cirque doesn't know where the second player is. He's trying to play for position so that he's able to isolate the 2 players. And he got a little bit unlucky. 8-3, the scoreline now. Vitality with a good start to their CT side. Looking comfortable at the moment. I feel like Shox has been delivering for sure. And we see Zywoo aggression on Catwalk here. He spots him. There's the flick. I feel like they're lucky for Zywoo not to get a kill there.
Well then. 2 players outside long for EG, starting to rotate now. Masuta puts himself in a good position. Not afraid to go for a peek and try and get some early info here. He has Apex behind him as well by double stack. Eating some flashbangs, lurk smoke as well. We may see some spray though. Bree's got to be careful. He had to die there.
Yeah.
To throw a grenade like that behind the smoke, I can't see. I mean, he doesn't know 2 people are there, but 1 was enough. And it goes from bad to worse. Stan tagged through the door, 23 HP now.
Yeah, I mean, we'll maybe go into this point in a moment, but the short of it is that EG didn't look prepared after losing Cirque there prematurely to Masuta. They didn't look prepared for how to finish the round, and HyperX playing with fire here, very close to this smoke. Oh, he hears the sound cues. He's walked beyond one. He doesn't know that he walked past Mihu. I don't know if Mihu even understands what's happening. Mihu, can he convert this weird scenario into an advantage? But I mean, he's alone. He has the bomb, though. He has a free sight. He's going to be able to pick up that kill and get a plant. But how does he defend this? Oh, no. He's not even going to get his gun out in time.
Oh.
Unfortunate.
The bomb plant, again, gives them that 4,200 when they're at max loss bonus, but doesn't happen. Apex goes past the bomb carrier. Nothing going the way of EG at present. A 6-round lead for Vitality, and I don't see a way for them to respond.
With that.
For every 1 round that EG get, Vitality get 2 in the recent 6. They can't string the rounds together. Success is very limited indeed.
Yeah, and I think again, one of the points I was trying to make there is just that they didn't seem to have, they wanted to like contact into B, but then just didn't give up on the call, and then gave up way too much trying to force the issue, and that was the problem there in that last round. And you know, we talked about the T side being difficult in the previous Dust 2 for EG. I think they've been doing better here, but either way, we'll hold the thought for now. We'll see if they can get anything going with this rush. You can see though, Vitality are extremely ready for this. The flash though, it's a good flash. Ooh. Opportunity.
Yeah, and it increases. And hey, have a look at this round for Vitality. They have got to hold their horses now because their money proves problematic. And again, we reach another opportunity for EG, which they need to capitalize on as they move to a 4th round.
Yeah, it's worth remembering that EG in the last showing on Dust 2, the T side was definitely, I think it's fair to say that T side is certainly worse than their CT side. They didn't get to play the CT side last time because they struggled so much on their T side. They didn't have any rounds to work with, and I think they ended up losing the pistol and everything on the second half. So last time we didn't get to really see them on that CT side. So it's hard to say how many, you know, what is a comfortable amount of rounds for them. Hard to say, but they definitely need 6. They need every opportunity here going into the second half. If they win this round, there isn't any money. So for Vitality, that is.
Fast boost onto the short position. And off Kyojin goes. Shocks with a necessary early kill. However, there'll be more assailants going the way of Long. But he's out of there, Shocks. Not going to outstay his welcome. Kyojin must be careful. Think Mihu's connecting with the hat and not the head. And Kyojin will not give up that 4v4. Just slipping away there. EG establishing control of Long at the very least. But we've got some proactiveness over towards B. That timing from Mihu to go from right to left of the pillar is just unfair.
Yeah. And it's also the right eye versus left eye there as well. So he's on the worst end.
Got no eyes now, Dan.
No eyes left. It's looking like Vitality gonna be pretty good. Here he got Shocks holding.
He's like Joffrey now with the drawn on eyebrows on the eyelids. With like the crayons or whatever they use. Chalk. The chalk, he's got the chalk eyes. Good old chalk eyes.
Oh, Obo opens up to Apex. Shocks. Oh, I don't think that's gonna spread to Shocks. Yeah, he's safe.
How safe is this bomb plant attempt? Nobody on Long to contest and open. Oh, Cirque, just in case, has the angle on Shocks in the face, and now there's a chance. Cirque has to deliver. Got to find the 1v1s. He'll use the goose position to isolate a fight if Kyojin challenges him around the corner of the smoke. There are flashbangs, however, for Vitality, which... Oh, they're lining up for Cirque as well. Only connects with one, however. Stan is on Long, so he can cover the low ground for him. Zowie will be looking for something. We'll see if Stan is ready for it. He will be leaving Kyojin in a 1 versus 2, and Cirque and Stan will prevail, and there is a 5th round in it for EG after all.
Yeah, that's a great round. I mean, you know, credit to Obo. I think it was Obo who found the kill coming through crossover to begin with, and that was just beautiful from Cirque and Stan. Great team play, great clutch, under pressure as well. Obviously, just all the pressure. Again, this is an elimination game, so it's all the marbles for this one. And I don't know if, I mean, what is enough for EG going to that second half? We're going to find out.
You've got to respect that punish on the Shock's peak. Bearing in mind they threw a Molotov there. Maybe realizing it didn't land perfectly.
We got really solid long control, but look at the money for Vitality. It's not much in the way of guns here. And the walkout mid could be a genius move here, actually, because it was a 4-player start towards A. So Vitality don't really have players in position to defend a B split.
That's info. That may raise the urgency for EG in this final round of the first half, and indeed, the smokes are being deployed immediately. The Molotov hits somebody, but they still get deleted in a CT spawn area, trying to make their way for a bomb plant now. We've got all kinds of flashes coming through, and it continues. The Molotov going too deep, too close to the smoke, but perhaps Vitality have lost their opportunity to make a play. But once this bomb plant comes through, it's 4 versus 1, which is why we see a fake first. And there's plenty of time to continue to fake, and the push is starting to come through now. The numbers are jumping MP9. The inevitable happens in that situation. 10 rounds for Vitality on their CT side.
That's crazy. So many crazy rounds. And Vitality are just, they're in a great spot. Going into that second half, they're in such a great spot. It's Dust 2 though, so you just never know.
I know.
You just really just never know. I mean, I was thinking about this. This might be one of the best possible maps we could have to decide this series, especially with the teams that are playing. You know, just
fraught with uncertainty.
Yeah, there's so much uncertainty. Especially,
they've got 5 rounds, better than 2.
Yeah, no, for sure. And again, if they win the pistol, you get Cirque on an AWP quickly, and he's Cirque's hitting his shots. So there's absolutely a world here as we go into the second half. This is a 0-2 matchup for both of these teams. This is the final map, the final chance to stay alive in this major. And EG, they're on the edge. And Vitality are looking to knock them out of the ring.
EG did win the pistol, however, they got reset immediately. So it doesn't represent too many of their rounds in that first half. But anyway, that's all history now. We move to the second. Vitality heading towards the say bomb site. Now, if they continue fast, they will not be contested. Lurk smoke is up, and Mihu focuses on long instead. Kyojin jumping to avoid the headshots, but can't avoid Stan. And that crossfire will be too much for Shox. He'll back away for the time being. Bomb planted though, and Vitality will try to hold down short as they've planted for short as well.
Yeah, so far, so good for both teams. Mihu trying to open things up here with his team, all coming from CT, trying to win these run and gun battles, and it's working out. It's up to Zywoo and Shox. Shox is out of position. Zywoo's alone by Gandalf, has to be very careful. Instant trade from Breeze, so important. Otherwise, Zywoo is probably getting more, and here comes the defuse, the jump burst. Shox, how dare you? Doesn't work out. Doesn't work out.
I don't know how he misses the burst fire from there, but sometimes it'd be like that. So close. And yet so far, EG win both pistols on this Dust 2, and we know what those kind of stats are like.
Yeah, for sure. Dude, speaking of major history, you know, obviously the Kali jump shot.
Kukli, Dan.
The Kali Kukli.
Full Kukli.
Jump shot, but it was at the USP, so that's what Shox did wrong. Needed to pick up the USP.
So not a full force buy, well not a force buy from Vitality, but there will be some investment. That bomb plant will give them some extra money to play with, just to keep that pressure up and try to keep that money short. EG with 4 rounds to find to get to double figures like Vitality, and they'll hope to do that soon. This is a great opportunity for them to do so. 4 French guns versus the French.
Yeah, as long as they keep their money in hand, they'll be in a good spot.
What?
The angle's better for Masuta. The angle's just better. But Stan is able to hold things down. Oh, the incendiary, that's looking like it'll work out. They do trade it out. So actually, Vitality do at least the minimum of what they needed to do. Either a plant or a couple kills for damage, and they got the couple kills.
And now the game really begins. An early AWP for Vitality, looking to hold on to a 3-round lead. We'll see what their approach is. No sniper just yet for Evil Geniuses. 2 French guns remain. 3 M4s to go with them. Cheeky look through mid. Nothing doing just yet. Double Molotovs, double incendiaries towards long. Big investment in EG. We can see it's a priority for this round to hold on to it. Flashbang for Shox to have a look towards shorts. So great detail from Vitality so far.
Oh man, just through the door. I love that smoke as a bait in mid, and speaking of which, and they go towards long, and it's not going to work out too well here for EG. They're in a lot of trouble right now. 3 players left.
What can they do? Can they try and take short? They don't have long, so the textbook says try and take short, but with your mid play getting his bell rung through a door with 22 HP and Obo on a FAMAS, he'll try.
I think they're doing the right thing by just sticking together at least. Like, to stack one position. You can't spread out. And look how smart this is for Vitality. They know they have time, so they're using the time to just figure out what's going on.
Shox has to keep an eye on the rotation, so I can't imagine he ventures towards the B bomb site. 30 seconds remain. 3 smokes for Vitality as they edge towards the A bomb site, and Shox looks to come in from the back. You can see the timing with the distraction being shown by Vitality after an empty short position. No, oh, Stanislaus just about to swing and have a look, and it's all too late. Obo in no man's land now. A great burst from Shox, who looks nasty at the moment. Leaves EG with Mihu trying to save his weapon.
Looks like he'll get an upgrade too. Get the AK in. But yeah, Vitality straight in. Bouncing straight back in this one. Not a good prospect for EG.
We spoke about the length, the longevity of some of the players on FaZe, for example. How long Rain's been on the roster.
Yeah.
Karrigan's achievements in the game in general. And
yes.
of course, Olofmeister, but then Shox for Vitality as well. Right there with them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, one of the, like, an extremely storied player. Pillar of the French scene.
Yeah.
Pillar of Counter-Strike in general.
Mount Rushmore potential.
Yeah,
for sure.
Definitely. Such a historic player. And it's great to see that he's able to still find performances. You know, there's a huge question mark about, you know, age. I think it's a lot of just, you know, I think it doesn't matter. It's just how hungry you are, whether you can keep putting in the hours. But we're gonna have the long take coming through. EG, not with very much here.
Yeah, very fast disengagement though.
They forced it up.
Yeah, they're feeling the pressure now. And I think the viewers are feeling the pressure with that first map. EG 4 rounds behind, but long has been taken by Vitality. But EG are being proactive. They're trying to make the best of what they have. But Shox is in a very annoying position as far as EG are concerned. But he moves away from peeking towards B just as Stanislaw takes a forward spot. You can see multiple occupancy in the B halls. That is a meaty HE grenade.
Huge.
But it could be only for show. They need to do more from this.
Well,
heading back towards long again.
That scout is effectively an AWP now against Apex, Kyojin, and Masuta because of that nade. It's one shot and it'll take down any of them.
Oh, but they're moving forward.
They're all going towards long as well. The timing here for Breeze. Is there a flashbang? Is there a flashbang or anything for Breeze? Oh no, Breeze, he's got online. Oh my god, Breeze! He takes down 3 and there's no health left on Shox, and they may just come away with this force by 30 seconds. They're going into Mihu's angle. There's a crossover smoke. They don't know that Mihu's here.
Does Zywoo check for this? Shox is posting up on long already, leaving Zywoo to deliver. Big frag from Shox. And does Mihu reveal his hand here? He does. There's still time for Zywoo, but he can't get off the bomb plant in time, and Breeze has the lineup. He takes all the tickets and serves them what he wants to serve at the very least. 8 rounds for EG. They're 3 behind Vitality.
Unbelievable. You cannot predict that. It's just perfect storm for EG. And the fact that Breeze's teammate went down, I don't know if he was holding a flash or what exactly what the setup was there, but Breeze just, oh man. You don't want any player in the game in this position except Breeze.
Yeah.
He's a spray down god.
With the map control they had elsewhere, I was interested to see how that one would play out. Perhaps some fortune there, just the fortune they needed to keep themselves in this game. They've put Vitality on pistols on the deciding map to see who goes home, who gets sent packing, who doesn't go any closer to the arena. Whoever wins this, it's still a long road, however.
Quite a deep one actually from Obo. They're going to run straight past that one. Oh, they're also very blind. So blind, but Obo ready to go. Can he hold this? He needs to pull out the pistol. He's got support though coming in from Mihu, and it might just be enough here. 2 versus 2. Kyojin very low, but they're going to get a plant out of this.
Yeah, he's got no help though. Masuta trying to catch that rotation, and Breeze is wondering about it, but the footsteps are heard, and down he goes. Cirque with the jump throw for the corner position there. Trying to find Kyojin as fast as possible, but the worst has happened. Just when he thought it was safe for EG to close the distance, Vitality drag further away.
That's unbelievable too, because Cirque, he knows exactly what he has to do. He's running and spraying the USP. Only one bullet has to connect, but the running USP is garbage. So he doesn't even get a single bullet. That's so unfortunate for Cirque there. If he gets that pickup, he's probably good to go. Oh God, it's just shocking round after shocking round. And that's going to be a 12-8 scoreline in favor of Vitality. They are 4 away from eliminating Evil Geniuses from the PGL Major.
That puts the CT loss bonus in the bin, in the dustbin, at the very bottom, through the leaking bag with the bin juice.
Oh, it's so rough because they even, I mean, one of the previous round that they won, they had 4 sport and they had a terrible buy. We're not seeing good buys at all from EG. They can't rely on just ridiculousness. But that's where they find themselves, having to rely on just madness.
Pickens on the line. Never has a result been so urgent for the audience. Oh, we have a forward play from Stan, and risks must be taken. Risks must be taken. So that scope will certainly be heard. But Cirque knows some players are close as well, looking for the tag, looking for the punish on that right-click smoke, not connecting with much of anything. Mihu standing with the deagle, needs a second headshot. Well, he's done some good damage, and his team still have position.
He's done really good damage. He's also like forced him off of catwalk. They're going to keep pushing the issue. Oh, chasing Masuta down. He is really weak, but no connection from Breeze.
I'm not sure if he identifies that there are 2 players, because we saw that fast-moving scout. I don't know if they were both giving sound cues away at the same time, but that is vital information, and Vitality are using the time they have as EG continue to rotate. Masuta with 5 HP will be finished off, and we'll see if Stan goes for the gun. Indeed he does, but Zywoo, Stan's surely going to go for that gun. 40 seconds remain, and Vitality can only wait for so long. You can see the concerns for Zywoo. He's in a less than ideal position.
Oh, EG have players in position here. The punish on the shocks. That's one more from Stan. Kyojin takes down another though, and it's up to Obo. He's the anchor on that B site with that MP9, and they know that. Vitality know where Obo plays, and so they can have a good guess that all of this is free, and it is. There are guns to be collected, an AK-47, no util, no kit. It's just got to be the raw gun battles, and against Zywoo with the AWP and Kyojin with an AK.
Another smoke and no kit. Is he going to shift? Walk through, he is! Bing bong, straight in the face with the Tech 9 from Zywoo. Warmed up in the second map, and again, straight out of the microwave in the third. 13 rounds to 8. And EG find themselves on pistols again, $2,000 per person on average.
I just wish we could see EG having 4 buys. Even though they end up winning that crazy round with the Breeze spray down, that shouldn't have been a force buy. They should have saved that round. They would have been able to 4 buy with the AWP in the following round had they not done that. But that's just how they're deciding to play right now, and everyone jumping across towards B. Oh man, Shox is going to be able to make a lot of money here. Oh, they're going to run away. Running back to mid. I think they're like quadruple peak Apex. What is this? Oh my goodness, they're charging him down.
Yeah, but he's entertainment. He is the, he's a Netflix and chill, because as we can see, Vitality have headed towards the A bomb site. HyperX will need to be careful though.
What is happening here? This is like just pug strats around the world.
Everywhere but there.
They just need, I mean, what they would love to do is find one player, kill him, and save the gun. But Shox is, this is the gun they don't want. So Shox has done his job. Kojin can finish it off. And this isn't over just yet. Vitality on 14 rounds, 2 more. That's all they need. EG. They can still come back into this one. They just have to, they just need guns. They need a full buy. I don't think we've seen one full buy on this half from EG. I don't think we've seen a single like proper full buy. I'm pretty sure. This round might be one of the closest rounds to that, and they won't have an AWP in hand.
One question, should Vitality win this, is what shape will they be in? If they get taken to 3 maps by EG, what shape will they be in for the next opponent?
It's just so unknown, isn't it? It's just such a weird quandary, but...
Very nice. They may rise to the level of their opponent.
Yeah.
We shall see. If they do it. Obo's on an AUG again. I haven't seen that for a while, and he is a dab hand with this. And the AUG shreds on the B bomb side of Dust 2 specifically. And they have the confidence to leave him alone there.
I think they're going to make it look like they're defaulting, then they're going to just hit Obo. It looks like, oh, in fact, they're just going to split straight away. Obo's going to be having to hold this down by himself. He's got no counter util here. Just the AUG, but the AUG spray down, he's making it look like that vintage OP update AUG.
AUG shreds on the B bomb site. Gotta do better than that. Got to do better than that. That was kind of a free one.
Yeah, that's great. Obo, great job.
Could use a flashbang, maybe.
Did they pick up the AWP or did they buy it? I think they picked it up, which is great.
Yep.
That's good for EG. All right, so they're in with one good buy now. One good opportunity.
That 5 rounds could change fairly quickly now. Because it felt like a canyon before, but with Obo shredding on the B bomb site like that, things could turn around pretty quickly. Vitality went for a timeout here, maybe just to break any momentum for EG with that round win.
Yeah. Well, the crazy thing here is that it's, again, like I said, we haven't seen a look from EG where they've had everything. And they're going to have everything moving forward now. And I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what that looks like. Obviously, we have the AWP in the hands of Zowie as well.
I love that fast boost to still give the peek towards the mid doors, which helps watch out for people who are running up mid, like Harrigan, for example. So we'll see if more teams pick that up.
It's going to be about that mid and cat control here. Maybe a late long take is possible, but EG have taken control there, and Vitality don't look interested. Focusing on cat and mid instead. So they got cat control. Another question is, set up, I mean, they can't set up the A play unless they take long, is the thinking. So EG should be expecting a B split.
Looking to abuse the numbers again. This time there are 2 players. Brobo's got the AK-47 and some great flashbangs. And it could be more flashes coming from Mihu, but they won't come fast enough. Stand by the door, waiting for that flash from Mihu, but it won't help him whatsoever. Kyojin gets a frag regardless. Shox lurking for that rotation now. He looks towards Breeze, indeed he will. Got to be careful though, Breeze is pretty dangerous to that silence M4. Down he goes. We've got more assailants in CT. Shox not expecting Mihu to be there so fast, but it's Mihu versus 4 made 3. Can't imagine he'll be going for this. He's got all kinds of junk coming his way, and he needs to hold on to this because Vitality are moving to match point, and for EG that means elimination point.
Yeah, so the question is, where is Cirque's AWP? Because obviously that would be the objective to save that. I don't think it's anywhere savable. It must be, I don't know where he died, but it's gone. it's absolutely gone. miHu might be able to get away with an AK, possibly, given that Shox did die on Catwalk, I believe, or on top of the big box. Oh, it's actually at his feet, it looks like. But there it is, 15 rounds, match and series point Vitality, ready to just forget about this matchup. This has been disastrous. At least the opening of this matchup was disastrous. EG winning Inferno, very unexpected result for many, but Vitality looking to lock in everybody's pick'ems. EG not done just yet. Long control for EG. Vitality for cat control. Left the bomb in spawn.
From where Kyojin is up by long doors, he could throw mid to B smoke from there. If that's part of their setup, but indeed that bomb does need to be collected. So that Molotov is to make sure no one is behind the door. We can see Breeze is playing the off angle on blue once again. Vitality not really pushing behind any of this utility, just trying to run down the util from EG at present, I would imagine. So we see a smoke towards the mid doors. Bomb collected by Kyojin, and we can see that there are 2 incendiaries and 3 flashbangs remaining for EG as they try to hold on for dear life.
Yeah, they are truly hanging on by a thread. Cirque's in a fantastic position. If miHu can survive, Cirque can prevent a plant in smokes. They at this point want Vitality to attack the A site because they're set up for this defense. miHu must live.
I'm not sure if Masuta was trying to jump down there, but there's been a lot of team flashes. miHu looking to swing now, and things are working out thanks to a flash from Stan. Have a look at these frags from EG. They're going to make it to 10. They lose 2 players, but they can spread the wealth. Money for Vitality is not ideal, and it does become somewhat nervous for... Well, I mean, it's really nervous for EG, obviously, but they can catch up because Vitality are close to eco. So they can focus on half of that score for buy rounds. Maybe that gives them extra confidence.
I want OT, James.
I don't want OT, I want pick'ems. I want successful pick'ems. I want diamond coins.
EG didn't get to pick up the AWP in time, which is unfortunate. Oh, look at this run from Apex. Fast timing. They haven't done this before. This is going to completely catch them off. Oh, that's so nuts. Apex catches Cirque, drops him cold.
Surgical.
And now they're going to just keep the pace up high, charging up Catwalk. They've dropped players off of Catwalk. They're out of position, EG. Breeze has to lock this down with the M4. The spray's good. Stan contributes as well. And now it's just Apex up there. And it's another great shot from Apex. But it's up to Shox now against 2.
Apex, surgical headshots, backstreet surgery, completely unlicensed. And Shox has to pick up the slack, pick up the scalpel. Put some more people in body bags. Does not know the climate towards the A bomb site. EG are not done with this game or tournament just yet, but Shox may have something to say about that. Not too shy for a clutch, and he has got a minute on the clock. No AWP will give him some more confident jiggles, and he has the bomb on his back. 45 seconds, we'll see where he chooses to place it. Just checking for any boost position or anything like that. Smoke up to create some space, and it's game on.
And the CTs understand his relative position. Doesn't know where they're coming from. He hears Obo at least. That's one piece of info. Doesn't know about the second player, but he spots him. He spots him. Oh, miHu! How does he do that? He's turned around and absolutely drops Shox. Oh my goodness. And that's another round in the bag for EG. They hold on. They hold on somehow. It's crazy how EG are holding on, but it's also insane at how, like, let's say Apex just finds these kills out of nowhere, and then the one-upmanship from EG to win the round.
Bam!
Unbelievable.
Get out. He really made it competitive with some really nice snaps, Apex. Beautiful shots, but as I mentioned, they're 4 rounds behind, but 2 of those rounds are buy rounds for Vitality, and this is the first eco. more digestible format, sports psychology and all that. Can still be a dangerous round for them, but it's a much better situation for EG. You thought it was in the bag, but it's not.
There we go. miHu takes down the first player. As you say, all these rounds are dangerous at this point. Oh, little lineup of 4 players. Cycle will deal them one at a time. Uh-oh, no, not like this. miHu, oh god, he's out there, he's exposed. They're toying with him, but miHu is absolutely perfect. That is so important, James.
He's focused, he's in the zone.
That's so important, oh my god.
24 kills for miHu. He's actually top of the leaderboard on both sides. And he's focused. Not much of a smiler like the rest of his team. He's just in the zone, completely focused on a task at hand. They are 3 rounds behind.
It's crazy because miHu in that exposed position, he got to a point where most players die there. Like in all my experience casting and like playing the game, you stand there that exposed with pistols, playing headshot angles in spots where you can't even see both players at once. You die in those spots. Insane that miHu picks up both of those kills. And with that, I think 3 players survived. So EG keep a strong buy going into these rounds. And that's the difference in a lot of these rounds. We hadn't seen them until the last couple rounds actually in full buy territory. Look at miHu. Just leveling up. Oh, no way. He's going aggressive in mid here. Through the doors, up onto Cat. Looking to catch a timing, but there's no timing to be caught. It's going to be a late long take. And there's no eyes on long because EG have this mid-aggression and Vitality don't know anything about this mid-aggression. This is crazy.
They've got to think, why have they not been contested at all? Hold on, there's a flashbang. That's a clue. I think they realize that something is up now. And they can hear the rotation. From long, they can hear the players falling back on short. That doesn't mean no one's in mid, but maybe they'll be confident in that read, so they can expect a bigger focus now from that A-bomb site. They know what they need to deal with. They know what they need to take care of. But Shox is extremely passive towards the B halls at present, so I do wonder what his part to play in this is. As I mentioned, now he starts to fall back towards T-spawn.
This is so crazy. EG have a good sense as to what's happening. We'll get the run boost across, I believe. Oh no. It was just for peeking. And they're going to walk up. Now, EG have held onto their utility. The utility here from the CTs, it has not been burned. So the CTs should have advantage with the counter utility that's coming through. A couple flashbangs, there's so much more though. Now is this going to be a double pump from Vitality? They're still holding position. They want EG to overreact. They want EG to give them something here. But there's 20 seconds, they have to go in.
They do, and there are still more counter flashes, but Zowie is starting to deliver. Those smokes will soon be gone. It needs to cross now. 17 seconds to plant this bomb. You can see the bomb making its way over. Zowie is still on long, so if there's a push through these smokes, that'll be a problem. Stan trying to stop that plant with the jumping ult, but Zowie through the smoke punishes him. And then there was Cirque and Ovo to try and stay alive. Now's the young lad. 1 versus 4. And it's going to be the end of the line for EG. A valiant effort, a scary series, but Vitality will eliminate them and stay alive at the major.
I can't believe it. They got there. They finally got there. I feel bad for EG, given the fact that they were starting to come online there. It did feel as though they didn't give themselves enough chances earlier on with how the buys worked out. And they remain dangerous against Vitality here. But indeed, Vitality over the line. They'll keep themselves in the tournament. That is EG out 0 and 3. So for those of you that have that in their pick'ems, I know that's a popular pick, you're safe for that one. But oh man, I don't think anyone's pick'ems generally is safe because this is so unpredictable. And I think, I really wanted overtime. That game was so spicy.
It was. We have to say, we weren't expecting much from this series based on what we'd seen from EG so far in this tournament. But that was a very engaging match to watch. I mean, it's hard to watch from what you're expecting from Vitality being so high ranked, but having so much difficulty. Again, looking at the historical data in the last 3 months, there isn't really much to take from EG apart from they're not having the best of times at all. And again, looking at their recent matches in this tournament as well, they've been very deflating and underwhelming. Had some problems here and there in this series, but they took it to a 3rd map and it almost went all the rounds as well.
It's quite crazy too, because Vitality actually had to do some really crazy clutches with that one 2v4 from Shox and Zowie. That was a that was a round that I think really caused a lot of problems, because after that, EG's money it's just kind of wrecked, and they just weren't able to provide good looks in some of the following rounds. So there's some unexpected clutches from Vitality that really took them over the edge here. And EG, I mean, it's hard to say, you know, what's going to be next for this roster, what's going to be happening to for some of these players, and what they're going to choose to do, because, I mean, they're all like great players.
Yeah, sometimes the mix just isn't the right mix, you know.
Yeah.
Or sometimes you just need something fresh after a run, and I'm sure that the roster was holding on to the major position, but now that's come and gone. With BlameF in the wind as well,
yeah, that's true.
You have to wonder about what might come, but I think there are going to have to be changes because, regardless, without, you know, you don't have to point fingers or single out any players, but maybe just a different configuration is required.
Yeah, for sure. And I love that you pointed out BlameF being a free agent, just because that guy, if you want to build a team around someone, that's the guy you can build a team around. It's a great leader, great work ethic, great person to set the culture for the team, incredible player. You know, it's just really, he's a full package. So it's very interesting to see and follow what will happen with his career, the next moves there, and all of the players here on the server as well. You know, you got a lot of very complete players here, players that can do a lot of different things and a lot of experience as well. But for Vitality, you know, we talked about a slow start for Vitality in this tournament. We were hoping that it wasn't going to be a start that would never get started because they were going to get kicked out of the major before they got going. So hopefully this is going to be sort of the fire under their asses to kind of bring them back into this one.
Yeah, finally a taste of success for Vitality, as this has been very, very lacking from them so far. And even this series, you may argue, has been lacking from them. I think most people wouldn't expect us to go so far, especially, of course, versus the other performances we've seen from E. But maybe what doesn't make sense is what we've seen from them so far in this tournament.
Yeah, I definitely agree. So many more exciting matches to come, I believe, on the other stream as well. We've got Na'Vi versus NIP, so that's kind of a headline matchup. So much awesome Counter-Strike, and I mean, it's really getting exciting now that we're getting to these elimination matches.
Absolutely. Well, that was quite the best of 3 series, and I think everyone can allow their heart rates to go down as part of their pick'ems have been saved. There's plenty more pick'ems to see if they survive or not. Plenty more Counter-Strike to come, both on the B stream and the A stream. It's break time for now, but don't go too far away because there's plenty more major action. CSGO 2021, very scary, very unpredictable, but very, very awesome. We'll see you soon.
Has been very suffocating for the defense, and 2 for him to throw. The 2-for-1 special. Electronic's the only man that's going to be testing and trifling with this, and Device is getting a bit cocky with it. That flash, he's ahead of brilliant play. Can he get away? Boomich is the unexpected. And Brave to just take that head-on duel, anticipating Device to be looking elsewhere.
Yeah, different layers to Na'Vi here on this T side, right? We've seen Boomage actually be the sidekick to Electronic and Yard in a couple of these, and his space or his trades have been the difference maker, but Hampus wanting to find one of his own. Up secret quickly, Boomage.
He will check it.
Yeah, they know where you are.
Eventually. LNZ's got the main covered. It means Rez can keep his head turned towards Squeak if he desires or feels the need.
Simple's coming towards Yard as well here, so Hampus took a look and, wow, calls it clear. That's the wrong call. The info actually playing against them now as NIP are looking elsewhere for information.
They've got no one up heaven, no one to take a look.
I think they're going to try and go down secret here. Their body language, well, in-game body language is hinting that way, and Hampus is turning his attention back now, so he's about to have a head-on collision with Boomage. And he converts it, needs to get on out quickly.
That's huge from Hampus. LNZ, he was right to consider it the lockers for info, but unwilling to take those duels, doesn't want to take that gamble. So much room now for Na'Vi to stretch their legs and to claw back. 4-3. And with 28 seconds left, Chad, they will have to start their commit shortly.
I don't want to say it here, but unless Perfecto doesn't get up ladder and doesn't get space, they might just call this one off because they're going forward now. They're running out of time. They need to get this kill.
Nah.
There's only 11 seconds left.
They're going topside with 9 seconds left, and Rez will fall.
He needs to be planting now.
Could be no time. Simple realizes.
Yeah, that's just a classic Na'Vi, and not this version of Na'Vi, the organization, right? That's not one you see too often these days here. Simple gets a kill after time. Not going to be the end of the world over there for NIP, but yeah, you could just see a little bit indecisive there on their finish. So blanking them here, at least in the last few, there's 4 in a row. So really, it's not a momentum shift just yet, but they're starting to build. It's good to be able to mentally bounce back from that, especially on the opponent's pick, right? A lot of teams, they might just roll over. Putting up the fight are NIP. And the guns are back out for both. So no dramas as far as the purchases go. Same util set dropped again. This time, Hampus is across in towards the lip of secret. Rez forward as well, calling that nobody's dropped down the vent. So doing a great job of seeing the early info that Na'Vi are trying to take and make.
They molly this so frequently. Flash at the bare minimum. Does Hampus really get away with this? And he actively hunts for it. Now he can get himself out of trouble if he desires. Drops the incendiary to buy the time. Boomage, the sidekick, likely still there. A lot of pressure on the young gun's shoulders here. He's done some good nade damage. He's called Daddy Device over to kick the bullies from the playground. Simple, however. And Wolf has taken space. That Molly won't keep Device caged forever, but the pressure is
This is huge
continuing.
from Boomage.
Is
This
Device
is
aware?
huge. No idea. They have no idea. The timing is perfect.
Oh, Boomage, you beast. And now they can join the squad and return to the fray for the 3v3.
A couple of calls that they can make wrong here. Right? If they don't stick together, if they don't start to get a wriggle on, they might get NIP finding him out before they know it. Orp thrown to Simple, still smokes here. They can smoke off the windows and they can smoke decon if they'd like. Rez taking back space, and this could be a problem right now. Simple thinking he's getting a lot of respect here, just trying to scoop up some nades. Doors and window, they're going to leave decon open. Simple can just scope in on decon, right? He could just hold it from that position right there. So the site basically covered off, but Rez's timing is everything here. Is Simple going to consider it?
Hampus trying to distract. Doors as well, makes it clear. Nade will soften him up. It's up to Rez here. The cursory glance from Simple, another will come. This is the window, this is the opportunity, and Rez has taken him down. Now decon's open for business, the AWP are gone. Boomage tucks in, this is a good crossfire from the remaining two. Perfecto and Boomage looking to overcome the odds. Grouping up, Hampus has tapped their head and they find him quick, now dead. That is a nice one from Nip. And they continue their run, Chad. It has been close. I mean, at some point, diffusing with no one left. Bit, of course, running you down after time, but after that, they've built upon it. We've got ourselves a competitive half here.
Yeah, some of these are going to be getting frustrating for Na'Vi now, just how close it's been. If they could have won these, then this half, it could be double digits by this point here. But NIP, they continue to hang on, and that all came down to Rez's timing on that push, right? Because the site, they had to fortify to make sure the bomb down went down first. There was a lot of contact being taken from the double doors position with nades and bullets coming on through. But this is how it kicked off, right? I think we really have to turn our attention to Hampus and how much of an issue he has been in terms of finding those opening kills. And he's one of those in-game leaders as part of that new breed with the Arts, with the Nafanis of the world here, who like to get aggressive and take the issues into their own hands. So finding those kills is setting NIP up on a pedestal to start this comeback. And they've almost drawn this back. Just 2 rounds the difference right now. The positives for NIP during all of this, lost bonus building, bombs going down. So the plants have facilitated the AKs for one more time. But what are they going to do as far as the call goes? You might need to see something a little bit different now. We're going to go for the bailout of the top hit again that was working so well. Is it going to be a complete pace change where they go nice and slow? But here's the man we were talking about, Hampus on your screen right here. Is an absolute nuisance to deal with. Would be such a frustrating player to play against.
Especially considering typically we're talking about the frustrating players he's playing against. Electronic and Boomich have been kept caged by the Swede. In-game leader for NIP, and here he goes again. Normally Electronic gets a whole lot of respect here, and he spotted you.
Must have seen something.
That's
it looks
the end
like
of it.
Lots of talking as well. Lots of talking from Electronic here.
If they smoke off device, like, does he have a sight line right now? Yeah, Hampus is isolated. Oh, okay. If Electronic tried funny business around the box, device does support him. Want to flash him off. Oh, and that's the end. Patience prevails, and an early frag for Na'Vi's favor.
I think he spotted something there as well, Electronic.
You think?
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, they flashed him off. They're doing so much work. He's doing everything he can, but they just get this info for free every time he thinks he can reposition.
Yeah, playing games with them there, that's huge. Just the info gathering from Electronic. The first kill's great. The second to note where the AWP is, and Rez is pushing forward now.
Bloody hell.
Info exchange from both teams here, but attention turned back towards top site. Rez is about to have company.
Got no nades, Chad, and he opts for the vents.
Oof, that's heard audible right there. It has hit bit. They'll call that one out. They'll know that players were close, trying to slink on around it. It will force them back towards ramp. Or will it? They were looking in that direction. Really considering this topside pincer here. They have enough utility. They got mollies for behind the vent, smoke off towards main.
Oh, that's a delivery. Rez goes 1 for 1. Bomb loose, squeak 25 is a good chance for the Swedes here. Scooped up smoke for main, but they don't check the heart. Nice one from Plopsky. Head on a swivel, does get caught, but nice trades again. Heaven delivers. And down the vents, bomb on his back. Bit could get them some extra cash.
This is quick here. Linus is already going to be responding to things from ramp. He'll just get the kill. He'll
Denied,
just get the
denied.
kill.
Way! That's
really
perfect.
good awareness. That's great awareness right there. As soon as he spotted him going vent, he didn't hang around to try and get the kill. He just went straight down the ladder, straight towards ramp, understood the situation well. So from the rookie, from the youngster, that's great heads up Counter-Strike right there. And now it's just one round in it. The plant didn't come on through. The buy for Na'Vi going to be looking suboptimal. A Galil for Boomich. So gone are the days of just AKs and gone are the days of all that momentum. Na'Vi started this one steaming hot, piping hot, 7 straight. And now it's been 6 back from NIP.
Yeah, it did have the trimmings and the feelings of a bit of a bulldozer, but definitely had the wheels come off a little now for Na'Vi. Device and Electronic continue their battle of wits. He's getting across courtesy of his flash. Red container lost. The second flash enables him to take all that space. Rez does not suppress. Electronic ready to impress. He's down secret, and his presence alone has pulled Hampus.
Well, this would be a big fight right here because it's just Electronic, and he likes to just park the bus, right? Because we know the info plays we've seen, both looking like they're leering forward. Oh, wow. And this time Electronic gets the better of him. Simple's also pushed out Squeaky during all of this. Could be a play from Simple here, but it's Boomich in the meantime to grab another.
Running out of options and running out of players now, Ninjas. Plopsky's going for an audacious stick around on the hut there, reaggressing. It's down to timing here, Plopsky. If he can keep them busy in lobby, the flank will come in. Perfecto, eliminated. That will keep Na'Vi's head on a bit of a swivel now, descending loudly. Yeah, indecision indeed. Reflected in their movements. Ninja's gonna have to talk this one through.
Yeah, Astralis plan is very open here. NIP probably shouldn't risk going for this where the finances are at right now because they've battled back into this. They've actually dropped their loss bonus down to bottom of the barrel. So for them, into the next round to play, it will only be 1,400. So having to hedge their bets that they can still get themselves 7 rounds here, holding onto the AWP and the rifles. Electronic was close enough that it locked down CT spawn. I don't think he was expecting anybody to try and save in his domain. And Na'Vi, they finally break their silence here.
Looked like Electronic got caught off in that duel in secret, but still managed to adjust his spray through the corner into Hampus.
It's not really a high fragging game right now, and that's just because of virtue of all these saves here. So both teams happy to let it lie when it needs to. But yeah, you consider just how close some of those rounds were. The clutches that Bit found himself in where he couldn't convert. Those were the difference makers. That was the fuel to get the engine started of NIP to get back into this. I still don't envy them here. Well, they're going to have to flick on over to the T side where things are going to be difficult. here we go. Final round here within the first half. No dramas on the buy department for either team.
Hampus, the former secret holder, is going to go the long route round. The double orbs are deployed, and he's going to take that secret side. You can see they're setting up for some top util. Simple with the same. Device does not give in, and he's aware of the boomage crawl. He loves to swing into main from that util, and this time it's a bit that opens the Na'Vi account up to Plopsky. He needed both. Robbed of that opportunity. Devices had the call that they're low and just trying to time it right onto Perfecto. Vision restored. Na'Vi rescind. And back now towards ramp. LNZ will hear this and just tucking in. He catches them off guard. His presence alone is good enough. Not going to get much more. Bomb to be planted and uncontestable, I believe.
Hampus already here.
Quick on the scene. He could.
There's no cover.
There's no cover. He will. Simple gets off the bomb, but he's dropped it now. And just doesn't really have the health to go for this. This looks like they've tied it up 8-7. A 1T half, a spectacular haul for Na'Vi, but NIP will be happy with that.
That's really brave from Hampus there, right? Because they're going for that plan, and the reason Perfecto's not worried about the single door is because the most susceptible place for Simple to go down during that plan is the double door, right? You don't expect players to swing that open and peer out so wide. That's a spot that you'd expect to be covered off in that scenario, but Hampus with another risk and another big kill, so impact being felt from him. 11 kills for Hampus, the in-game leader of NIP, 12 for Device, the superstar. Bit on the other side of things with 12 and 10 for Perfecto. Everybody else for Na'Vi just with 7 kills apiece. So that's a little bit of a worrying sign. And I don't mean for Na'Vi. I mean for NIP. Because now on the CT side, if Simple and Electronics start doing their absolute best work, this is where it's going to hurt. And that first half already looked like it hurt. But they can hold their heads high. They've been able to make this a very respectable first half. Look here to get underway with the pistol.
It's exactly the same buy as Na'Vi's T-pistol. A smoker molly and Kevlar alongside.
We got Perfecto here into a CZ75 here. So they normally do this spawn-based Na'Vi for the player to go up ladder and get on top of hut, and that's the way that they're going to try and stop these top rushes. So we're on screen with Perfecto here, who will do exactly that, but he's not going to get the business straight away. They're actually walking over towards ramp, and that is where Bit lies.
Top of the scoreboard, Bit. The headshot machine. Not interested in that, and you can hear the stampeding feet of the entire T-pack. Holding a line and clicking some heads. Bit does take one down for good measure, but long range, and LNZ, he may not be at the top of the scoreboard, Chad, but the impact is there. It's being felt and res tested. Perfecto running out of bullets in the CZ, though. 8 left prior to having to rebuild it. Has done so now.
Hard
Simple
retake.
and him, yeah, trying to clear their corners. LNZ will be able to have an opportunity, and
scrapped out.
Look at this flight path from Simple. He'll catch him unawares. He's missed his first chance. Gets some info. Device will neutralize his partner in crime, but Simple hits 2 of the 3. LNZ pulls it across the line for the Ninjas in pajamas, and that's going to really help. Don't forget that Na'Vi off the back of their pistol got an absolute sprint of 6. No, more. 7, excuse me, on the trot. And he gets 3 here. That one in particular, like Electronic was stubborn. He didn't expect anyone with a Glock to be winning that duel with him.
Yeah, this here from Simple was almost one of those magic moments we talk about, right? 2 lovely shots, and then LNZ just going to close him on down there. But if you got all 3, that would have been the fire starter for Na'Vi. Forced by in, Simple into the scout towards ramp again, and Bit grabs 1, and he's away.
That's perfect. Could not have asked for more from your ramp defender.
They're still coming.
Yeah. They're going to be quick on this, and Hampus not expecting Bit, who's doing it everything you required of him.
Just spotted here.
Oh, and Plopsky's trying to save them, but it feels like too much chaos has been caused. Now Electronics name in the feed, and immediately Na'Vi make NIP sweat. Device with an AK. The nade's well placed, but that's something else from Simple.
The lifesaver.
Keeps Bit alive. What have you got? Device, he's already got a scout bullet lodged in his thigh, and Simple just laughs at him. Won't be recovering that AK, or no, Bit's grabbed it. But my God, immediately Na'Vi take control.
And that's 2 rounds in a row where the youngsters of each of these teams have stepped up with massive impact. LNZ on the pistol round there with 3. Bit here, the fact that he gets 2 kills, he's even able to delay. You can see how snappy he's been with that deagle, right? It's not 2 to the body anymore. He's just getting 3 bullets out of that nice and quick. So he's adjusted to that update, but simple with the wiggle, the signature wiggle right there. Impact to close this one out, and now the shoe on the other foot. NIP have to have a bit of a chat, losing that force buy down to the 1400 loss bonus. No plant to make this one look pretty.
Yeah,
they take a timeout.
Celebrations were cut short very quickly.
They are going to buy. We can already see here they've started to invest. There's some util on res. There's a HE, which is normally very telling that Squeaky is going to be blown open. So a couple of options here. They can blow it open as a fake, and then they can head over towards ramp quite quickly, or they could do something when they want to go for a vent drop, or just a bit of a top play with that Squeaky door being blown open, the utility coming in through main.
There's his headshot percentage. We're keeping track of that. 73% for this boy on 15 frags. It's just so insanely consistent. I think he's had games where he's finished on 90 plus.
Yeah, standard for a bit here just to get those headies. He doesn't have any dramas. He understood. He got the brief. He understood the task at hand.
What was it that Simple told him? Aim higher.
Yeah, that's the one. Well, it looking fast top.
Oh, okay. But boom, it should have him dead to rights here. But the flashes from NIP have given him space. Yeah, enough space for a second. And as their vision's restored, so is normality. Electronic likely takes this head-to-head. 4 bullets or more to Ampus. And Rez, yeah, just a P250. He'd love a frag.
This is rough now to have the force by go this way. Rez had the info advantage, but now it's all against him. Electronic finishes off with the USP, and the fact that they force by in there only get 1 kill, that's not what you want in that scenario, right? You want to plant at least, you want a couple of kills, at least keep it costly here. Na'Vi have an opportunity to skyrocket up to 11 rounds with ease, and as long as they keep everybody alive, be looking good for future gun rounds. So Na'Vi are setting themselves up here to close this one out. We're going to have another round of play before we see NIP be able to get in with the AK-47s and all the other goodies. That's not even talking about device into a T-side AWP. So you can just see how conservative they're having to be right now on this T-side. Not a single thing purchased. And let's see, are NIP going to operate with the quick? Oh, they are. Over the top, the waterfall. Simple's in place this time. MP9 in hand, doing a bit of farming. Even Electronic, they combine, and that's the ones we want. The quick ones. The quick ones. Okay. Now the AKs come out. And this is where the game plan of NIP needs to be established, right? This is where we need to see what type of T approach they have. It was very clear from Na'Vi. Blow open Squeaky, molly top a hut, drop the smoke, the yard smokes, right? We know exactly what they were operating with. NIP now need to do the same. But the problem is they don't have the buffer of the pistol rounds, the 2 anti-ecos to start conditioning the top hits and all those other little details. Like a lil here for Plopsky, so util to be name of the game. You need those smokes to get the walls towards yard. Red cross down.
Oh, device. And he's got a lovely gap on that smoke, and it's just textbook from Electronic and Na'Vi.
I love this setup that they do. It's very cocky, right? Simple there, just covering off towards top heaven. He can chime on in. Electronic gets that frag, and, well, I don't want to say it, Alex, but I think this one's done. Not the map, the round. All right, everybody, calm down.
Map 2, though.
I'm excited for Overpass. I won't lie. We've definitely seen some really positive things out of NIP in the past on that map, even back in the days when they still had Twist on the team.
Oh, he was ready for it every day of the week. If anything, that was what he was jiggling for.
Yeah, you understand, because when people drop those smokes, some players treat it as a bit of a wall. They don't worry about the wall going through, but not going to fool Boomich here today.
And it's just, I think it's part of human psychology as well, because, you know, it's like, maybe they didn't notice that the door was blown off. Maybe they're expecting a sound cue. But the grey screen for LNZ, and Boomich has got much better eyes.
Was that a Dobby impression you were doing?
Dobby?
Dobby?
I don't think
Master.
that one was.
No?
Master has given Dobby a sock. Dobby is a free elf. Well, I think NIP are...
Just like Sanji now.
Oh, he is.
Free to roam and frolic and even buy his own guns, old Sanji, but...
Yeah, well, whatever VP were, they're definitely Slytherin, that's for sure.
Well, here we go. NIP into just another little half buy. Interesting to note that Plopsky's gone for Julies, so we've been seeing more and more of that. It's cheaper now. Oh, they've just rumbled the smoke wall right there. There's going to be another big gap. Ampa's not going to think about going anywhere near yard, but that means that they know that there's nothing out there. They know that there's not going to be any pressure towards secret, and Bit's on high alert. Yeah, And see, with that, it's like, well, okay, we didn't get the space we wanted. We're not playing the silly games of the rotations right now. Do we just want to walk into ramp, which is one of the easiest choke points just to put bullets down range? They reconsider. And you may as well just bait out this utility now. We talk about this, force the CTs to expend everything, to have to rebuy into the next round of play.
It does feel relatively redundant when you've already got the coffers stacked to 10k for Simple.
Yeah. I'm with you there.
They're up at 12. It's like, maybe we could just throw our bodies into some sort of commitment as a unit. And they are, at least as a unit. The 3 of the 4 now, only 2 of the 3 out in yard. And Simple's just going to continue to go hunting. He's been softened up. He is susceptible to a deagle at range, and Plopsky's Jewelies are completely booked.
Teamwork, though, that's what the details you're looking for here. That's how you know communication is an all-time high, right? When you're getting flashed in for your teammate for picks against ecos, that's great, right? That is the details. You're not getting too bloodlusty as far as the kills go. And if comms are on point, you hear it from the teams all the time, right? Yeah, communication was good today. And that's what they're talking about here. It's just those details of making sure it's clear. This many players spotted. Flash for me now. You know, this is open. Right? Those little details make a massive difference. But we will see the buy coming through for NIP. There's an AWP that's purchased up for device. So this is going to be the first round they have everything to have their optimal buy, right? When you have an AWP-like device, you want him to take some map control, take some fights. You need him to have the big green. They are taking their time on this purchase right here, and it will be the last tactical timeout taken from NIP, so they won't have any more to call right now within this map. It's going to be virtue of Na'Vi. If Na'Vi opt to take the timeout, then yeah, luckily Threat will get a chance. But with the way things are going, potentially only 3 more rounds of play here, I don't think that'll be necessary for the Na'Vi side. And this is a really strong showing. They've only had one bad half of a half. It makes sense, I promise.
It does. About quarter.
Yeah, that's the one. All right, well, they're letting Device off the leash here. Right, he's going to peek. He's just going to peek behind the red box real quick. Oh, that tells me they're quite ready for that maneuver right there. The nade right on the dome. Cop that one.
He's still got... Oh, he just looked away, and
So
Electronic has a peek. Oh, my lord, he's knocked the head off of Rez as well. Trims his fringe. Yard is his. Like, he's on the T and CT side, a master of his craft. Hampers with the scavenger away. Dragon Lore gives them a little bit of hope. Short-lived LNZ caught as a lobby lurker, and now, well, they know where you are, and the space will be taken. By the time Plopsky, as you can see, returns or considers his return, they could be anywhere. T roof jumping on your silo, down in the depths, as if you consider the secret descent, and there's so much time here as well. 60 seconds last seen on the red container.
Yeah, batten down the hatches here. At this point of the game, you don't want to be opting for a save here, so they should try their luck, and they will. Hampus leading the charge with the AWP across. Boomich is actually playing this quite reserved. He's not looking for info. In a 4-on-2, you're more than happy to turtle up, but they're coming his way.
Oh, Plopsky does go down, thrusts Hampus into the clutch, and he's not taking his most direct route to the site. Perhaps he could catch Simple if loud about this, and Simple's got the smoke to guise him as
thanks
well.
for that.
Thank you very much. And
there it
left,
is.
right. Good night.
Ah, okay. Well, when Simple's knifing you know it's a game against Na'Vi. That was way too simple right there. And even the fact that Boomich goes on down over towards Secret, he gets one, right? He gets one. Oh, we have all the info right now. Hampus, what are you going to do? There's no surprise anymore. And this one has run away from NIP. Back down to the pistols. No plant dramas now. And when we say no plant, there hasn't been a single plant here within this T-half from NIP. Not a single plant. And we spoke about the positives of that, right? When the fact you get the bomb down, the lost bonus builds, you can continue to get the buys going through. Well, not the case at all for the Swedes. And salt in the wound right there. So they're setting up for a late top pounce. Boomich with the information. Here you go. You can see that util being lined up now. They like to waterfall these flashes, so Hampus has extra flashes that are left next to him here. He can throw 4 flashes through these skylights and hope that that's enough to get them onto the site and get this bomb down.
Here they come. The flashes are in, but Perfecto's name is first in the feed. He's safe from the molly. 2 on the site as well. And that's only if he's required. Simple, the backup not needed to be deployed. Perfecto's done more than enough. And already falling flat as a pancake. NIP looking as useful as a chocolate teapot. And it's just a product of Na'Vi. Oh, there's a response.
That's a nice shot.
Dink exchange. Hampus has found the mark. LGB stickers?
Yeah, look, you saw them tweet, and they wanted to get hooked up, right, with some nice skins. I've seen a couple of them with Voxem and all hollows on their guns and stuff,
I
right?
forgot Hampus went begging.
Yeah. Please, sir, I would like some skins. Yeah, but when you see the Fox Eminor hollows from 2014 coming out, you know they're splashing the cash. The iBuy power stickers, all of it. Not cheap.
Fox Eminor, you know, I don't really remember them.
Oh, well,
do you know anything about them?
Yeah, a few things.
Where were they from? Were they Mongolian, was it?
No, we don't. Look, Alex, they're an Australian Counter-Strike team.
Australian.
Just some plucky underdogs.
And a fearless leader with beautiful surfer locks.
Gone are the days. Gone are the days. But Electronic, well, you know what? If he doesn't get any contact towards Yard here, he might even consider pushing. And if he does that, he's going to catch this NIP who are setting up for a top hit. You can see all the util being lined up. They're moving into position now. He might even be disconnected from the pack because the hit looks like it's going to be coming before he pushes. Simple, rotates in time, gives him the smoke, but here they come.
Okay. Last chance saloon for the Ninjas, and Plopsky does put his best foot forward. More contributions this time. Rez, the site now theirs. Best bet we've seen from the Ninjas. It only gets better. The Tracer's invisible, doesn't stop Rez tracking.
Now, they've already felt what it's like for NIP to come back again, so this might just mean that NIP win the round, right? Because Na'Vi, as much as you have cash to go for this, you already know that NIP are capable of coming back in, and Device, he's going to get a kill or two here. One down, the other spotted. Simple with the trade, but now they know where the AWP is. You can hunt him, that's fine. He still has 8k. Simple's happy to take these guns away.
He's looking chill. Oh, he's got so many backs turned. What are you doing, Simple? Oh no, he's gone full Predator mode. Full camouflage. And he has been spotted out in the end. He's definitely feeling himself. Trying to hide away the AWP.
Yeah, he was just trying to deny them giving that to Device, so now Device is going to have that big grin. You can see what he was thinking there.
Could have tried to lob it over that fence in the same way Mouse were throwing their smoke.
Strong arms, almost made a little bit of a miracle maneuver right there, but as we mentioned, plenty of cash. And do NIP do it again, right? Do they start the comeback again? Or is this one
They
done?
just decided they'd like to do Na'Vi Nuke on Mythic difficulty, where they always have a full buy, and you have to win 7 rounds in a row.
Well, maybe they don't realize you can win like the first 7 or 8 rounds. You have to wait, right?
Yeah.
No, NIP are the nice guys, right? You know, they're giving them an opportunity
Or
here.
they ran out of timeouts, so normally it's Threat that tells them that they're allowed to win the 7 rounds initially.
Okay.
Let's see how this one goes. They've dispatched that recovered AWP. And Electronic and Simple are partnered up. Rez versus Simple, this is a big determining factor of how long this game has left. Look at the angle Bits opted for here. We'll see how diligent LNZ is on his clears. Oh, it comes too easy to him. Another headshot for his haul. Na'Vi, a man advantage, looking to finish off their map pick convincingly. Still 75% of those headshots, as well as he posts another bit, leading the entire server in that capacity by a large margin.
Yeah, you know, I said Simple only had 7 kills in the first half. He now has 22.
You called it.
Yeah, so it's just about him coming alive. He is the best CT-sided nuke player in the world, right? And he's proving that here again today. There's something.
Yeah, he'd need more. Simple's not going to give him that heaven peak he desires. He'd rather catch him. This is the clear. He's so good. Gets away. Hail Mary, no scope. A smoke to play around. They'll be able to deny and force and channel them into the right side of the site. I don't hate the descent, but there is Bit here.
He's already here.
To house them. And you're not ready. You're just not ready. One more will cut it. Bit locks it down. Na'Vi make mincemeat of the Ninjas on their pick. Nuke. And it's as easy as that. And NIP had nothing to show for that second half. They had 2 rounds, Chad, on their T side.
Yeah, only managing to get 1 plant in there towards the talent as well, and that was the round that they were able to pick on up. So pissed around, lose the force buy, and that's it. That is all she wrote here right now for NIP on the first map of play. We do have Overpass coming up next.
Oof. I mean, the devs discussed it, right? Na'Vi Nuke, sure. Overpass is going to be the one that's up for debate. I don't know if NIP have got it in them. Seems like Na'Vi have come in a form unlike anyone else. But you know what? This is a conversation for the brainiacs of this brigade. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk. Richard Lewis steering that ship.
All right, everything's going according to the Na'Vi script so far. We did say that they would batter anyone on Nuke at the moment, and their streak continues. Yanko, Thorin, no surprises so far. But let's just talk about some of the things that we noticed. Obviously, Na'Vi very, very good. Did it ever feel for you like NiP were in this match?
A little bit in the first half, right? Because I mean, you can't afford to have a slow start against this Na'Vi team, and that's what happened to NIP, down 7-0. Then they started playing CS, still made it respectable 8-7 after that. I mean, that was a great half, all things considering, right? And they win the pistol, and then they lose the second round, and it all starts going downhill from there. And you could really tell that was some great calling early on in the first half, right? Na'Vi was abusing a little bit outside towards Secret. You could see Hampus first round, he was in garage, got 1 kill, then second round he was like not really playing aggressively towards yard, and that screwed with NIP. You know, they lacked info. There were some great calls after those 2 first gun rounds. Great change of pace from Na'Vi. The call is just throw smokes outside and do an inside pop, and you had 3 NIP players outside on yard trying to fight and get information. So that really gave a huge buffer to Na'Vi early on.
Yeah, the big factor for me in the game was in the second half, after NiP wins the pistol round on their T side. Remember, this is a game right now where you can punish that CT economy really heavily if you get them sort of behind the 8-ball. Problem is, one of the reasons why Na'Vi feels overpowered right now is they have so much raw skill in the team. When they force, they just straight up win the round, and then the next rounds they're losing like 1 person. So suddenly the entire CT economy's there, and they already had the 8 rounds from the T half. So at that point in time, like you saw, NiP basically just got shot out of the game entirely. So NIP certainly could play this map.
If he loses that, it's
at
not
some
the end of the world.
point someone's going to beat them on it, but that's one of the reasons why they won't lose, basically.
Then that would have been questionable, but Hades
because
is able to get the kill, and it's a 2-0 situation now for ENCE. They survive the second round for Sanders. Teams have been struggling with that a lot. Surviving that second round, it's been brutal so far, it feels like, this tournament.
Yeah, nearly a kill on Hades there. That would have been great if he could have not just got the Mac 10 kill, but also stolen the rifle. Would have been a good time. Going to be denied that, unfortunately, so third round is coming up. We've got some P250s, a couple of more Deagles in this round. Just, again, they're just tickets in a lottery to try and get back into the game maybe earlier than you otherwise could. And it's it is a cheap investment to try and go for. I don't really mind if people do it. The real test, obviously, will be the upcoming 4th round, where we'll see what Mouse have got prepared. Acor has got a lot of money, so we can already tell that he's going to be picking up the AWP early on. And again, I think that should be one of the pillars of this team. Definitely not the only one, but yeah, I expect something out of him.
We all do, don't we? Nice shot by Robs.
Yeah, damn.
Murder roll goes both ways. Nicely done by Acor. Gets that lineup.
Even with the USP, he's able to get the kill. This is kind of awkward. They're going to try and get the bomb down once again, and this time they will not be interrupted. Robs has shown up, stolen the Mac 10. He's inside of the smoke now. Question of timing. If they had a flashbang, it'd be so good right now just to pop in and have him jump out. But he sneaks through and gets the kill on Spinks anyway. How did he know to look up there? Did he hear him jump? I'm not even sure. Now, it's... I mean, still probably a very winnable round here for ENCE. Frozen with the headshot, though, straight taking him down. And now Hades on his own, 1 versus 3, and they're going to find him. Oh, God. They go straight for it, and because the bomb plant was delayed by the earlier kill from Acor through the smoke, they're going to have enough time for the defuse. That is a ridiculous steal of a round out of Mousesports.
Disastrous steal from ENCE. I mean, ENCE have got to be feeling very good about themselves for surviving that second round, but to lose, I guess, what is essentially just a couple of deagles in this round, that is agonizing.
Yeah,
you can see that's definitely calmed them down over there. Frustrating start, because you know that you're setting yourself up for success if you can get that third round, and then potentially the 4th. Whereas now, you're just going to have to tap into your bank, and you know that Mouse are going to be fully equipped, and there are all the nades. Even Acor has grenades.
They're so rich because they'd almost put nothing into the round. They steal 2 AKs on top of it. It's just so, and then win the round, obviously. So, yeah, such a lot of money on their side. Vimas, he'll get the 1 kill. There's some backup there. Actually, will be Robs to get the assist. But, yeah, double kill for Vimas. It's pretty good. Gonna try and use some nades to force him out of that shadow position. But it's a 3-on-5. He can just stay alive. He just doesn't have to do anything else. Just don't go down. And this should be a very hard puzzle to solve. Missed shot there for Acor. He's down to 1 health. That's a bit uncharacteristic. That was actually should have been a pretty easy kill there. Dodo will come through with a kill on Robs, and nade in the middle will land at his back. That's going to be painful.
That's a cool, stylish nade. I like that one a lot.
Yeah. All right.
When they turn the X-ray off like that, for whatever reason, I thought he got the kill with the one tap. I thought he just insta-gibbed him.
Feels like that sometimes.
Because the player disappears.
Man, Bimas did everything this round. He used in charge of that last kill too there. Triple for him before he's finally down and out. So that's a lot to put on for that. This is a close round considering how it started. You trade 2 for nothing like that, you should be able to close it out. But Ends actually stayed pretty competitive throughout the round. Spinks now, it's hard to figure out what to do from here, right? He's kind of locked in. He's got the bomb at the very least. Maybe he could walk out and get a kill, but how does he put the bomb down with 20 seconds? It's a long way away still.
2 flash grenades as well, so
yeah,
pretty unlikely. I mean, it's just, unless he can get into exactly to plant open here, not plant for CT, it's a chance, and oh, the bait, oh, he's done for.
Yeah, gonna fake it out. He does get the shot on one of them, but he's out of time for it. Actually needs to die pretty rapidly. Oh, he no-scopes Frozen on top. That is pretty impressive. And that will, I mean, they'll lose the round still, but he actually got way more out of that than I was expecting.
Such an expensive round as well for both teams. You know, all that bank that we were talking about them saving up, that all just got spent in this round upcoming here. So very pricey stuff, but Mousesports are still going to be important, or glad, rather, to be picking up that round. That's what matters at this point right now. It's just getting rounds on the board for Mousesports and not letting Ends get too confident at the beginning of this series on the T side. If you can snuff out Ends early on here and really control things, it bodes well for Mouse. I feel like if Mouse get a strong start in this series, well, it's the funny thing, right? I feel like both of these teams are kind of struggling with the confidence. So whoever gets the strong start could just run away with it, right? Could really just put that pressure and smother their opponents. And so I feel like that's where we really saw Ends kind of get down on themselves when they lost to that force buy. You could see they knew, oh man, we just lost the chance, and now they get the chance to run away with it.
Yeah, although, I mean, that previous round could rebuild some confidence for Ends, right? Because it was a pretty bad start to the round, losing 2 people up in the A apartments like that. But the fact that they made it that competitive, even in spite of everything, I feel like, all right, you know what? They might have stolen the round, but whatever. We can find our way back. Now they've got a couple of Tech9s, a couple of deals, an AWP, and we're in the 5th round. They're sneaking around. They're not being given many challenges by the Mouse side of things, which I guess is not that. It's not that unexpected here. Mouse don't have a lot to gain by going and fighting them in the middle, so they're gonna have some map control.
Just, you know, we keep specking Dodo, and I'm just thinking, you know, the Swoomy Hope, he's here, only player.
True. That's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it was once the Finnish team, right, Ends, and now we've got a Finnish coach and a Finnish player on the team, and now we get to see, can they get around?
Dexter down here. Just needs to avoid this one of those deagle headshots. Orb is coming in from Catwalk, though. Dia goes down. Snappy going to fall next. The Orb still not finding a kill. There's a bit of a chance there. Jodo did pick up a kill. That is a nice peek from Spinks, but Dexter is going to continue to click them away. It's a very smooth aiming coming out of Dexter for the triple here. And time will run out. So Hades going to try and save the Orb, keep it alive again. The nade will not kill him, but Bimas will. Wow.
After the clock as well, no bonus money for him. He was trying to save it, and that is it. Not happening. Dominant stuff coming out here from Mousesports. It was looking like it was getting a little hairy there, but they played it very carefully from the side, played the angles, and really tried to close them off so that they're not facing multiple people at the same time. If they're taking a duel, it's one-on-one, and while Mousesports have got the firepower to win out those kinds of situations. So very nicely done by Mousesports, keeping their cool. And now Ends are the ones who are going for a default kind of pistol spread. Everybody kind of spread out right now looking for headshots with these Deegs. Tech9 on Snappy. He's looking to get a little bit more close and personal with these guys. But that still doesn't change. We are going to have the bomb taking mid, and we could have an A crunch eventually here.
That is so unfortunate. I mean, I understand the idea of trying to save it, but it does put them in a weird position now. And a huge opportunity right now for Mouse to really build a strong economy once again, in spite of everything. Robs is going to get a kill, and yep, he's aware that he could just get peeked, so instead of just running away, he's kind of like backing up in a safe fashion. Snappy goes down next, and yeah, he'll play this game as much as he can get away with. It's a nice triple for Robs. Now, he could probably leave alone. Just say, all right, someone else take over this position. I just need to live.
He's padding those stats. Getting those eco kills, feeling good about himself, Rops. Still one of the top performers on the team, ecos or not, regardless.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Spink's going to get caught by Acor. Not going to miss that shot, Acor. 3 kills for Acor so far, 1 assist. So now this is at 4-2. It's been 4 rounds in a row. Now for Mousesports, they're starting to feel good, and this is going to be the big opportunity here for ENCE after the hero AWP that got them nothing. Now we get to see what they're going to be capable of with a full buy on the T side. They should have everything that they need. Spink's looking mildly amused.
Yeah, big chance here. Hades with the deal. Again, that's that earlier death after the clock had run down. That kind of comes back to haunt him a little bit. So, I mean, it's a shame, but it's not probably what's going to make a big difference here. All they need, either he... Oh, well, it definitely doesn't make a difference now. What a shot on Robs. That was really well done. Acor missing a chance here. That again, those are the kind of shots you really...
Well, then welcome to some punish picks if teams play maps like Overpass.
And also, you never want to be in a situation like NIP is that the other team knows you're going to pick Ancients. Like, sure, they're a very good team, but at some point, there's only so much you can do, and it isn't a matter of you feel like you've been figured out. It's that you get into your own head because you've called everything, right? Like, you know, you win the pistol, talk about second round. You've probably done everything you can think of in those situations because you play the map so much, and then you're second guessing yourself. Oh, are they gonna prepare for what we did the last time around and whatnot? So, yeah.
Well, look, I mean, Overpass, the good news for NIP is, I mean, it's a map that Astralis were one of the original sort of like, you know, they were like the progenitors of like the new way to play it, and Device had some classic performances on this.
Absolutely, and I think for me, Overpass is a unique map we have in the pool.
Yeah, it's
because
fantastic.
It's basically like you have... It's gonna sound a little bit weird, but like you have 4 teams on the map, right? Like the map is so big, you need to be able to have players who are towards B if it's 1 or 2, and players who are towards A, just kind of react to what's going on their side of the map and try to take the most control possible. It takes so long to rotate sometimes, especially if you haven't established water control or sewers control, right? It's really difficult, so you need to be able to react to things unrelated to what your team is doing on the other side.
And if it was 4 EGs, everyone would lose still. So anyway, your thoughts about Astralis' kind of dominance on this and what that might do for Device here?
I mean, this is also, to me, a map where, especially because, as he says, with the rotation times, you really see it. Even though classically AWPers can be massively impactful on the map, they can't just play on their own. This isn't a map actually like maybe a Mirage or a Dust 2 where the AWPer just roams around killing everyone. You've got to have team play. You've got to actually have the rotations, the communication down. And that's one area where, in NIP, it's not just firepower. There's been times this year where they look very disconnected. But part of actually the criticism of Linus isn't just like low stats. It's that sometimes he looks like he is just like a guy who's won a competition to play in NIP for a month or something.
Well, I am kind of reaching. Historically, I know Na'Vi have really course-corrected on this map. They have had problems with it in the past, especially back when they were playing that regimented style, run out of time a lot. But, you know, they've beaten Gambit and some other, like, unbelievable teams on this map, too. So it is a big challenge for NIP. But look, guys, I believe we're ready for the action, so thanks for your thoughts. We're going to get into it now with the casters. So can NIP do it and take this to a third map, or will we see a dominant Na'Vi? We're about to find out.
Yes, we are. Perfect timing. I am in love with this. Heading into map 2, the scene is set. Device, once he does get to that CT side, will give us a demonstration of what they're talking about in terms of the impact an AWPer can have. How you doing, Chad?
Yeah, not too bad. Looks like we have a little bit of a tech here, so sorry for the false start, everybody. But maybe we'll set the scene on a couple of little details here. As we look at the defense for Na'Vi, we're going to have Simple over towards A with the AWP, chimed in with Bit. Now, we actually had Bit join the server for the very first time for the Na'Vi team. Remember last year, Electronic had an internet issue or a power issue, and then Bit had to join, and he got to play 1 or 2 rounds of Counter-Strike.
I remember.
And had to disconnect, and Electronic came back in. But it was on this very map, and he was playing the A site with Simple back then, and that's the way it works now. Electronic, unless they've changed and chopped it up a little bit, has been playing that swingman, right? He's been playing the rotator role between the A and the B bomb sites, and then Boomich and Perfecto have been left and tasked with locking down B. Now, on the other side of things with NIP, who have just lost a member from the server. Don't worry, they're not playing 4v5, I promise. One of the nice little strategies that we've got to know in recent times from them is with the new flashes, right? Being able to drop the nades for your teammates. They've been chaining flashes together for a B execute, where they flood on out and the flashes are actually landing above and behind their teammates. So they can push out through the sandbag position, swarm onto the site with some lovely little flight paths, and execute nicely. Now, that right there for me is going to be the biggest test for Na'Vi to pass. If their B defenders can stop that, then things are going to look very good for Na'Vi going forward on this CT side, because they're picking up where they left off. They're looking to lock things down, and they're not going to be an easy team to rumble here by any means.
No, I don't want to be throwing you under the bus here, but you're talking about their B defenders. Do you have an idea as to how the resources are divided?
Perfecto and Boomich.
It is Perfecto and Boomich, okay. And then you have the float man of Simple, who will come in
Electronic will be
when
the float man.
required.
Simple will be playing with Bit, right? That should be the traditional setup that they go for there. Now, once upon a time, and traditionally, you know, with Gambit, right? Nafany, he's the float man. Some teams, or most teams, tend to have it as their in-game leader. But I think that having Electronic being able to do it, it means that, you know, you're going to have a very, very strong rifler available on either side, depending on the reads. And they do chop and change it a little bit. But here we go. It looks like everybody's back in.
I got a fun fact from one of our observers today.
Which one? Now I'm putting you under the bus.
Randall.
Okay, yeah.
He told me that Ed Sheeran has a song he's just released.
Okay.
It's called Overpass Graffiti.
He listens to Ed Sheeran, does he, Randall?
I believe so, but more so, I think Ed Sheeran listens to Olofmeister.
Okay, he's a big fan.
Yeah, I believe it's all about the Olof boost. I haven't actually listened or checked the lyrics, but maybe it's all about pixel walks. I think that's the first lyric is pixel walking against LDLC.
All right, well.
They can't see me. Yes, it's a freestyle rap, actually.
We might have to listen into that. I don't know if Ed is normally delving into the realms of the rap, but
No,
here we go.
He does it with all the example and back in the day. All right, let's get into it, folks. Na'Vi on the defense and NIP on the attack, and a must-win map for them if they want to secure themselves a spot in the top 8 of the major. The first one in 2 years. Bit was about 15 years old when the Starlight Berlin major was going down. Plopsky trying to take him down. Not looking great, dancing around the pillar with grace and knocking off heads. Only kept to the one. Favors Nip as this constant barrage of frags. It looks like Simple can win it right here and now, and just about pulls another out of the hat. Electronic, the last man standing.
I'm glad that I prefaced that strategy right there, because they just did it. They just did it right there. LNZ throwing all the flashes there as they entered into the site, and it was dealt with from Na'Vi. Now, it's going to get harder to do when the rifles come out or the pistols come out with the armor behind it. It's not going to be as easy to read either, but they were ready and raring for that play on towards that site. Now, only one man surviving there of Electronic, but it's the round regardless. You can see the intention there. Now, do they go back to it again? They may. They may go back to it again here now.
Interesting that Plopsky's opted to not take the Tech 9 and has the CZ equipped for his T side.
Yeah, I've seen that in a couple of his games so far. It is quite curious.
Because it just doesn't strike me like a weapon that works in the offense. You know, you want to be in a ratty corner and they come to you. But talking of ratty corners and them coming to you, Simple, ready to be activated here. This could be a very quick 1200. 600 and shy. Okay, Hampus keeps us level. If Bit gets caught out here, Plopsky's aforementioned CZ could be a good weapon for this, and the answer's no. Device immediately falls by the wayside. This is Na'Vi's second.
Yeah, the MP9's doing a lot of work here so far. Hampus and LNZ with a lot of time on the clock and a decent amount of utility on their belt, but whatever strategy they had in mind has been rumbled here. They're going to have to plug something together. Boomich MP9 this time round, and well, all the kills are coming on in with that little pocket rocket.
Bloody hell. Looks like LNZ's playing a different game with this setup. Doesn't get him very far.
Very colourful, wasn't it?
Hyper colour. Honestly, it looks like he's about to use an updraft and a blobby, whatever it's called. What's the forward one?
I don't know.
No, me neither.
I don't know the name.
The forwardy one.
I would just say they're throwing a smoke. Yeah, that's a flash.
It's another smoke.
He's throwing in the dog.
It's a different looking smoke.
But we the concept's there.
Yeah.
We like the concept.
2-0. Hampus has whipped himself out. A Deagle, let's see if he can be the difference maker. They'd love a plant, Chad. They've struggled to break anywhere close to the site. The closest they got was on that pistol, but absolutely constant battle there. There was no time to be punching in the digits.
We'd all love a plant, Alex. I can't keep mine alive, so...
Well, it's because you travel for the majority of the year.
Yeah, look at the MP9. It's going hunting again. Simple's going to get a kill. Maybe just one. Wait, did he just say the Glock?
Yeah, he wants one.
Okay, well, fair enough.
He's going to put it on his mantelpiece.
Yeah, well, I guess you can't buy one, so yeah, he wants to keep it with him. We'll see how long he can hold on to this for, shall we?
Oh, he's going to go try and find another.
No, he wants the USP back. He's changed his mind. He's definitely changed his mind.
Excuse me, I'd like to return this. Yeah, no, I'm not happy with it.
It's a little bit broken.
Imagine.
Grab the USP, mate. You don't want the Glock. What are you thinking? What are you doing?
Has he not got a skin on it as well? What a hipster.
There we go. See, he thought it was a P250 or something. He's going to get his USP back, but this one here is going to stall out, right? You can just see the stance right now of NIP across the map.
The fact that this is what we're talking about is an embodiment of how much is going to be going on in this round.
I want to note, though, that Na'Vi yesterday, I do believe they played VP on this very map. Let me just double check before I put my foot in my mouth. Yes, it was overpass, and it was a destruction. It was a 16-4 in favor of Na'Vi in that one right there, and that was with Simple dropping 22 kills. So Na'Vi are going to have confidence on this one, continuing to farm, continuing to have a look on in. Info taken towards B. Simple taking his time. Electronic will grab one from behind, and they're going to walk into his line of sight. So Simple going to get a little bit more cash money here. One and done. LNZ on the frag. Boomage elsewhere, and Electronics will close the account, and oh, there you go, 3 rounds.
Yeah, and can we take a quick look at Simple's funds as well? Like, you're coming into your first gun round, you've got yourself at 8,600, ready to invest in that big zoom banger and to pull NIP immediately back down and out. Some communication, it looks like there as well. It's a bit of a stretch. Simple has yet to invest.
Oh, I can see what Crosshair is rocking right now.
Is it Tiny Dot?
It is. He's gone quite small with this one here. I can't tell. I don't think it's the dynamic one there. But yeah, he has brought out that AWP. So let's see. Bit, the only man defending A right now. And he's missed the molly. Not a big detail because they're not headed his way. They're actually charging over towards B. Simple forward. Door swings open. Problems now. Havis has got the opener and Simple gets the trade.
Yeah, baited in. And look at the spray. Perfecto. Completely flashed. Just unloads his mag, and Plobsky and LNZ immediately tucked in tight.
Ouch, this is the bonus round as well. There's still MP9s and Famas on the deck here, and you've just been denied NIP.
Well, this is a little flat now.
Yeah, familiar feelings right here. 2 on 4, but it's the superstars, Device and Rez. Very passive from Bit up towards A here, you can see. Very, very passive stance. Can rotate towards B quickly, but it's more just playing for info, so the rotation can come back his way. More jostling position over towards the B side, the jumping, the nades, just checking to make sure nobody's home, because they could just hit the brakes, but they haven't. They've gone through long. Simple is going to join the party here, but it comes down to the timing. Is he going to jump peek? If he does, you'll see everything.
Nah, never mind. He'll just kill everything.
Yeah, don't worry about jumping. Easy. Okay, well, if you miss Nuke, this is how Nuke started as well. But NIP did make a comeback, so maybe it'll start earlier this time round.
Yeah, but it was Na'Vi on the T side.
That's true.
Na'Vi making it feel this way on the CT side. NIP getting locked out entirely. Look at this. This is the round over. Perfecto doesn't even see his round-winning play.
And now as well, like I said, that was a bonus. They grab an AK, they carry that through, so Perfecto gets an upgrade. Electronic buys back in. Boomage is going to keep the MP9. It is going to be a half purchase here from NIP, and turning their attention back towards B for one more time. See the Utah they're lining up. Ollie towards barrels. Smoke's coming in as well. Nose flash there, and here they come.
All right. Well, it's a good util, and that's a good headshot. Okay. Problems. Big problems. In overpass. That's enough. Kick down the door. Flatten the defense. And I guess that's a taste of what it looks like on the other foot. This is how NIP have been relentlessly throwing those flashes and bodies up the monster tunnel. But when there's no Perfecto double...
Oh, Bit, I think you're dead, mate.
A nice upgrade. Oh, Hampus, yeah. Just calm on those. Now 3 shots.
So we'll make sure you hold on to this, all right? The funds aren't that flush. Now he's actually getting hunted here. They might take this one away.
Yeah.
Device will be loving this. And yeah, Device from the back gets the kill. They're going to get the upgrade coming on through. Everybody survives right there, and it's LNZ to open the account. Now, we can reflect back to the RMR, where NIP were taking on Skade. Now, Skade probably not a name that are known to too many of you out there. They're a Bulgarian team. They were competing in the RMR event, and NIP were getting owned, right? But LNZ, the man on your screen right here, he stepped up with so much individual impact in key rounds to help them come back and actually win that map.
How weird. They invested in an extra AK. I mean, it's small margins, but the M4A4 is at T-spawn.
Okay.
They don't want it. They didn't quite account for it. Either way.
Same again. This is the same execute.
Feels that way. Perfecto, prime position this time to dunk. He stood in the flames for 80 damage and he still gets his double. The signature Perfecto double. Doesn't matter what you throw at him. Rez, again, partnered up with Device. We know how this story ends. Perhaps they can flip the script. You'd have to be very proactive, and Bit's the one to do it. Rotates through. He's probably going to hunt for more, and yeah, good luck, mate. Bit will take it easy. All day long, Na'Vi return to their winning ways instantly.
Oh, maybe they're going to be regretting dropping that M4 now. They still have plenty of cash, right? They're still going to be able to splash it, but if they lose this one consecutively, then it's just really the loss bonus that's their best friend. It is maxed on out. But things are going great right now. Simple talking down the line. Nobody looking him in the eyes, though. The big man on campus sitting in the middle. Here we go again. Double mollies. One towards the stairs, one towards the entrance. And well, the extinguish tells them they're coming. Slows them down for a moment here. And a nade. Oof,
oh,
right
the wall bang.
Pocket of Plopsky. He's going to be struggling this round, down to 51 points of health.
The combination.
Best of ones now. It's all going to be best of threes from this point forward. Looking to run a similar execute towards B. Heaven Smoke. Molly for the barrels. They've actually got Boomich as the swingman here and starting to suck back a Na'Vi. They're playing retake B, right? The stance right now with Perfecto on the back of the pit. Electronic playing over towards Graffiti position as well. They're going to let them in. They're going to play a bit of aim map here.
Okay. Well, the counter utility's down. LNZ just running through it. He's going to... What? He's got 7 HP and he still gets 1. It's something. Boomich kicking and screaming, takes a double. It's up to Device. He can't hit his shots, and it does just fall into place again for Na'Vi.
You see that Molotov that they actually threw right there on the CT side? I don't know if it was intended to land there, but they threw it to be on that wooden position where the CTs tend to hold from, which forced them all wide, right? If you're on a T perspective, it's the right-hand side of the pillar,
yeah,
right? It meant that you're unable to go up the hard left, and Electronic from there ran forward and played behind the sandbag. I don't know if we'll catch it in the replay here, but there was the
I see it burning there.
It's just where Device is picked up from late, so they're only able to pick from one angle. And Na'Vi were the first team years ago that we highlighted to drop that divider smoke.
But that's like the alternative to that.
Yeah, it's a curious way to do it, and I'm not sure if it was intentional, but we'll build them up like they're geniuses. Guns are out, NIP really struggling now. Util super low.
And this was, Chad, this is something that they workshopped, thought about, theory crafted, and came up with as their best bet. They're getting run down. They're just throwing, sprinkling in aggression now, Na'Vi, to destabilize what is already a bit of a limping Ninja squad.
Here's a bit of space.
A huge amount of space, and Simple rotating off. If he just keeps walking, oh, baby. This is an opportunity now. Simple unawares. Device has to hit this. And he has. I got confused. There's Rez as well. Delivers another. Damn you, Observer. Jakey.
There was 2 fights in 2 different locations right there. Rez got a one-on-one against Beer, and Device was able to manufacture a one-on-one against Simple. So this should be the round already done, right? Electronic died early, and this was just not a full investment from NIP, right? They had a couple of rifles, they had a couple of pistols, but they left enough residual cash where they could have bought again with the max loss bonus. So the 2 rounds that NIP have won are going to give them a buffer, but they need to be consecutive on the full gun rounds, right? So this was done through, I want to say, positioning alone, right there, able to weasel their way into the back lines. They get the AWP again to give to the Device in the following round of play. But this could be the start of something.
It'd be more of a start of something if you take these rifles away. Boomich on $50. Everyone will be able to reinvest, but starting to chip away at the Na'Vi finances.
So they might be a little bit too far away here to
slow.
consider this one. Yeah, they're going to start running once the bomb goes off. Here they come. Perfecto. Oh, he won't convert. That is a big death. As you mentioned, all things considered, the cash not great over there. So a huge death for Perfecto there to stomach. Now, he has enough to buy himself here, but Electronic is the man who doesn't. So there will be an omission in the buy. Otherwise, it would have been flush. Everybody could have had an M4 at least. Simple's still going to get his AWP. Electronic, unfortunately, now having to operate with an MP9. So maybe the holes in the boat are being poked now. 3-man A defense, Bit, Boomich, and Simple. Down connector, wanting a fight, and they're going to get it.
Okay, Simple goes down, and so does his partner in crime. Boomich gone, okay. NIP have been given a real gift here. This is enough to break Na'Vi and actually have a competitive T side. They can't let this one slip through their fingers, though. Like, they can put Na'Vi in a position where they're just saving and cowering if they can group up and start that bomb to tick.
It's way too early right now to see how this one's going to pan out because Na'Vi is still in a position where they could either push forward with the group, they could still hedge and go for a gamble stack. Like right now, we can see their indication is clearly over towards A. But with so much time on the clock and NIP still deciding where they want to end, there's a chance for Na'Vi to get the rotation back over towards the B side of things. Connector, sure, they've got that under lock. Working on sewer control now, flash forward. These sound cues are being heard from Perfecto and Co up towards the upper deck. Bomb on the back of Rez towards backyard now, and they're going to send Plopsky forward. So if he walks in and he fires multiple targets here, they will just walk into the B site for free.
He might get caught out by this fading smoke. Yeah, it works wonders. And at least Electronic will have the M4.
Yeah, he's sacrificial lamb, quite literally there, Plopsky, right? He's just sent out to find the information. He walked in and he didn't find anybody. Then they could have just gone back towards A. But you can see Na'Vi, they've made their choice. They're going to hold on to these guns. Not going to risk going through connector to try and find that AWP for Simple. It's going to be quite risky to do so there, but an easy one for NIP. The fight came to them. They won their duels, and there you go. The round is done. So a bit of fight left in them.
Yeah, I do think that I don't want to speak for Na'Vi also. No, Simple. It's not one to be deterred from a fight, but going for an aggressive maneuver and it resulting in probably the most convincing NIPT round, that might put them back into a bit more of a caged and defensive setup.
Yeah, I think that they're really awares of these different B takes from NIP, and that's one of the reasons that I think we've seen Electronic be so jarring over towards Sandbag and Sewer, because if he constantly takes those fights, it means that you're not going to be able to set up with all the space, and it limits their options here. So the game plan from Na'Vi worked early, but now they're going to have to adapt to things. The loss bonus that came into their bank balance for this round of play was only 1,900. The next will be 2,400, and if nobody invests right now, if they all just hold on to their goodies, they're going to have enough to go for a gun round in the next round of play. It just means there shouldn't be anything threatening on the likes of Boomich and Simple. They're going to need a moment from Perfecto, Electronic, or Bit to find a kill or two. So we're going to have to see how much they can get out of these saved guns.
This is aggressive, yeah.
I like that.
Well, there's a second follow-up if Perfecto does dare want to have a glance. They're completely out of nades now, Chad. A single flash on Boomich, so not going to be easy to control. Ooh, a chance on Bit. He's been hamstrung and fully eliminated. Plopsky with the headshot. A boost for Electronic. This could be well timed. They're looking the wrong way. Oh, Plopsky down and out. Quick response. Now the swing on short. Perfecto considered it. Device perhaps going to join the pack if Perfecto times this aggression well. Device. Oh, it's both of them. Electronic wounded as well. The Perfecto Kevlar just keeping him alive. And oh, there goes Device. It's still not easy for the ninjas. Electronic going to get another with his 10 HP. Surely no more. 3 frags. Somebody finish him off. 10 HP, a bullet will do. Hampus will confirm it. Simple clutch. Definitely not out of the realms of possibility, Chad. And Hampus is responsible for the bodyguard duties. Rez looking the wrong way. A 1v1 surely established here, and already Hampus now sweating bullets. Simple to return Na'Vi to their winning ways. It's been consecutive too. Hampus takes the fight. Brave.
Saw the aim punch there on Simple, right? The fact he didn't have any armor, the way that that plays on in, Crosshair goes to the bloody moon, but handled there. It does get close. But they get this one done, and really, if you're Device, you're sitting there scratching your head. I swear the bullet went through both of them. Where's me double? You know, where's my double kill right there? So that could have been done and dusted if that bullet had connected for the collateral.
It was the spinal column.
Okay.
Caught the bullet.
Yep.
Softened it up.
The science comes out now. Crime scene investigations on the case, but here we go. Simple back into the AWP. This time he wants to take a fight. They're already past his line of sight.
Electronic paid a heavy price through that short Molotov to be here.
They're really hedging B, right? Like, they have connector presence, they have sewer presence. Simple's the only man over towards that A site, really. Bit, you don't want him to get isolated. He has been in this connector position several times, and if he continues to lose the fight to Plopsky here, it's a big man to lose early.
Talking of big man, he doesn't get much bigger than Simple having to hold long and toilets on his own. It's just his own perception when he will call for aid. You talked about Electronic being that swing man. He hasn't been called yet. Hampus ahead of this. Boomich though, AKV FAMAS, and he leaves with the scalp. Plopsky head to head. Now will be paranoid about his back with the door naded off, and the timing, they strike in perfect timing. Just as he averts his gaze, Bit will connect, and now problems. NIP running short of troops. Simple has got the backup he desires. This looks like a guaranteed frag if Rez is gonna brave that corner dry. Device to trade, but Simple gets away. Even caught a glimpse of you, a warning shot thrown into the toilet wall. LNZ and Device battered, bruised, and running into a stacked site. This is too easy. Na'Vi 7, not a single body dropped. NIP 4.
All right, right there, you could just see a lot of those kills were just one at a time, right? So as you see the dominoes continue to fall there for NIP, it becomes less and less likely as every kill without a trade potential is given on up.
We were looking at their overpass, you know, last 3 months, 100% win rate, and of course there was a couple of very close games there. We casted a couple of them at the RMR. But something we did observe is that their T side wasn't brilliant. It looked like it'd been kept honest. We had 6, 7, 4. Like, they haven't necessarily had stunning T sides, other than a game against Ents where they posted a full 10. So that's going to be something to keep track of. Is NIP, if they can get themselves up to that 6, 7 mark, it'll be par for the course.
Yeah, like even with 4 right now, there's still a lot of Counter-Strike to be played. If they just need one round to break, and Electronic on the boost. When's he going to peer up? And the shot, it's easy as that.
Rez doesn't even get to play the video game.
Yeah, how you meant to trade? Like, he's gone immediately. And now they can just play this number advantage here.
Flash doesn't catch him. Electronic has vision, and they all strike. Look at this, multiple targets. You're not going to win these duels. LNZ can try and fail. Just one bomb delivered. NIP have the 8th in their sights. Device and Hampers again trying to claw out of an impossible scenario. Maybe cut noise, maybe plant some seeds of doubt, but they're already burrowed into the site. Your rotate's locked down. Simple's committed to the site. No one is on the A side of the map. The trade potential's everywhere. Like, how do you get a duel and get away? Maybe like that. Just up to Hampers now, and it plays around the smoke beautifully. He's got time to work some magic. Simple's posted up. The plant to be denied. Bit, you brave enough? No is the answer. Is he ready for Simple? Oh, a missed shot from Simple. He's ready for the Bit swing. Hampus, his brain is swirling. Another miss. Some real chances now, and just as he looks away, Bit does find it. The patience on him, just crawling in. Then they do lock it down. A valiant attempt from Hampus.
Yeah, really good stuff there. You like that from Hampus right there, the awareness as that one went on down. It is going to look like we're going to get a tactical timeout in the next round to play here. That plant is great to see. It's going to give them a bit of cash to work with. Hampus up to 5.2. Device has enough for the AWP. Rez can buy as well. They can even opt to drop things if they'd like. Plopsky and LNZ might just be stuck with Galils, but this is how it opened up again. Around that where they can't find the trade, more kills come their way, and it does get down to a 1-on-2 situation, which I think Hampus played quite well. Right, you can see that awareness there, worried about the flank coming up the sandbag position, but really taking their time. There's no rush about things. You got 40 seconds on that bomb. May even be a bit of a technical timeout here. And this is going to be a really, when they do have a discussion, it is going to be a really big question mark of how they want to proceed going forward, because Na'Vi's cash, it's not flush, right? You've got a little bit extra right now on Bit and Simple. Simple has that AWP and he's carried on through, so he's not going to have to invest in too much more other than a bit of utility. Boomich and Electronic can buy as well. Rez is just disconnected from the server here, so we'll get him back in ASAP.
Yeah, and in 12 rounds, just to kind of paint the picture of just how perfect this is going for the Na'Vi squad. Electronic still rocking that 100 ADR, of course, a 1vX as well. Pulled that out early. And between him and Simple, they've won 5 opening duels, losing 2. They've participated in 8 multi-kills as a duo. Bit loses the staring contest with our camera lens.
I don't know if he's too practiced just yet, right?
Yeah.
He's still, well, he hasn't taken too long to really take to the LAN
But
environment.
it says something. Look, LNZ desperately trying not to look at the camera pointed in his face.
Just ignore it. Pretend it's not there, guys. Don't worry about it. You're there to play the video game. All those other distractions, tune it out.
Yeah. Still very alpha of Bit, just acknowledging it.
Yeah, look at Electronic. This is the way he's doing it. He's just lounging back. Bit of JDM inspiration here. Looking at the ceiling, chilling out. No worries whatsoever.
Focus on your breathing.
What's Simple doing? Let me have a look what he's up to right now in the server. He's got his hand on the mouse. They're spraying on the floor. Right, there's a Na'Vi spray, the Love Heart. You know, they're doing what they can.
It's signatures for
top 8.
Top 8.
Yeah. So, yeah, this game right here obviously secures that. I don't really think we've really set the context there for everybody playing at home. We said it's an important game, right? We said that it may be like a bit of a preview of a potential grand final with 2 of these teams, if they can stay in some hot form. Obviously, G2 were the first team to lock themselves in for that top 8, the first team that you will be seeing in the Avicii Arena in a couple of days' time. They did beat Entropic earlier today. We obviously have elimination games going on as well. Earlier, we had Vitality taking on the likes of EG, and we all know the woes of EG. We don't need to beat a dead horse here, but Vitality are the ones where we really need to put under the microscope. They got through. They lost Inferno. They managed to win their own map pick of Vertigo 16-5, and then Dust 2 was a 16-12 scoreline there. There's those sprays I was talking about. PGL Stockholm 2021. So yeah, we have said goodbye to EG, and we will be saying goodbye to one of Mouse and Ents, and that has already had its first map concluded. I'll let you guys go check that out if you like. And we'll check on in as the day continues, but it will just be NIP down to a bit of a save. So they didn't opt to buy, and oh, they flopped an aid right there. So that's a huge amount of team damage done.
And Electronic go...
Oh, it's not live.
It's not live.
Oh, they're checking. Okay, guys. We got baited. That doesn't normally happen.
Honestly, I'm so glad you said something. There was a second there where I was about to go, what is this trigger discipline? They didn't see him.
So maybe Rez is having a couple of those dramas that we did see. Was it Han over in the Arma? I don't know who it was exactly. One of them. It could have been Red Star. It could have been any of them right there. Had a bit of a tech issue that did take some time to solve. Hopefully it doesn't take anywhere near as long as it did that time. We don't have anything left to talk about.
Oh, that's not true. We can test your German. There's there's a sign I've been trying to translate for a while.
Nein, danke.
It's the one about color towards the bank. It says something about color and life. I'm not sure exactly how it strings together.
Life is colorful.
Maybe, or we bring color to your life.
That could work too.
Wir bringen Farbe.
I like either one that we've settled on here seems to work. Okay, hold up. Let me check, because this might actually be, it's a timeout. Okay.
Oh, game on.
This is an NIP timeout. Now, this is the discussion I was talking about here, because where the cash, the finances are at, let's reflect on them one more time. Right-hand side of your screen here, Device 7K, Hampers 5.2, and Rez 6.5. They all have enough to buy exactly what they'd want. Device has gone into his favorite gun. It's going to be the AWP. Hampers buying in as well here. Rez, he's going to be able to do the same. Now, for Plopsky and LNZ, they have the question marks, right? Do we go into Galil's and get util around that? How do we want to approach this if we're doing something fast? Maybe we want to go with Mac 10s, but I would say because Device has the AWP, it's probably not going to be something fast. You're going to expect a bit more of a standard round here. But there's still a chance of a break point. Now, they're going to need to string 2 consecutive rounds in a row. We know Na'Vi loves a good save, so it might even have to be more than that. But they've gone all in. Plopsky has wielded that Mac 10. The Galil for LNZ. AKs for the rest. Whoever towards the B bomb site at the start. Plopsky going to reside in connector, and this is just a standard default spread. Resin
aggressive.
Yeah, they're respecting the molly, however.
Very aggressive, bit up long. He's gone into that down corner already. And you can park him here now. We've seen teams opt for this. You can just leave him there as a early warning sign and then focus your resources elsewhere. Now, Hampers is applying pressure B early. You can see that that's led to Electronic and Boomich taking a...
Let's clear this.
Oh, no, he won't. Bit goes unchecked and checks them out of the round.
Ah, that's it. Like, Device didn't even get a chance to use his AWP. They just took a timeout to discuss the strat right here. The adjustment from Na'Vi has netted them 2 kills immediately, and whatever strat they just discussed is gone. It's gone. Now they have to mid-round here, and that's with the Galil and the Mac 10.
Huh? Gap.
Ah, he's going to get spotted.
Oh, just a nice adjustment. Now, Boomich is low. Not enough to make a round out of this. It was a small and short-lived threat. Plofsky's managed to make a
Hold on a
lot
second.
happen. He dunks on Boomich, syncs up with the conversion onto Electronic. Ahead of the smoke is Simple. Lovely movement, tracking LNZ, trying to dance with him, the flick of the century, and that is 9. Everything complied. LNZ was set for that, considering the blind spot, but not for Simple.
It felt like it should have been done there. After those 2 opening kills, the fact that it even gets down to a 2-on-2, great work from Plopsky with that dunk and then the follow-up kill, so they make it exciting at least.
Yeah, well, my excitement for the third map of Ancient will dwindle if this goes the way Na'Vi are trending. I mean, NIP, they've been forced into a conservative half buy, just armor and some pistols. LNZ finds himself a P250, and yeah, this could very well be the 11.
They haven't gone back to that B execute, right? They ran that early. They were able to get a bit of success. They tried 2 different variations, one of which was good, one of which not so much. Look at this. He's just happy to fight.
And they will lose Electronic. Device's woes continue. He's not been having fun up against Simple and Co. Bit, again, not really bending the knee to this pressure. He's got the bigger gun, and he's exuding the energy of someone with that big AK-47. Now, back to spawn. LNC shaking it up. Going to try and go long side, which is exactly where the CTs will be acknowledging.
It's really hard right now to see how NIP are going to be competitive, because in a lot of these situations, they start with multiple men down, right? Like, we can't build an exciting story when they're limping into every round, right? They're in a race right now, and they have an injury every single time. It's just so rough. We're going to need something miraculous right now. Hampus has been able to slip the net into the blind spot. It's 45 seconds left, and to make this one work, he is going to need to continue to march forward. These have to be bangers of shots here. Plopsky's been able to get that M4. Bit has tucked across, and Hampus is walking up, and well, there you go. That was the only surprise factor eliminated. The awareness on point here.
And the individuals too.
Whoa, okay.
Any more where that came from? LNZ would need another cracker. The crossfire is activated. 10 already. The double digit secured. And Na'Vi, they're just so focused. I mean, this is exactly how, you know, we talk about visualization and that championship mentality. There's no doubt that Simple and I'm sure the rest of Na'Vi have visualized how their major arrival would go, and it's probably something like this.
Oh, here's how it got expensive earlier. So Plopsky got the nade kill, which I don't think he was expecting. Then the kill into Electronic, then the smoke, and they quickly went forward. So that was what made it a bit costly, but you're right there. They've come with one goal here, right? Like, playoffs, that's not enough. Getting to the semi-finals, that's not enough. It's here to win the trophy.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I can imagine if there was a press conference after the Na'Vi 3-0 of this Legends stage, they'd be like, why weren't you satisfied? Why aren't you celebrating? I think he'd say the job's not done.
Yeah.
Shout out to Kobe Bryant for that one.
All right, well, NIP, our 5th round here on the nose to close out the half, and we know how good your CT side can be, so this one isn't done yet. It just hasn't been looking great on this T half. Default spread. But on their own, no trade potential here, guys.
Will they be able to avoid the round defining and just avoid conceding too? Opening kills. Boomich's barrel spotted
for days.
Device should have him dead to rights. There's a bit of a change up for their final round of this T half.
Yeah, an opening kill's nice. Now they can turn their attention and continue towards A here. More pressure being applied. Smoke, flashes, Molly in play. Time becoming the issue now. 35 seconds.
Very light on time. Very, very sensitive mission now for NIP, and space being taken, but it's punished immediately. Simple is on form. Get through him first, and they have at least beheaded him. Bit and Electronic still stand and deliver a 2-man spray. Nothing left for LNZ. And that is domination. This is NIP's pick. This is what they considered the best bet to trifle with the black and yellow, and they are the ones that are black and blue.
Yeah, things are going perfectly over there for Na'Vi right now. In that CT half, you had Electronic with 16 kills, you had 15 for Bit, and Simple on 13. They're your superstars. That's the trio, right? And when you talked about this Na'Vi team for the longest period of time, it was only a duo. It was Electronic and Simple, and Bit, he has been the best thing to happen to Na'Vi since Simple, right? And that's saying a lot because it worked fantastically in the past. Yeah, okay, with the Zeus era, let's drop an AK for Simple, let's drop an AK for Electronic. Now this is, hey, we can all function as a team. We've got those supportive elements around us now. Boomich and Perfecto do their jobs perfectly, and this team is looking great now to close things on out quite swiftly here.
Yeah, I mean, no disrespect to Flamey, but do you remember it would always be the two if Flamey shows up or they've got it. Yeah, exactly. Well, that if has been thrown out the window with Bit. I mean, the Na'Vi scouting, Blade probably gets a lot of credit for it, finding this talent, throwing the jersey on him ASAP, and he's thriving. You know, look at NIP, a prime example of how hard it can be to get a rookie integrated into Tier 1 at your Tier 1 level.
Early here, we've actually got a lot of information. Hampus took a fight, and they noted that, and Device did from long as well. So if you are Na'Vi, you know that there's 2 players over towards A. Don't worry about that. Worry about Rez.
He's been struggling, and Boomich puts him back in his place. Oh no, Plopsky, what were you looking at? He's reacted in time. Still scary. Simple's got 2 on his P250, and again, the site looks lost. Aggressive. Hampus in the open. He needs to finish the meal, and he has at least onto 1. Electronic denied a good click. Perfecto set up for the clutch. Now, the bomb is so unobtainable. He's being hunted down. It's still a world where he could do this. 10 bullets in his Glock. NIP, a compulsory pistol here, and they're not being particularly secretive about their reposition. Loud steps onto the wood. The floorboards dancing with him now. Perfecto still a threat, and that's it. Hampus secures it. NIP the first step to returning and taking their map.
Great stuff from Rez there with that just little one shot right there, because they were all coming back his way after those 2 members made themselves well and truly known by NIP over towards A, right? That's why Na'Vi decided to scuttle back towards the B bomb site so quickly. You think after that simple double, and you're right, the site being lost, it was all over, but they took the fight, right? They didn't want to allow them to set themselves up. That is a juicy shot there from Rez. Plopsky even able to get one with his back turn, but it has to be said, Hampus here with a lot of impact, right? If they let them in and planted and then went to play out that retake in a 2-on-3 situation, no way in the world. The fact that they stalled them out, they took the fight. They played some heads-up counters right there. They've actually put Na'Vi in a position where they're playing conservative now. Simple. Deagle in hand, fast towards long. Hot on the tail of Device. Look at all this space. 1 minute 30 on the clock. He's just run all the way through long. Yeah, guys, long's clear. And, well, dead. Never mind. Open runway. Not so open. Looking like Na'Vi are going to want to buy here in the next round, but anything they can get out of this would be great. Bit boosted up, and 3 Deagle bullets again.
He manages that so well. They're so susceptible to this scout, though, and there's a nice example. Device misses between the wickets. Now he's down. This is a problem. Hampus has been summoned to do some housekeeping, do some dirty work, and that's a good start. They are chipping away at his health pool, but yeah, handled. And that's the end of that. So Hampus, some high-impact rounds. That's back-to-back triples.
Yeah, 19 kills for him now. He is so far ahead of the rest of his teammates, not even funny. You said 19 kills. Nobody else is even on double digits. LNZ's the next closest on 9. So Hampus is doing some heavy lifting right now. He's building a buffer for his teammates to wake up here on the CT side because they can, right? This is where Device and Rez over towards A, they can lock this down. Plopsky, LNZ, Hampus gonna have to deal with business over towards that B bomb site. The AKs are out for Na'Vi. 2 Galils, 3 AK-47s, plenty of utility to work with here. And quite the heavy presence over towards A.
Simple's whipped out a Krieg. It will help him look over the smoke, but not anymore. Device shuts him down, shuts his lights out. And can just shelter into a more defensive crossfire. Rez in the underpass, Device responsible for long.
There's a lot of individual fights all across the map here, right? They have at least isolated this individual of Rez down towards Connector.
Oh my lord.
He's kind of pinned right now.
He is. I mean, the pressure's high everywhere. And Device, if he loses this duel, Bit spots him out. Good control. There's no failed trade. Boomich down, added to the list. Device, 3 frags. He's done everything he could. The necessary trade is there, but the damage is done. Loud about this. Rez might have the element of surprise.
Oh, too easy, isn't it? Now it's just Electronic to find, and they know exactly where he is.
Oh, he's using it like a sniper. Bolt action. You got any more of those where they came from, Electronic? fakes it out, draws another, and Plopsky bites the bait. Thank God Hampus is here.
Yeah, look, Device has shown up with a big round right there. That was great work from him, but Electronic makes it much more costly than I think the NIP were hoping for. That one right there almost got out of control, didn't it? Now, NIP, you can see off the back of the pistol, the anti-eco, and now the first gun round conversion. That scoreline doesn't look so bleak anymore, does it? 11-7. Now maybe we might have a bit of a game on our hands. Electronic actually has an AK here, so they've gone for a hero AK with some upgraded pistols around it. Max loss bonus into the next round of play. You can understand why. How much can they get from this one rifle?
Trivial damage dealt by that nade, just a light tickle for Electronic. Device's long lockdown, fresh in our minds.
Oh, interesting angle he's opted to adopt here because he's kind of committed to this. If
How
they
does he
swing
get
with multiple
out?
members,
Yeah.
he's going to have to fight his way out. But lucky for him, there's only 2 rounding that corner. Or maybe not even going to be rounding that corner here. They're sending Electronic up through the upper deck of the bathrooms.
A single smoke deployed. They're going to have to use brute force now.
Timing on this.
Yeah, Rez does catch a glimpse,
That's
and that's the bomb. Trade is there. He did take a chunk, though, and that's enough for Device to dunk. Shapes up nicely for the NIP 8th. They may not be expecting this walk up through the smoke. Some preemptive shots. Device anticipating Bit's arrival, but he is no slouch on this Deeg. It's all about his read and doesn't clear his corners. Does clear Device's brains, and Linus eliminated as well. He is such a threat. He is such a threat. Keep your eyes on Bit. All headshots, of course.
Jeez.
19 and 8.
That was quick right there, wasn't it? Well, off the back of that, things getting a little bit shaky. Threats opted to call another timeout here. So they did convert, right? We're looking at now 4 in a row. They've denied the bomb going down for Na'Vi in all of these occasions right here. But this extra little buffer of time is going to be great for Na'Vi. Vince Blade can also chime in. What were you going to call, Boomich? Is that the direction we want to take things? How is our game plan going to pan on out here? Now, these rounds are feeling the same as they did for Na'Vi when they were on the defense, right? The kills are coming one at a time. It's being handled. We're not getting into any chaotic situations, right? We're not getting into any of these moments where somebody can do something mental, even though Bit is giving us a couple of these. Bang! Lovely second shot right there. Just not expecting the third man. Hampus, who continues to close these rounds. Right? He's going to have his teammates now starting to get activated. Device has joined him on the double digits. 12 for him at this point. But here we go. What is that conversation going to net both of these teams? Simple into the AWP. Device not, however.
Extinguish confirms his presence playground. Device not playing around. He actually advances towards it. Is it for a nade or is it for more? Yeah, that'll be enough of a deterrent. Flash down the gob. Get out of there.
Off they go, connector. There's 2 on the other side who have now been flashed forward for info. This is what's called clear, and it looks like Na'Vi had a good idea that was coming.
Fake the sound. Charging up. Trying to draw them in. Now, Bomb is committing towards this B side of the map, but contact likely to first be taken.
B's the right call. It's the weaker of the 2 sites right now. As long as they can account for this connector position.
Oh, Bit. Continuing to hand out haircuts. There's another for the Na'Vi boys, putting him in the feed consistently now. Bit. Oh, you're so scary. Device stands and delivers. But the bomb's coming in, and it's only LNZ. Hampus is being messed with, bullied. Linus hoping he goes unchecked. They are storming into his sight. They are patient as well. They'll wait for the fade, and then he'll be a sitting duck. Trying to bail him out, his Device, the util to draw attention, but look at Electronic, he's ready for you. Not falling for any of your silly games, and now smoked off. Only one of you left. Device last seen throwing nades in heaven. Does cut Simple down to size. It'll have to be a ace clutch.
Yeah, it'd be a lot to consider going for this right now, and if we just recount the last couple of rounds, especially the last 2, only 2 players from NIP survived in both of those, which means there's not a whole lot of money for them right now. Lost bonus is going to be that 1,400 mark. So Device really has to hold on to this. As much as we would love to see him go for it, as much as everybody would like to get on their feet and see a clutch attempt here, they have to play this one by the book. one of the only weapons they have to carry through into the next round to play, and that's going to be dependent on the type of buy that Hampus wants to call. Yeah, if he survives, right, let's start working through this one, right? If Device survives, he's going to be able to drop an M4, right? Hampus is going to be able to buy one of his own, and that means that the 4 spies coming in for 2 members of the rest of the NIP squad means that it's going to be actually a pretty respectable buy. So we should be, if NIP want to go for the Force, looking at 3 M4s and 2 upgraded pistols. Now, if they don't, right, and they want to take the save here, well, that's going to make things a bit more precarious going forward. Device has dropped an M4. It's in the hands of Rez right here, so it is going to be Plopsky and LNZ who get the short end of the stick on this one. But a timeout called now, and Blade is the one to call this. Just sitting there looking chill as you like, going over his notes, giving everybody the marching orders as they move on forward. This is a type of round that you don't want to trip up on. And actually smiles on the faces of some of the NIP boys here, so feeling like they're not out of this one just yet. There's a 4-round differential here between the two.
Damn. Just checking in on those multi-kills. It's always a nice way to just process how many people are having comfortable rounds, and it's just insane when you look at Simple, Bit, and Electronic. They have a grand total of 19, 18 between the 2 of them.
Okay.
So between the 3 of them, excuse me, maths is hard. So are words. But yeah, they have been having no issue stringing together those multis. It's not like it's just been that constant battle to and fro. Openings for good measure. But still the CT side, and as you discussed, you've laid it down. This is a 4-spy round. Device will take a little bit more of a aggressive stance and softens them up a bit within that 1-shot headshot range now for the 3 M4s in play. And info exchange. Hampus has spotted out short water.
They're pushing Monster here. They're going to creep into this smoke.
No flash.
Done Electronic for this.
They could overrun him. It will be cleared.
Hampus can flash this, but he's not gonna.
Oh, he commits to the spray. LNZ delivers. And oh, that's a big one. Simple caught out, trying to trade a quick headshot out of Rez. Don't forget, Bit softened up as well. This is a must-win round for the Ninjas. And they're playing on their map pick to take us to Ancient. As well as, of course, to take themselves to home soil for the champion stage. Top 8, Stockholm. 4 Swedes looking to secure it. Standing in their way is this mythical Na'Vi. Careful, Liners. Greed gets the better of him. One of the 7 deadly sins, and deadly, well, that's apparent. Careful as well. Rez wants info, but it could cost him. Boomich is in a prime position to punish any info plays.
30 seconds. They're going to have to make up their minds soon. It feels like it has to be the B finish here.
Yeah, Hampus is the best player out of the ranks from the Ninjas, and he's with Rez. Partnered up from Boomich's trajectory of those nades. Surely that indicates he's coming. Contact Monster. Needed that. Rez delivers. Now Na'Vi running out of players and time. It's only Bit. What can he do? Not much. Call it 9. NIP at least making a respectable half out of this. I mean, they have only dropped 1, Chad, and they're back to their winning ways with only 3 rifles in play.
That's a huge round right there, right? That was a round where they went all in, where they had saved 1 rifle, they made their finances work, and that Monster push right there, we were talking about without a flash, right? Electronic, you're expecting him to have a couple of kills. The first body gets dropped, but from there, the trades come out in their favor. This one stalls out. They have to go back and get the bomb, and great stuff from NIP here. They're going to put a real awkward position for Na'Vi now as they're going to take another timeout. So they're starting to feel the heat here. This one is heating up.
Yeah, they've only got 1 plant. 6 rounds, 1 plant. Keeps them humble.
I still think that both of these teams on the T side, right, there's just a lot of walking around looking for fights. And a lot of that is just seeing what information they can work with. Now, we haven't seen Na'Vi go for anything a little bit execute heavy over towards B. NIP did, and they had some success through those type of moves. But as Na'Vi are making this buy work, I don't think that is going to be on the docket just yet. Boomich is into a Deagle, full util for him. Simple has been given an AK here. So they have plenty of cash as far as the util, the weapons. It's not a miserable looking buy, but yeah, you're right. They're not getting into the sights, and that's what you need to do here. Still just the standard play like Na'Vi. They're just going through the paces here with a lot of these rounds. This time, though, 3 towards Connector. Bit sold something over towards A to keep Rez and Device busy, but up Connector they go. And they're quick on this. There's a pace change here.
Yeah, I mean, Device is watching it. Will they clear him? Timing, everything. Does take a head. A nice find onto Perfecto, but Simple slipped through. Rez gone, the backups not available. Gets the info safely, but safely's perhaps a stretch. Device is in jeopardy. Somebody get him out of trouble here.
The cavalry has arrived. They played the rotation game and they're playing 2-2 on the sites right now, but you can see that pace from Na'Vi. They found a gap and they did punish it here, and they're continuing the press forward. There's so much room for them right now to work with, but they don't know it. Flash into the upper bathrooms. They're calling this clear now, working out what real estate they do own. But the problem for Na'Vi is util. 2 smokes, 2 flashes. That's all they have to operate with. NIP are in the dark, but they have a bunch more util in their favor. They can limp that out, they can stall it out, they can keep themselves locked on down. It's going to come down to bullets here to break into this site. 100% Device going to be on the receiving end of this.
No real counter utility as the last flows out of Hampus's fingertips. Single flash from Device, 20 seconds ahead of the smoke. Crossfire established, they're opting Optimus side. Engages, strikes, only the one and done. Boomich has the bomb and he has the round in the palm of his hand. Great shooting, problems now, no denial available. They turn it again, just completely on its head. He could boost.
They're going to save, right?
Yeah.
Again, right? The money's just not there. It's just how close some of these rounds have been. If we just go through, let's go through from the start, right? After pistol round 2 survive, after the first anti-eco 3 alive, but then 1 survives. In a save round, 3 stay alive here, but it just immediately broken back down again, right? And for them, the loss bonus is the issue, right? Because they are the ones who needed to get so many rounds, because that first half was so bleak for them. It means that even though they look like the scoreline is getting better, the finances aren't, right? The finances are not getting better at all, and you can't have as many save rounds as what they could over on Nuke. You can get away with that because you're starting on the CT side. You can take more of those risks, but here it is again. Device can buy an M4, sure, right? But they're not going to be able to get the drops in the same way. It might have to be MP9s and Deagles in lieu of those rifles again, but we've already seen them pull off a round like this. They've already made one work, right? Device, I can guarantee you that. He's already bought on in for this. So it is going to be a similar looking buy. But look, Plopsky is looking like a pretty selfless individual here. He's actually dropped an M4 across to Hampus as well and then bought into a Deagle. So setting Hampus up, who is having a very good game of things, 23 kills for him, leading the charge over there for NIP. So hooking him up with the rifle to continue to find that impact. But Na'Vi there off the back of that, the only difference was just that paciness up through the connector. They're a bit more decisive on the territory they wanted to take. As far as strategies go and executes and all that kind of stuff, it wasn't. It was a couple of nice shots out of Boomich there to get into the site, and that's done. So just grinding this one out. Classic Na'Vi style here. Not too many more options here for NIP. I want to paint how important this is for them right now. If they lose this, it's only 1,900 into the next. That means that Na'Vi are going to find themselves on 15 very, very easily. This is a huge round right now.
They did it once, Chad. Can they do it again? It came off the back of a aggression through the monster pipe. A great shot out of Rez into Simple in the trade, and it's unlikely the cards fall the same way. Electronics the one to go looking, and that's the flash for Jail. Oh, and punished for the turn. That is an important trade. Plopsky can not only maintain control, but he can also whip out the rifle. Want to see that back in his hands. They deny the poke from Na'Vi.
They've really done their homework here on all the little details. Like we know that LNZ likes to play that position. Right, a lot of teams would just walk into that. Now they're pushing over towards A.
Boost.
The boost is in place, but it's not for long. It's 4 bathrooms.
Yeah, and it's very susceptible to a contact walk, which is exactly what Na'Vi are throwing their way.
Yeah, Rez isn't even looking.
Oh, it's over. It's absolutely over. This is going to be the easiest double Simple's got all game, unless Rez can whip out the fastest of digs. They swing over, and down goes Device. Rez is on high alert. Will they expect a second? I suspect they will. Bait and shoot. Now Rez, blind as a bat, is plucked from the server. This is just falling. Oh, one by one. Hampus through the smoke, exposed for just a second. Easy to track. And yeah, we talked about it. This was everything for the Ninjas. Their chances have run dry.
Yeah, it was really a lot right here, right? They've been on the knife edge the entire time, and Na'Vi are well aware of that, right? That's the nature of the way they've been approaching this game. I mentioned 1,900 is the loss bonus into the next round, so this is the best thing if Plopsky can hold on to this, which it looks like he's been given a bit of a buffer right now to do so. The bomb halfway gone, about 25 seconds until the round will come to its logical conclusion here. You don't have a whole lot of cash over there for Na'Vi, but you do have the rounds, so if you want to send Boomich out looking, yeah, you can. But this is a horrible position for NIP to find themselves in. it's likely here that these are the two options they have. With 1900 coming through, you can either take the save, use this one M4, and hope that he's able to be a miracle for you to try and defend against 15. And he's just survived. He got down to 8 HP there. Down to 8 points of health there on that fight. So Plopsky just survived. Now, they are going to go for the force buy. NIP are not going to opt here to go for the save, and then with the loss bonus of 2400 to try and fight against 15 the entire time. They're going to get this done here if they can, right? And this is really their only way back into the game. If they lose this, next round 2400, their buy's going to look very similar with Deagles, Scouts. That's going to be it. This is a miserable place for NIP to be here late on the CT side.
Device was thrown the M4 and he's opted to go aggressive. This is an all-in maneuver. If you go down, so does your team's hopes. Tries to maintain some degree of presence. I can't believe he's sticking around, Chad. He's got no help. He's got no assistance. Maybe he doesn't need it. Takes the header, Boomich. The trade is on its way. He's loud on the retreat, and Bit does not let those go easy. The bodyguard of Hampus does take a tag. It's Bit that takes and returns fire as well. Okay, at least the M4 has fallen into an armored hand. Hampus actually maneuvers towards alongside toilets, so he'll be able to confirm that there's nothing to be concerned about there.
They've called two different players on A right now. They know there's a Scout and a Deagle back top of site, so piecing this one together in RV, that's going to get them heading back over towards the B bomb site here. Enough utility to go for an execute, but now we turn our attention to the B defenders. Plopsky, LNZ, you know this is coming because Hampus is about to call things clear over towards A. Rez can rotate in over as well. They are going to have the lion's share of the defenders to lock down the B bomb site.
All right, here comes Na'Vi. They don't easily let these slip. The utils bang on the money. Spotted out, sprayed down. LNZ's got nothing left, and neither do the ninjas. It's only Hampus. You talked about a hero play. Well, it would have to be. And Simple gets the info and gets away. That's horrible for Hampus. He'll have to retreat and keep hold of what he can.
I think you just saw a threat there on the cam behind Hampus, just hands behind the head. You know, what are you meant to do here? Nothing's working. This is a terrible spot, as I mentioned, to be in. They know where Hampus is now. They can even throw some bodies at this to hunt this away. 2400 into the next round to play.
And speaking of threat, you know, if he sits his boys down, it's whether it's tonight or tomorrow, and goes through this overpass demo, you're just going to be sitting there going, well, Electronic, Bit, and Simple were playing well.
Yeah,
that's
that's the difference maker with this team. That has to be the difference maker with this team. Just 3 individuals online. Hampus with a whiff or 2. Electronic gets the kill, and absolutely nothing to take through the next round to play. This is clean, taking care of business at Na'Vi. Just 1 more round, 5 more kills, lock himself in for the Avicii Arena.
Where
Kicks off on Thursday.
Truly belong, you know.
Oh, yeah.
World ranked #1. And I'm not just talking about their AWPA.
This game, as per the HLTV World Rankings right now, is #1 versus #2. It looks like there's a clear difference, right, between them and the rest of the field right now.
Nico's sentiment in the interview as well, whether or not it was just smoke and mirrors, he felt his sentiment was that there's a very even playing field outside of one team.
Yeah, a Grand Canyon between Na'Vi and the rest of the moment, it feels like.
Who will be able to trifle with these boys, especially when the pressure of a crowd shows up? The jumping, not going to get him far. Simple, not going to be too bothered. And there's a nice follow-up. Hampus has got a strong arm on him. Simple will have to watch his team lock themselves in here for the Avicii Arena. Going undefeated if Plopsky can't stop him.
3 on 3. It's hard to really bank on NIP too much here. Taking their time about this, turning into a bit of an aim map now.
Rez has got a good deagle on him, but long range. Na'Vi in no rush.
He's even worried about the flank here. So many question marks for NIP right now.
Yeah, they're absolutely flush for time. The high flash confirms commit. That's a fight that Bit's ready for. And it's just Plopsky CZ. Yeah, Bit's having none of that. Na'Vi. Hot prospects to perform in front of the crowd. And well, with 1 more frag, they will have confirmed it. G2. Na'Vi, quite the exclusive club.
Yeah, 3-0s, high seeds, just Rez in a 3v1 situation here to keep the hopes and dreams alive.
Not going to clear his corner. Bit's playing to win. How dare he?
Oh, they're going to go for the knife as well.
Oh, and it's the young boy. He's got his wings. Na'Vi finished with a blade to the back. How poetic. And that is Natus Vincere locked in for the stage many expected to see them at. I hope those that got their tickets are extra happy to see it.
Yeah, this is the type of Counter-Strike you want to see out of these guys. They haven't fumbled, they haven't flubbed, they've come on here, they've taken care of business, and they are looking clean. You can see there the celebration. They're not over the moon. They know that this is just the first step of many. Couple more games for this team here, and now that you turn your attention to the playoffs, it's the first time in 2 years that we are getting Counter-Strike back in an arena with a crowd. Na'Vi have won the LANs in this environment, but now to do it in front of a crowd is that next step. We're going to throw it over to the panel, give it to the desk. Richard Lewis and the gang are going to be breaking this one down.
Yes, an empty chair there at the end, and of course NIP going to be feeling a little bit empty inside after Na'Vi. Pretty dominant performance, all things considered, within the context of we're saying NIP do have potential here to be a challenger, to be a contender, but in the end the strength and depth of Na'Vi is so ridiculous, their map pool is so expansive and so ridiculous. You are going to have so many things go right, and probably a few things to go wrong for them to even have a chance.
And that's why, you know, you're looking at the ranking as well in a way, and, you know, is NIP really the #2 team in the world to beat that? It's not necessarily about the ranking, just when you meet teams like Na'Vi, like Gambit, like, you know, Heroic, like how are you going to fare against them? And Na'Vi just showed a class above in this series.
Well, talking specifically about Overpass, Duncan, okay. I mean, you know, NIP, their pick, we know it's a decent map for them. We brought up that statistic at the, you know, start, but where do you think it went wrong for them? Because they, you know, I think even the scoreline doesn't really make it sort of the, you know, the gulf.
No, I mean, Na'Vi was so far ahead coming into the second half. Like, they almost just, like, eased up a little bit. There was some nice rounds from Device, some impact kills on CT side. I will say, I noticed he was barely ever using the AWP. He was mainly on the M4A1S. So, yeah, this, remember, I tried to bill it as, like, well, if Nip's going to be a challenger, they've got their little streak going, 5-0. Na'Vi's in double digits already on Nuke. But you saw the difference in that sense. Like, Na'Vi is good for winning a Nuke game that they pick. This was the pick. It was supposed to be a punish, essentially, from NIP.
Yeah, and I think also you could see the difference, right? Early on from NIP, they tried to do a couple of those monster rushes or monster pops, really, and, you know, I think they were just going for, when you're down 0-3, you don't really call that because you're already losing. You kind of call a default. They tried to catch Na'Vi off guard. It didn't work. Na'Vi started building up a lot of rounds there as well, and you could see in the second half for Na'Vi how did they win rounds on T-side, where it was mostly default and just step-by-step play, taking map control, finding opening kills, having good trades in place, and that's always going to be the case. If you're ever going to be, you know, the best team in the world or a really good team on the map, you have to have a strong default and win rounds mostly from that sort of play, and then you have the set executes, the pops just there to change pace and catch your opponents a little bit off guard in some rounds maybe where they have a low buy. So Na'Vi really getting it done here easily.
If you're an Na'Vi fan as well, simple electronic rolling bits in there. I mean, everything's as you'd want it to be. Like I said, this is a statement game. This is a 2-0. You're already through. 3-0.
What I have to talk about, though, is, like, you know, think back to the start of the year. Think back to when Bit came through, you know, and finally replaced Flamey. There was still an aspect of them where their play style was just, it wasn't like this. You know, what they're doing at the moment is, it's very aggressive and in your face, and you know, they're not waiting for these, like, slow, laborious executes that even low-level IGLs can just read what you're doing. You know, they have transformed on a tactical level. It's not just that all the players have come into form, right?
I also never bought entirely that was just Blade. Like, he might have had tactics that were like executes, but there's no way he's telling you in the tactic just going on 20 seconds every time. Like, you wouldn't do that if there's an opening. I think that was indecision. I think that was where they didn't quite have the IGL situation fixed. There were people who were rookies, but Perfecto was still relatively inexperienced. Like, I think as you've seen players grow into their kind of role and the team get more comfortable, they can play with a bit more pace. I'll also say as well, I think as well on this particular team, you watch them as a squad. Like, when they're on the CT side, people talk about Bit and his fragging. The amount of times you see him in a pushed-up position, get a kill or two, but then I feel like, I've heard in their team, like, Simple or sort of has, like, extra say, and he sort of tells Bit when to go forward. It feels like they do micro him a bit, like, right, you got your kills, you can back off now, whereas, like, you know, a young rookie player, you go for the highlight there, you go for the third kill, you push the corner, so they get the most out of that. He's a very aggressive, it means that they're not just this passive team.
Yeah, I think Simple even mentioned that, referenced that in an interview, that, you know, him and Electronic, they kind of help him a little bit to tell him, you know, play this round maybe a little bit more aggressive. It could be good for you to play in this position, and also exactly what you said, not to get overzealous when he does get a couple of kills, to still play it smart. But man, that kid's he's so sharp with his aim. You know, he doesn't give you a chance. He doesn't give you a chance to react.
And it's like I say, you know, when you consider the relative inexperience, this is the standard of the rookies that are coming out the CIS region right now. It's actually insane how good all these players are. I mean, when you consider Gambit themselves are effectively an academy team with plus Hobbit after they replace. I mean, you know, you cannot understate. That's essentially the benchmark now. If you're a young player coming through from an academy side, you sort of have to hit the ground running. If you look over
Which is
in
unfair,
Europe,
let's be real.
Yeah, of course, it's a ridiculous standard.
Think about it, as you're saying, like if you look in Europe, it is Lockheed, it's LNZ, it's these Kyojin.
Yeah,
they haven't played tier 2 play. They've been sometimes not even tier 3 players. You can't expect them to do what this guy's doing. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, and like I said, you know, it's not just Bit, but Bit obviously is now the go-to example of the dream rookie. Here he is picking up an MVP, you know, and imagine just winning an MVP on a team. You've got Simple, you've got Electronic,
and they played well.
And they play, no, it's like, what more can you say about this guy? It's absolutely ridiculous. Now, look, it's obviously not all doom and gloom for NiP. You know, Na'Vi have got them, you know, they're 3-0. They're through now, obviously the good seed, along with G2. But, you know, you could see NIP at the end. They didn't look too despondent, too upset. They realized they're going to have other bites at the cherry. They're going to get another best of 3. I mean, they're still good enough to go to the Avicii Arena, right?
I had them going through in my pick'ems. I think it's going to depend a little bit on the opposition. I think after today, they go back to picking Ancient every single time as well. I don't think they're going to pick a different map if Ancient is free in the pool. So, yeah, we'll have to see how mostly the young players perform, right? How are they going to do under pressure, right, and so on, and depends on the matchups a little bit too.
Yeah, remember there's teams like Entropic out there. There's people, listen, most of them NiP will be favoured against. I'll just say this, I would be very interested if you're a NiP fan and you're wondering will make it, won't they? I just don't want to see them go to the 2-2 game. That's where some of their players, they aren't that experienced at majors. You could potentially see some slip-ups there, some moments where it gets dangerous. You want to just close this out, 3-1, make it not too much pressure.
And also they played Mouse and Astralis, right? Navi is through, and so the potential opponent is going to be another very strong team.
Yeah.
Right. Well, look, guys. Obviously, we've talked a lot about NIP and Na'Vi. You know, great game. Let's take a look at some of the other games that have been going on earlier today. We've got the results coming up now, I believe. Yes, there we are. So, obviously, confirmation. We did have best of 1s and best of 3s, as is the format. You saw Copenhagen Flames able to beat FaZe, puts them in a weird spot at the start of the day. Furia beating Liquid. I've got to talk about that because it'll thematically tie to EG going out in a little bit. The Liquid loss, you know, where are they at right now, Duncan?
I mean, I had them making the top 8, but I have to say, I only said they were like a potential dark horse for major in terms of the roster. I do think if you look at their form, man alive, they are a fragile team. They can look good, and then the same match, they can give it away. Of all the opponents, like, if you were talking about the Paper Tigers, in this case, I guess a Jaguar or whatever, that's supposed to be a Panther, Furia had to be one of them as well. Like, they're another team that was in this phase of the tournament waiting, along with the EGs of the world, where it's like, they should be very beatable. So listen, it is a best of 1, but even so, for me, Furia have lost a lot of the spark of what made them special. Like, if Liquid's going to lose to them, it's going to be hard yards in those best of 3s.
And we'll come back to Liquid a little bit later on, but I'll just highlight as well, Gambit really laboured against Virtus Pro. You know, you've got a 16-14 game there, and obviously that horrible whiff from Kickit, like, I mean, that's nightmare fuel. And I've got to say, Gambit, you know, they're coming in with this big reputation, and then they seem to be playing as if they're under some, like, unbelievable pressure. They look like a shadow of themselves.
I agree. They haven't looked impressive. Even losing on Vertigo was kind of an omen for
Against
me.
Entropic.
Yeah, that things are a little bit dodgy.
They were like 5th at the Russian
But the thing
RMI,
is,
you know?
I'm not going to worry until I see them look in trouble in a best of 3. When they get to the best of 3s, I feel like the map pull everything. That should be the reset for me.
Yeah, I think a shadow of themselves maybe a little bit too harsh. Definitely dropped the ball yesterday on Vertigo, but today, you know, just being able to execute that comeback, it was like 14-11 for VP, and Gambit won 16-14 in the end. You know, that takes a lot of mental fortitude, and to do it in this sort of environment is what we want to see from Gambit. But I believe that their map pool is just their biggest strength, so come best-of-3 time, that's where things are going to maybe become a little bit easier for them.
And the other big story, obviously, down there, Heroic Astralis. You know, Heroic absolutely dominating Astralis. So much rivalry and tension and all that there. It's like, the Astralis players are probably just like, wait, they woke up, we're in hell after that 16-1 from Device really showing them what they're missing. Well, at least we get chance for revenge. Oh, no, we're still in hell. We're still in hell.
Yeah, I mean, that was just disturbing to see, really. I mean, how their last 2 games went, how just few kills they got in that first half against Heroic as well. Like, that was just a stomping, and you could see Cadian had a few words for them after Heroic won.
The good news is, to get a reference to what Janko said, we didn't complete the thought. Remember, in this particular format, the teams you play in this phase, you cannot meet again later. So the good news for Astralis is you can't play NIP and Heroic, 2 of the stronger teams. The bad news is, I don't know how many teams they can actually beat in a best-of-3 here.
I think they're out. I think they're done. I really fear for them right now. And the last one I want to talk about, obviously, EG are out. You know, they were legends. You know, they didn't look anything like legends. Someone tweeted at me saying, "You got to stop banging on EG. That's not a host's job." Wrong. It's definitely my job, and we are going to do that now.
You just
for a
like
moment.
to do it. That's why we love your job.
Yeah, but listen, you know, I'm just going to say it. Like, these NA teams turning up, right, with all of the things that are going on in the scene. At least look interested. Yes. You know, at least commit. They were better today against a very poor Vitality. But I don't know, man. It's hard to take them seriously. They can't feel happy with how this has all gone. The project, the entire 3 months, has been really, really bad.
Almost every analyst and even fans who were talking about the pick'ems had EG as their 0-3.
I know,
Like
shocking.
a million
It's
cries
shocking.
went out cheering that they went 0-3. That means basically no one had any confidence in you. I saw you did your Valorant joke about them on Twitter, so I'll do mine, which is basically, ironically, the only legend status in their future is Apex.
Not bad. I like it. Janko, any final thoughts about EG?
Any tweets you'd like to repeat?
Yeah.
yeah. What will you be tweeting later today?
I mean, for me, it's just, as I said yesterday, it was the fact that you can just tell their heart is not in it, right? Like, maybe they care a little bit, but it's just not good enough for me. And if you're like that, you have no place of being at a major or for a team. I love EG as an org to stay in CS, right? But, you know, get a guy there who's going to rebuild your team and pick maybe 1 or 2 players from this team if you really believe in them. Just start from scratch and get players who want to be there.
Rebuild around Obo and or Miku would be my advice. Not that anyone cares. Anyway, we are going to do another little segment here now because obviously we talked about that Team Liquid Furia game, and now we're going to go over to Blair with the play of the day.
Well, thank you for that, Richard, as we have a People Think moment brought to you, of course, by Skybox. We're going to be talking about round number 25 between Furia and Liquid on Inferno, where Furia went for some pretty smart plays. So we're going to be jumping straight into the game over here. Round number 25 is going to play out as usual with the Furia going for that early banana control, something which has been a problem for the side of Liquid. Stewie he's just been getting punished time and time again, and we can see a little bit of aggression coming in from the side of Liquid. They're going to be using a lot of their incendiaries. They're going to be using a deep smoke as well, which is something. This smoke is something which Furia really haven't been really respecting much. You can take a look here as Queserado and Drop are going to be flashing their way through once the Molotovs get extinguished. Stewie even trying to aggress towards Banana, but actually finding a nade in his face. Down to 41 HP. He's going to fall back as Banana Control has been arrested by Furia. Now, this is what I'm loving from Furia here. Drop's going to be pushing on up. Now, look at the way Stewie is walking up all the way towards the corner of Banana, waiting for the flash to come in from his teammate, so he can just push with the flash and get a kill either towards Drop or maybe towards Queserado. Furia play anti-flash. They know exactly what's going to be taking place. Flash is going to pop, Drop, waiting for the peek. He gets a free kill. What happens after that is going to be Vinny all the way towards A apartment, still keeping Elige and Grim on that A side. And that means now they need to try and just go for a play to regain some map control, do Liquid. But Furia, they just don't allow them any space to breathe. They're going to be smoking off CD spawn. K started pushing in through the smoke, trying to get a kill. Unfortunately for him, Naf wasn't blinded by the flashes. So now we're down to a 4 versus 4. But information has been gleaned that there are 2 CTs towards this position, and that's what Art is going to be taking advantage of. And this is the 5-head play coming in from the IGL of Furia. Art is going to plant the bomb. He's going to fake it out. He's just going to punch in a couple of numbers, and immediately he's going to move away from the position. And now Fallen and Naf are like, hey guys, the bomb's all the way over at B. What happens over here? Grim and Elige are going to be rotating back towards A. And this is the opportunity for Vinny, who's been waiting towards apartments, the brackets area all this while, to slowly sneak on in and take advantage of this rotation by maybe getting a kill, or at the very least getting control of the pit area, maybe the site. And what happens here is an uncharacteristic mistake being made by Grim. He's caught out of position, looks away at the worst time possible, and that is going to be a free kill coming in from Vinny. And now Liquid are lost. They don't know what to do. Elige has got to fall on back towards the A side. Art's going to be just legging it straight towards the A bomb side. He's going to be also coming in from apartments instead of from brackets, because there is the possibility of Elige waiting for him towards the Arches area. But this is what I love. We have Yuri with the AWP still holding towards B. In case Naf and Fallen poke out, they're going to be faced with a bullet between their heads. So Yuri's going to be holding the angle with the AWP. Art's going to be coming in from the apartments, and of course Vinny pushing in towards Graveyard. He's going to get that map control. Now Elige is going to be waiting for the rotation to take place, and after Yuri's waited for a few seconds, he realizes that no one's going to be coming from Banana. So he's going to be holding the angle towards mid, and that is going to be pretty much round done and dusted. It's a 3v3, and then Yuri, he's going to get 2 quick kills, and that's pretty much it. Just perfectly played round coming in from the side of Furia. They made no mistakes whatsoever. They poked and prodded, got the information they needed. They were proactive, and Art just with a big, massive 5-head play coming out from him. And yeah, that is for me the round of the day. Back to you, Richard.
Thanks a lot, Blair. Really appreciate that. And obviously, we're going to be pulling for Furia, because I do want some Brazilian team to be going through with the later stages. I think that'll be awesome.
It's very much possible, Richard.
Yeah,
they're going to be playing Entropic for a spot in the playoffs.
Oh, I know. I mean, well, listen, you know my thoughts. I think Entropic are legit, or whatever.
Yeah,
but listen,
but that's best chance for either of those teams to be in the arena.
Yes. Before this turns into a podcast, which it could easily do, we'd love to talk all day. We're not going to do that. We're just going to wrap up with some final thoughts. So, you know, what really stood out for you today? What do you think the big story is, Janko?
The G2 making it 3-0. I think that there was a lot of people who doubted that, really, and they look much improved just watching their play, and FaZe being shaky compared to the Challenger stage. I had them 3-0 in this phase. I thought they were just going to keep with that momentum, but now they have their backs against the wall. Tough game tomorrow against Team Liquid. One of those two teams is going to be out. We'll see.
Yeah, what about you, Duncan?
Obviously, Na'Vi, the big favourite, came. Dominant performance, 2-0, even on the punish pick. Meanwhile, Evil Geniuses, all I asked was a valiant effort, some great play. Instead, more like a Valorant effort, because washed up, and it looked like the players belonged in 2015. Shout out CLG players, because they're garbage as well. Most of them are being fired now, to be fair.
It's good. It's good.
I do like Hiko though.
Coming soon. Coming soon to his one-man show once again. Yeah, for me, I think you know, I'm just sort of very interested in where this Astralis situation ends up, because I think there's so much up in the air based around this. You know, we've all talked about, what's MOUSEPAD going to do with ROPS, you know, all of this. What people don't realize is there's obviously contract negotiations and everything going on over at Astralis right now. And do you want to commit to giving a player the bag if, you know, you go out at this stage of the tournament? So I'm very intrigued by what's going to happen with Astralis and whether or not that experience is at least going to get them to the Avicii Arena. I think people coming in thought it would be unthinkable that they wouldn't be there, but I actually now am leaning towards it being the reality. 2 blowouts of that nature against Heroic and NIP. I mean, the fact you couldn't keep it competitive, I think that bodes really badly. So that's what my focus is going to be on as we move
How
forward.
about this as well? Because people obviously will update the storylines. Remember, Bladebeth's available potentially.
Yeah.
There's a player you could have. Copenhagen Flames are suddenly players that people are going to start looking at. So it's not like there aren't any free agents available or people you could sign.
Yeah, exactly. I think a rebuild could be on the cards. Very intrigued to see what happens there. Anyway, gentlemen, it's been a blast. As always, been enjoying talking to you over the course of the day. And we're going to wrap up the show. So what this means now is if you want to see the Ents Mouse game, which I believe is still ongoing, we're going to be hosting that here. You can go on over to the secondary stream, and then you'll find out about all the matchups and everything else afterwards. But from us here at the mainstream desk, we're going to go home and get some rest. So see you bright and early tomorrow. Till then, take care.
caliber, it actually does make sense. It looks a little bit silly when you're sort of challenging over and over again and not winning the fights, but now that he is, it's different. Frozen will take down Dodo. This is a rifle round for ENCE, and if from their point of view, if they wanted to cancel out this mouse momentum, that's only just getting started, remember, now is the round to do it in. It's not looking good here in a 3-on-5, but they need to.
Slowing the pace down here, ENCE now just hoping that somebody's going to get impatient and try and make a play for information. But Mousesports, they don't really need to just force anything here. 45 seconds with the 2-man advantage. They can sit and hold angles. This is crazy. Frozen out in the open, getting caught. Nice shot by Acor, though. Needed to hit that one. Snappy looking for a flank. He's going to get rebuffed. And now it's down to Hades and Spinks. Last two alive for ENCE.
Yeah, Hades.
Oh, so unfortunate.
Wow, did he just step up on the cone or whatever it was out there that just displaced him a bit?
When cones go wrong.
Yeah. Gotta be careful. Don't step on the cones. Flip them. That's the way to do it. The giant cones you can't even flip, unfortunately.
No, they just stay there, don't they? They defy physics. You would think a plastic cone, no matter how big it is, you should be able to flip it.
Listen, I'm requesting that change from Valve's point of view.
Valve.
Leave the coaches alone and then get the big cones flippable. That's the update that I want.
You know how Valve will make that change? Is if the coaches start interacting with the cones in some way.
Yeah, true.
And then all of a sudden they're like, absolutely not. We need those cones to be flipping.
Find a way to manipulate them. It's
that, or they're just gonna make it so that all the cones can't flip.
What if they just delete them? Oh no. 11-10. Mouse are in the lead now. Finally, after a long break on this map, they're back in the action. Limited cash on the side of ENCE. This must feel fairly suffocating because, again, like we talked about, when you're that far ahead, 10-5 first half in favor of ENCE, you feel like you should be doing something more. You feel like you're almost at the verge of winning the map. Now, all of that is gone, and they need somebody to power them back up. Against Snappy, was doing some great yelling at the beginning of the map. Saw him really getting the team hyped up. They need some more of that stuff. Nade comes out, do some decent damage, actually. But the Tech9s are kind of close to the bomb side, and they have that AK on Spinks, and he's been a great player in this best of 3 so far, so let's see what he can get. Oh, he's going to be down. Dexter will just find him. Cancel out the AK. Dihar is still here as well, and he's the only one that's outplaying Spinks at the moment on the team. Dodo will fall, Snappy will fall. It's a good defense right now. Mouse about to be 2 rounds ahead, and their economy is looking so good at the moment. Yeah. This is soul-crushing for ENCE.
It's much better, and it's proactive for Mousesports. They're out there hunting kills. It's a clear shift in confidence. It's not the hesitant Mousesports that we were seeing in the first half, where they were looking reserved and they weren't quite going for the throat. Here, on the CT side, it feels like they are just in their element. They want to take duels, and they're playing proactively on that A site, trying to set up plays to make sure that ENCE aren't comfortable with their executes. And you can see Snappy starting to feel a bit of the heat here, a bit of the pressure. In-game leader for ENCE, and a lot of this is riding on his shoulders. And I'm assuming right now is a tac timeout. I'm assuming this was a tac timeout getting called. Yeah.
Yeah, just a chance to weigh in a bit on what's happening. They need it badly on the side of ENCE. They're not having quite the same problems. It's sort of a little bit interesting, right? Because the trouble for Mouse when they were in the first half was that Snappy was so proactive on the A ramp, and he kept sneaking in kills left and right. And it was only very late in the game that they decided to put more focus on B, and that worked out really well for Mouse. Bimas and Frozen were really good at that B bomb side to open it up and win the fights. So we'll see if ENCE, they've had the A ramp all to themselves if they've wanted it. It's not like Mouse have been playing very forward. So maybe they can, keep trying to do something, or maybe they should test out that B bomb side of middle themselves if this doesn't work out in their favor. Very, very far back on the map so far. Dexter on this one side. He's got some backup in here. Acors with the AWP, so good 1-2 punch in the middle.
It's so quiet in mid.
Yeah, always.
Yeah, it's just that standoff. Nobody dares move. You're just kind of watching on the T side to make sure that they aren't flanking you. And while looks like we will have a push coming through here from Dexter, he's making that push into mid, getting that info. He's going to get spotted. He gets dinged, and now he's at risk.
Yeah, he jumps back. I was going to say, it's almost worth it to stay there because then they have to worry about the flank. Of course, they could come get him with a minute, but still, we'll see. They're gravitating towards the ramp.
That's why you hang back and watch that flank. Otherwise, Dexter could be pushing into spawn behind you, and then you'd be in all sorts of trouble. Now with 50 seconds on the clock, ENCE moving their way up towards that A ramp once again. It's going to be an A hit.
Yeah, but they only have one smoke, so they can't stop any kind of a grenade. Look at how many nades are left on Mouse. That smoke is just gone. They can Molotov this forever. They can win the round with Molotovs. They don't actually have to do anything. There's one of them. Counter Molotov comes out. I don't think they realize right now, ENCE, that they need to move. More Molotovs coming in, but don't worry, there's still another 2 left and a lot of HEs. They try and push forward. That is a good idea because the grenades will never stop raining down on this A bomb site. Frozen with the kill. The spray is in. Almost has it. Nade right on top. Spinks tries to move out of it. But yeah, they're just getting grenaded forever here. Hades, 7 seconds left. No scope is cool, but it's not going to help them. It's 13 rounds from Mouse Sports. Oh man, if they had more smokes on the T side, they could have just put a smoke down on the side and they could have probably got the bomb down, but that caught fire forever and ever. That is actually incredibly cool from the side of Mouse.
Yeah, they're staying alive in this one on Mouse Sports' side, and that's what happens when on the T side you're limited in your economy. You can't really force the grenades out of the CT side the same way that you can if you have grenades of your own. Usually you have to spend nades to force nades, and so Mouse Sports, if you're not forcing them to throw the grenades, they are just sitting there. Also kind of an element of how Mouse played that round with the mid positioning and everything, so it just works out perfectly that Mouse Sports are just filthy rich when it comes to that push. And now Rops, yep, not going to hang around. He doesn't get greedy like Diha does.
And I mean, maybe that is the other side, though. The sort of alternative to playing aggressively on the A ramp is you don't use all the nades that you normally would for holding the ramp. You just wait for them for the bomb site. So it kind of goes hand in hand.
That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, Burns alive.
He passed that flash back to his teammate to set that peak up.
Yeah.
So never mind. Rops just going, you know, as bloodthirsty as his teammate after all.
Oh, no one's going to be expecting Dexter to be here because Rops basically went down in the same position. Good spray for Dexter. I've got to say that's pretty impressive. And they really want to punish him, but they can't. Dodo and Spinks, they're really trying. And there comes the flash setup that Rops himself was trying to do. So not bad. Spinks running around the middle of the map, but the bomb is quite far away from him, and there's not much he could do here. Acor will find him. It's 14-10. Mouse, much revived. No rounds at all in the second half here for ENCE.
And
they've been shut down.
Slipping through their fingers now, Anders. This is it. We're here at the Major, and ENCE are staring down the barrel of elimination, being one of the first teams to be eliminated from the Legends stage. Not expecting that on this arc that ENCE have been on. It feels like they are a team, a very capable team that was only getting stronger. It's not done yet. This is going to be a full buy, or close enough for ENCE after that round. But Mouse Sports now with the man advantage. Acor going to hit that shot, absolutely had to do it, and now there's a man advantage for Mouse Sports. Oh, what a shot from Acor. Okay.
That's why we love him, Semla. No, I just remember those moments. Nice triple from Acor. Yeah, this is brutal. They have to get the bomb, they probably can't, but they needed it because the round loss bonus is not enough. They're going to have 3,400 for the round loss bonus, and if you look at what they've got left in the bank right now, this is a huge issue. The bomb plant would have kept them competitive, but they're getting wiped out in the second half. Everyone is getting kills. Acor's up to 19, 22 on Bimas. Frozen is without a doubt the MVP of this series so far. 26 kills on him, and he was playing lights out on Mirage as well.
Just the mental collapse we're witnessing. But I mean, it was a similar collapse on the side of Mouse Sports in the first half. Only once they got on that CT side and started actually moving and getting the game to start playing their way. Now we see what's possible. Both of these teams with a very similar outcome on their CT sides of Vertigo. And again, Acor aggressive into mid again. Oh no, this is... It's not to say, we're getting a replay of the last round. This is an actual replay.
They, well, yeah, they might want to stay away from Acor if they can. Don't repeat that. 10 to 15. Oh, everyone is flashed. This is so awkward. And Dexter, he's going to have his eyes back a bit quicker. Snappy will go down. It was Frozen to pick up that one. They tried to put the pressure on that A-ramp and just absolutely denied. 3 versus 5 now. And Mouse should probably call back the aggression here. It's not worth it. Why give up? Well, they're going to get the kill here, but I'd say just hold the bomb sites. Now, you have basically won this match. All you need to do is not make a mistake. So some leadership here and then just try and call it back a bit. Acor looking down deep with that AWP. He's going to get the flink on Dihan. Spinks on his own. 1 versus 5.
The comeback here for Mouse is absolutely impressive. 10-5 first half in favor of ENCE, but it's Mouse to take the second map. 16-10 as they knock ENCE out.
And that really is when Acor shines, is when things are starting to go their way on Mouse Sports. He's starting to feel it, and he'll start taking those crazy kinds of duels and just popping off. And, well, congratulations. Yeah, they're just letting Spinks know. Just letting Spinks know who the winners are.
Yeah. Good times. I mean, that's very, very impressive for Mouse. You've got to give them credit. Job well done, even though it took a minute there on that second map. Could have been real scary for them, but ENCE, yeah, they needed, obviously, to win Mirage. That's why they picked the map. Nuke, we never get to see it, but, I mean, Mouse Sports continuing to impress.
Well, they did have to fight. They did have me worried in that first half.
Yeah.
When ENCE were starting to just take away, you're just like, this is it. I predicted it going into it, where they're going to win each other's map pick, and we're going to go to a third map on Nuke. I don't feel like Mouse have yet got that mental fortitude to just end hard series. And so it's still a situation where I think Mouse are going to have a hell of a fight on their hands to stay alive in the Legend stage. But they win a must-win fight here. I think this was an even match. It could have gone either way. I think it was a real 50-50. It was going to be really, really hard to predict who was going to win this best of three. And so congratulations to Mouse Sports. But I think now it's only going to get harder. Obviously, it's only going to get harder because they're going to go up against teams with wins as well.
I mean, you see the weakness in the Mouse lineup in the first half of this map, where both Robs and Acor weren't really doing that well. I mean, Acor's missing a bunch of shots. We talked about that as it was happening. And the good news for them was that Bimas and Frozen were still there to try and keep the ship, afloat. And luckily, while they were doing that, Robs and Acor did eventually wake up. But the later we go into this tournament, the less you're going to get to do that kind of stuff. There's not going to be a point in time where Robs and Acor can go missing. From here on out, they have to show up right at the start every single time, because otherwise they're going to get wiped out facing some of the teams in the future, without a doubt. So, yeah, I mean, I think they've got the core of it, though, with the firepower. I've got to say again, Frozen, unquestionably in my mind, the MVP of this particular match. He was so good, and the way that he's anchoring the bomb sites. I mean, bomb site on both these maps, it's tremendous on the CT side.
No, he did excellent work. He did a standout performance from him, without a doubt. And while I want to give a little bit of credit over to ENCE, obviously, Spinks was really fighting hard, trying to do what he could. Deha on this map as well really stood out. So, there's the firepower on the side of ENCE. And again, just to reiterate, it feels like both of these teams, it's much more a mental aspect than it is a firepower aspect, because they both have stars that can pop off. It's just when you can get there and when you have that confidence to get the job done. And I feel like on this map, or in this series today, a couple of those players were showing up, but as a team, ENCE were struggling, and they're the team that are going to be going home.
Yeah. Deha also had a really, really good first half, obviously. Was a super dynamic player to watch. So, yeah, I agree. ENCE have a cool lineup right now. Just, this is the major, and you can't really stack anything. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, teams are going to have to go home, and we're in the elimination phase where you have teams progressing, but you also have teams, that's it. There's only room. It's just going to get fewer and fewer. That's kind of how tournaments work.
Yes. Someone has to leave. Really, really exciting stuff. Yeah, just no breaks here in the second half, though. Mouse Sports took over the whole thing.
Yeah, and we keep going, and I'm pretty sure the matchups will have been shown on the mainstream as well, so that'll be interesting to see.
Frozen definitely had to be the MVP. There's no doubt.
Was this on just this map?
Yeah, well, it says match, so I'm assuming both. But I mean,
assuming both as well. Yeah. Again, we when we refuse to a series, it's a match. But sometimes people say match for a map.
Interchangeable.
Well, congratulations to Frozen. Good work on him. He was definitely a solid player for his team today.
Yeah, that means the day is done. Good job, everyone.
It is.
Yeah, exciting times. We'll see you tomorrow for even more Counter-Strike. Stay tuned.